candidate interview night on the first day of campaigning for this year's YUSU elections. We are live for the next 5 hours interviewing every candidate for every role to help you decide who'll be your voice for the next year and who's just the noise. With me all night is my colleague, Beth Hardesty.
We're broadcasting on uri.org.uk/CIN, and we want to hear your thoughts and ask your questions to the candidates. So send us a message via the website or tweet us using the hashtag YUSUelections2020. Keeping the candidates company down in our green room are Gina Burley-Staffieri and Liam Daly.
Yes, we are here with the best in student media who'll be giving you the breakdown of this evening event. And we are also here with the candidates who we'll be speaking to before they go off to their interview.
We're going to be keeping up with your thoughts throughout the night on the hashtag YUSUelections2020. As you can see on our tweet board, we'll be possibly reading things out throughout the night, and hopefully, you know, anything that comes up could possibly anonymous.
It's going to be fun.
How are you guys feeling? Can I have some yays or nays? I'm guessing you're all quite nervous. But I wish you the best of luck with your interviews, because they could be quite some intense ones, I'm sure.
It's our first time doing this as well, so we're all in this together.
Oh yeah, we're on the same boat.
It's all going to be fine.
And I'd just like to say thank you for you guys coming down from Vision, sorry. Oh my God. Ooh. Thank you for coming down there. We'll be chatting to you later in the night, I'm sure.
What are you most looking forward to for tonight?
I'm looking forward to my interviews. Because I'm interviewing Ollie Martin. I'm looking forward to chatting to him. Definitely. He's quite a prolific sort of individual on campus.
Bit of a legend.
Yeah, he is a bit of a
beanock.
legend. I'm looking forward to interviewing him. And also we've got disability student officers that I'm going to be interviewing. I'm excited for that.
That'll be good.
Yeah. What about yourself?
I'm looking forward to the tweet wall.
Oh my God, yeah.
Really looking for. Oh dear. Okay, yeah, we're going to be getting a lot of this, so stay tuned. It's going to be fine.
It's always a good idea to have a tweet wall at events like this. Because they oh God, things just come up you don't want to see.
We'll also be doing lots of fun games down here as well. We'll be keeping you entertained in between the very serious interviews. We're just here to keep it light, aren't we?
What are some of the games that we've got going on?
Well, we have it's not beer pong, question pong, we'll call it that, where candidates can throw a ball into a cup and they get a question out of that cup. A question that's a lot nicer than their interview questions.
Yeah, it's a bit like we should be getting some interesting, divisive questions. Stuff as serious as, what's your favourite place on a night out? Things like that.
Or what's better, super noodle or pot noodle?
Who knows?
Who knows?
That could be an interesting segment.
Very important student questions.
Are you looking forward to your interviews as well?
I am. I've got one interview.
Only one?
Only one, but I'm going to enjoy it very much. I'm going to go very Jeremy Paxman.
Jeremy
you know?
Paxman.
I'm not. I'm not mean enough to do that, but yeah, I think it'll be fine.
I hope tonight goes well. I really do. But I wish all the candidates the best of luck as well. So we just gotta see what happens. But all the candidates are in V Bar, I'm pretty sure. So they'll be there in and out of the night. Yeah, you guys are going to be getting the pints in between your interviews. Mm-hmm. It's going to go gradually, just like your questions are just going to be gradually going down and down and down. But I hope it goes well for you guys.
I think it'll be great. So
we keep getting like told to just keep going.
Yeah, it's fine. We can go to V Bar afterwards, right?
Oh God, we're gonna be all starving after this. I have no doubt.
Celebratory pizza. Yes. We're okay. That's the first good reaction we've got so far. Pizza!
It's all on the URY expenses. Just get loads of Domino's pizza.
I don't think it is.
No, it's not. Just to clarify, it's not. It's all coming out of our own pocket. God.
Media, what are you guys looking forward to tonight?
But they can't hear us, but go for it. Do we have another mic?
I can repeat what you're saying.
Give them the mic.
I'm looking forward to some candidates making some gaffes.
We've got a mic for you, Che.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some candidates making some gaffes. Hopefully, something I can clip and make into remixes, parody songs, what have you.
Yeah.
That sounds brilliant.
You just want the retweets, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. That's fine.
It's the only reason I'm here.
What about Harry? How were you thinking?
Oh, I'm looking forward to the tweet wall getting URY in a lot of legal trouble. It's really easy.
It really is, but thank you very much. We're going to go back to the studio now, and we will catch up with you later.
Thank you, guys, down in the green room. And now we have our first interview over in the Studio Blue with Beth.
Hello, and just before our first interview of the evening, we will be learning a bit more about the role, which is BAME officer.
Black, Asian, Minority, Ethnic, BAME officer. The BAME students' officers represent the views of students at York who self-define as BAME. which is including but not limited to students of African, Asian, Arab and Latin American heritages. They campaign within the union, university and in wider society, promoting equality for BAME students and celebrating the diversity of culture within the student body at York.
Hello, and thank you to Fix and Simi for joining me. So the first sort of question I've got for you is a lot of the critique of YUSU is that they're disengaged or feel separate from the students. How a lot of your manifesto is based on being approachable. How do you think you're going to be able to accomplish this in the position?
First of all, hi, I'm Fix. So we're both members of the African Caribbean Society and the Nigerian Society, so we know the in and out of people in the school, and because we know how people are, how to approach them, and we have lots of friends who are in these groups, we can kind of go about our way. We have connections with the presidents of both societies. Yeah. We've worked with a lot of people from other societies, so in terms of that, just we know how to kind of approach them in that way and get to them, yeah.
So would this be done through, it's in terms of your connection to BAME students, do you think this would be done on a society level? What about the students that maybe aren't engaged in that sort of side of the university?
I think both. We could do it through like social media, which is mainly how we all communicate, and then we can eventually allow them to branch through like societies and get them to include BAME students.
There's another issue. Earlier on this term, there was the coronavirus incident where there was a lot of racism. Has YUSU failed students when there's a culture that allows for these sorts of comments to be made? Is it a YUSU problem? Is it a university problem? Or is it a national problem?
I think it stems from systematic racism. So it's obviously from the top, but each institution has a role to play in the racism of people, especially the Asian students in the school. So I feel, although YUSU kind of put out a statement saying, they don't support this, I feel like a stronger stand could have been made to say, okay, this is not allowed. We do not tolerate this discrimination. This is like a hate crime, and you could be in prison for this. So I feel like a stronger stand could have been put down. But I just feel like
it's a national problem as well, because it's happening all over the world. People are like either just being extremely rude to Asian people, just assuming that they're from China or something, and just acting differently towards them.
Yeah, we've got a very short time. In fact, it's the end of your thing. If there's one policy that you could get through, what would it be from your manifesto?
I think changing the curriculum, the Why is my curriculum white campaign, in order to ensure that the curriculum's more diverse. Yeah.
Yeah, you said about training. I presume this would be done in hand with another type of training? Or would it just be for the racial and sort of those sorts of words that are ingrained in our curriculum?
I think overall, like including reading lists and things so that what we read is more inclusive of authors from BAME backgrounds. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. I will wish you luck. We'll move on to the next interview.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much, Beth, and thank you to Fix and Sammy. We have one interview that that Kath Brislin was not able to get here for the role of Arts and Humanities, but Tom Crawford chatted to her early today, and you can hear that now.
We're now going to interview Kath Brislin, who is a candidate for Arts and Humanities faculty rep. But before we go on to the interview, it's time to hear some more about the role.
Arts and Humanities faculty rep. As part of the Academic Representation Network, students are supported by over 450 reps and the student engagement team at YUSU.
Thank you for joining us. So we've got a few questions, but before we get to them, very quickly, why are you running?
I just think it would be nice to I'm currently a course rep, and I'd love to bring up what I do currently. So I also love working on department levels. I think it's really, really fun. So I just really want to expand what I do and do that for the betterment of the faculty.
Thank you. So a few questions from the key points that you sent us. Firstly, one of your pledges is to try and boost undergraduate admissions. How would you do this, and how would this tie into your role as a course rep? So as a faculty rep?
No, I think the biggest part is mainly working with open days and prospective students. So I'm a very, very southern person. I think a lot of people don't consider maybe York as a northern university, so maybe putting arts and humanities more countrywide. instead of like for York, just instead of like focusing on the north as well. And also like massive pushes at open days, like in school events. I think it'd be quite fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and something else you're pledging to do is communicate between departments to improve the experience of combined degree students. What challenges do you think these students face, and what plans do you have to address them?
Well, I'm currently a combined degree student. I do English literature and linguistics. I think it's more the fact of having someone to approach, because there are people to approach, but I don't know if it's a very sophisticated support network. It's usually one person per department for however big the cohort is. And maybe nice to have like some kind of like just more staff, I guess, to contact really, or maybe making sure that the supervisors have knowledge of the other department, and it's just getting that nice network.
So, sort of how would you envisage combined honours students who are well supported looking like? What kind of structures would you want to see in place?
I think it's just mainly communication structures. So like, yeah, just emails, getting supervisors. It has to be simple because you don't want to overcomplicate it. So it's just like telling supervisors about the other department, like making sure there's no ambiguity, saying like module choices in that, and making sure that everyone's well aware of what's happening.
Yeah, and you're pledging to collaborate more with reps on the department level. What collaboration isn't being done already, and what specifically would you do to increase the amount of collaboration that's being done?
So at the moment, faculty reps do not meet with course reps, and I find that it's just like, oh, there's the department rep and then there's this faculty rep, and it's not really like, oh, you know, there's course rep, faculty rep, and department reps. So I really want to like be more approachable. So I want to go to the course rep level, go by department with course reps, and like make sure they know who I am and when to contact me, because at the moment that layer of communication just isn't there.
Yeah. So would you be meeting, for example, would you be meeting course reps by department, or would you be meeting them, faculty-wide? How would specific communication with course reps be looking?
I think it'd be best to start going by department and then building it up if I think it's like needed. Because at the moment it might just be like, oh, these are some issues that might need to go up to faculty. But it can usually be sorted by department reps and like chairs of board of studies. I've had great experiences with them. But it's just if there are any like faculty level concerns, mainly to get those known to me, because otherwise, like I said, being a faculty rep is quite an out there role, and I don't think course reps always know when to approach.
Yeah. Yeah. And in terms of communications for combined degree students, for example, some students might have combined degrees that are split between faculties, so history based in arts and humanities and politics based in the social sciences faculty.
Yeah.
How would you use your role as the arts and humanities faculty rep to ensure that, the benefits that, for example, history and English students might be seeing can also be obtained by history and politics students as well?
I think that's going to be a very careful communication between us and the social sciences faculty reps, because obviously there's going to be one person per faculty. So I think it's just going to be a matter of communicating and making sure that we're on the same page, which I think is really important, like when you're working as a team.
Yeah, and very quickly, if in about 5 seconds you could sum up why people should vote for you, go for it.
I am trying my best to be the voice and make your faculty better.
Thank you, and thanks for joining us. That was Kath Brislin, who is standing to be the faculty rep for the Art and Humanities faculty.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Kath, for joining us earlier. And to take a bit of a break from the interviews before we get our next guys in, let's go back down to the green room. Hey, guys.
Hiya, so we are here with Trey Quinn, the editor of Vision.
Nice to be here.
I'm sure it is.
Glad it is. It's lovely for everyone,
I just
really.
love to
Sweats. I really enjoy being here. But yeah, we've got...
We're now here with Matt Johnston. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi.
Oh, you've got a mic now.
Oh my God.
You've got
Magic,
your own
it's
mic.
arrived.
Dream about this one. Yeah, I'm Matt Johnston. I'm running as the beard because why not?
The beard.
You can tell I like it. Good
Nice.
work. I wish I could grade that.
3 years of my life. Yep.
And what are you running for?
Academic officer. Sorry, completely forgot that bit.
Yeah.
That would be the important bit, wouldn't it?
It's right, we're not your main interview. You don't need to actually
Yeah,
talk
we're
to us
just
about
candid
anything,
chats.
really.
I noticed they took your pint off you.
But yeah,
What's
We're
your
on
favourite?
air.
Oh, yeah, that's true. What's your favourite drink then?
I'm an ale man.
You're an ale man.
I can't get
Matt
away
was
from
the
it.
beard.
Yeah, to be
Yeah.
fair.
Anyone
Yeah.
listening to us not on video? Lovely ginger beard we got going on here.
It's very bushy.
It does that, yeah.
It does
It just keeps on growing. I can't stop it. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Che, what do you think about his beard?
I'm wondering if Do you think that there's going to be any sort of confusion about whether you're running as a joke candidate or not because of the beard thing? I
don't know. If there is, I don't know if it's going to work against the campaign necessarily.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, Chris Small campain did quite well last year.
Very well.
Took Samara very close. So I suppose, I mean, and then Ron the year before that got second. So, I mean, I'm just asking difficult questions by nature. I'm sorry.
We've got Brian Terry as Where's Wally as well.
Oh, that's not a joke campaign, though. He's just running for that.
Where's Wally? We have to find him.
Not quite. I don't think you're going to have any difficulty with that.
That's fine.
Yep.
Anyone wondering about the crisps? Because I am.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a pint glass of crisps on the table.
It's a bold statement.
I've never seen anything more student in my life. It was like we couldn't find a bowl and we couldn't afford more crisps.
Good crisps.
So,
fair.
We're about to go ASMR with Jay Quinn there, eating his crisp.
What flavour is it?
I did think that as soon as you went
Ready
for it.
sorted.
Oh.
Okay.
That's pretty boring, to be
So
honest.
it's boring flavour in a pint glass.
You can't beat ready solid sometimes, though.
Really? That's a controversial opinion.
That's what I'm here for.
Yes, that's true. Thank you.
Is that your aim for this whole evening?
Yeah.
Be as controversial as possible.
In some ways, hopefully.
In some ways.
I hope that works in the interview.
It should do.
I'm scared.
Oh, yeah. Who's interviewing you?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Should I know?
I think it's Matt. I think Matt's interviewing you. Possibly.
Okay.
But he's a pretty good interviewer, so you'll have fun. I'm looking forward to doing some interviews. I've never done this night before, but it's a lot of fun.
I find it quite interesting that you and Zhang both ran last year as well, so it's almost like a rematch. It's going to be an interesting run just because you've got that element to it.
Yeah, that is definitely an interesting side to it. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. I wish you the best.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Nice to
fair
see some
comment.
It's a famous
camaraderie
rematch.
between candidates.
But really, you want to win.
Well, yeah. It's the whole point in running, isn't it?
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to have a good night. It's not really a big competition, is it? It's just...
It depends whether you're in it or not.
It depends
Have you
if
seen
win
the
or
amount
not.
of cardboard in my kitchen?
Oh,
'Cause
sorry, that was a good point. I
I've
forgot.
got a piece that is over 7 feet tall.
But, sorry. That's, I want to say double me. It's not double me. That's only like 2 foot taller than me, but it feels like double me.
Could very well be.
It
You're
could.
looking forward to running in a smaller field this year compared to last year?
Yeah, the good thing about last year was you got to know more people. Like I really enjoyed the interview night like this last year because I got to know Dan quite well, and I really quite enjoyed Dan's company. So
Yeah.
See, this is what we need. We need more loving interviews, people getting along. I'm liking this. I'm not big on competition.
I strongly disagree. I prefer it when they're at each other's throats.
You want
It's
more
a lot more
division.
entertaining that way.
it'll put your
putting
vision
the
out of
vision
business
into
otherwise,
division.
won't it?
That's pretty
We're all about joy in the green room. There's nothing difficult here.
Oh, nothing difficult at all.
No.
Hopefully we'll make it a bit more lighthearted with some games later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry we didn't bring out any games for you.
Don't be. Really don't be.
You didn't want to do any games.
It's not even a real ping pong ball. It's just some scrunched up paper, to be honest. So
Production quality is maintaining.
we're
All the budget went on the
radio.
crisps.
It remains consistent. That's what it's got going for it.
We don't do expensive things. We're radio. But now we are going back to the studio. We are going to interview for working class officer.
Thanks for that, guys. I'm here with Kate Archer and Lucy Mason, both running to be a working class and social mobility officer together. But before that, here's more about the role.
Working Class Officer. The Working Class and Social Mobility Officer is a relatively new position at YUSU, created following a referendum in 2017 to 2018. The officers advocate for and represent the interests of students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds on campus, run the Working Class and Social Mobility Network, creating opportunities for working class students.
Fantastic. How are you both feeling?
Nervous. I'm nervous, yeah.
So, what sort of experience do you have then for this role?
I've done a lot of work during sixth form. I started their student union and I was deputy head girl and prefect. So I've kind of done a lot of elected roles in the past.
Yeah, we're both on the access and participation panel as well. So we are like fully involved with the people who are making decisions and like we've got faces to names, names to faces, can't remember which way it is. But yeah, so we've got connections in order to implement our policies.
Excellent. So when this role was introduced recently, it was brought up that working class students face a lot of stigma, and it's something you've addressed in your manifesto. But how are you going to work to resolve the stigma that the working class students face?
I think by creating a network where you want to turn up and you can hear voices like yours, it reduces the stigma, because you could be sat in halls with people that have no life experience similar to yours, but then if you come to one of our socials, it kind of breaks down those barriers, and you know that you can hear people that sound like you, who've got the same, come from the same walk of life as you.
Yeah, we're going to carry on the tradition of having class conferences. It was started by Connor Drake, who kind of started up this network. It was mentioned earlier, I think, so that people really learn about the class divide and the class conflict that happens kind of outside of uni, so that we are really aware of that during our studies, and so we can tackle that.
Excellent. You aim to reduce the cost of student living and specifically mention hashtag cut the rent in your manifesto. How are you going to ensure that working class students can afford their rent?
We are going to expand the York bursary, because at the moment I know for second and third years it is reduced quite a lot, and obviously rent outside uni is increasing all the time, so that we want to make sure that the bursary actually accommodates for that increase and people aren't left short.
Yeah, it's proved to be a success. On campus, it's come down in prices, but like you say, with inflation rising, landlords are going to put their prices up, do you know, and if there's nobody there to help stop pressure from the university and backing from the union, hopefully it should help to come down.
I'm glad you mentioned the York bursary, because you mentioned in your manifesto that you want to implement an application process for the next 10% who aren't available. Where's that funding going to come from?
Well, we also talked in our manifesto about schemes like UCall, so they contact past alumni, I think that's the right word, past alumni, and, you know, see if they can donate, and obviously hopefully build up a fund that then can become like part of the hardship funds and into that bursary. And I think if we talk about it enough, you can pressure the university enough, do you know? You want to be appealing to students from lower income areas, and if you're ever so slightly out of that boundary, you can have the application process and hopefully feel like you're welcome and will have the funds that you need.
I'm glad you mentioned UCall. I actually used to work for UCall for a term, and it was certainly an interesting experience. If you're going to rely on sort of alumni donations and this sort of fundraising activity, how are you going to work to expand access and the participation in services like UCall?
I think not prioritising, but reaching out to people from low-income backgrounds and people who are applicable for the York bursaries, it is, and other scholarships like York Opportunity Awards, so that they're fully aware of all of these opportunities. Because I know a lot of people who I know are working class or low income, they don't know any of these things exist. So we just need to make sure that they're fully aware, so they can really take advantage of what's going on.
And finally, you talk about social purpose in your manifesto, but what does that really mean to your role?
Ooh, I just think it makes you want to have a place at university, don't you? And you want to feel like you've got a purpose here, and cohesion would help that. We don't want that stigma anymore, do you know? We want to feel like you are accepted and that you're not different to anybody. So I think having this role and setting up a network that works for everybody, and that hopefully we can reach out to people from different incomes, that it makes you feel like you've got a purpose and a need to be here almost.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Kate and Lucy running for Working Class and Social Mobility Officer.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you, Kate and Lucy, for being here. Talked about acceptance there. Here's a song all about acceptance. It's Lizzo with Good As Hell.
Hi, so I'm here with Zhang, who is rerunning for academic officer. Hello, everyone in the shot. Do you want to play beer pong? We're not playing we are playing question pong, bit like beer pong. So Zhang, how are you feeling?
I'm good, yeah. I'm just a bit hungry, but I should be fine.
It's okay, in 2 minutes you get to eat again, so that's
Yay.
fine. But right now, I'd like you to throw our
Okay.
fake ping pong at our pile of cups.
Okay.
When you land it, you will land it in a cup. You have to answer the question.
I'm really bad at this.
It's as
Right,
easy as
let's
that.
see.
That was so good! No one's got it in practice rounds.
Amazing.
Wow. Let's see what question you have. I'll take the question out of the plastic cup. Ooh. Heslington West or Heslington East? And why?
East, actually.
Ooh, that's controversial.
Yeah, because I'm from Darwin and I've never been much to. I mean, I do go a lot to East a lot. And I quite like the place there. It's really peaceful and chilled. And yeah, Glasshouse. I like Glasshouse. Good nachos. Why not?
Glasshouse is great.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to live on East, and I used to love the rabbits that you'd find there in the evenings. So I'd be walking back from my long day on West, because that's where everyone does uni. And then
It's to be changed, actually. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think like university should have more meeting in Hes East. Like for example, all the important university meeting is mainly on Hes West, and they should move some of that to Hes East, and then gradually lecture, and then things will move more to Hes East as well.
That makes a lot of sense.
Sorry for jumping to your sentence.
It's okay. You're advertising yourself. That's what we're here for.
Yay.
So, Heslington West or Heslington East, you've chosen East. That is a brilliant answer. We're going to give you one more run. See if you can get it in again.
Okay. Cool. Bit shaking.
I believe in you.
Like a food, I think. Okay.
It's the same cup. And I'm going to pick a different question because I can do what I like. Ducks or geese?
Gosh. Duck?
Duck?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I never think much about them. I mean, I think a lot about them. I never think ducks or geese. So yeah.
I think ducks are better. They're smaller, less frightening. But yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
You can go back to
you.
eating your food. Let's go back to the studio where we're interviewing for LGBTQ officer.
Thank you, Gina. Back here in the studio, we are interviewing for LGBTQ officer, and it's our first candidates of the night. It's Matt and Dan. But first, let's learn a bit more about the role. LGBTQ officer. The LGBTQ officer is responsible for representing the views and needs of LGBTQ students and making sure they are taken into account by the Students' Union and the university. Matt and Dan, thanks for being here.
Yeah, it's lovely to be here.
So I suppose the first thing, could you introduce yourselves and why you think this role's for you?
So I'm Matt, and I think this role is for me because, really for both of us, because we've got such a passion about working for LGBT students. Obviously, we are in a time where LGBT is so much more accepted in society, but there are still those outliers, still those things that we think need to be tackled.
Yeah, I think it can be quite easily forgotten, with such visibility which can be present. It's quite easy to forget that there are still a lot of underlying issues that still need to be tackled, and that's really what drives me. Particularly stuff like mental health. That's if you've got experience with that, you obviously want to just try as hard as you can, just to make sure no one else has to go through that.
And you talk about like these big systemic issues, and talk about them a lot in your manifesto and the challenges that we as LGBTQ people face.
Of course.
And what can you do as YUSU's LGBTQ officers to help with those issues that you identify?
Well, we want to. Well, for mental health specifically, we'd like to introduce sort of more support groups, stuff like that. It's just on the support group thing, we think obviously there's a big issue with mental health in the LGBTQ community because they are more likely to experience mental health issues. So we just want to introduce support groups which will help people meet others who have gone through similar stuff and just feel a bit less isolated, which can be a big problem, I think.
And one of the criticisms that's often levelled at LGBT societies and officers in universities all across the country is about diversity and intersectionality. How can you build a truly sort of intersectional, diverse LGBTQ network?
Well, I think that's one of the things we want to tackle as LGBT officers, because a lot of the time you do have those issues that are quite specific. So, for example, looking at transgender. So, for example, transgender naming on documents. Sort of not for non-binary students. You have genderless bathrooms. But really, we want to talk to everyone on the spectrum. I mean, our motto, well, not motto, but slogan, working for LGBTQ. Really, what we convey through that is we want to work for everyone, for people who identify as asexual, people who identify as a sexuality that maybe they don't even know. We want to be there for everyone.
Yes, it's very easy, I think, for people to forget, particularly because the LGBTQ community is small just generally, but how people identify within that community, although even small amounts of people within that, and it can be very easy at times to forget about them, and we just really want to make sure that they feel represented too.
And of course, that's not to say that issues such as transgender naming and genderless bathrooms isn't important. It's we want to make sure everything in that wide umbrella of LGBTQ+ is included.
And I suppose looking back at the last year of people in this role, and I'm going to events, things, you're quite new at the university, what have you identified as things that you think, we'd like to do that a little bit differently? What are the key things for you that you'd like to change?
Well, something we noticed when we were looking, because before we actually decided to run, we wanted to see what can we see has been done through LGBT social, LGBT network, and actually we struggled to find quite a few things. I mean, I think it was either Social Network One on the Facebook page. The last update had been in, I think it was May 2018. And we think as freshers coming into a university where it's quite sort of daunting, we want to find out more, we want to find who's that point of contact. Finding a page that's been updated nearly 2 years ago, that's not exactly, we want to make sure that it's constant updates, it's easy access.
And so as a final question, we've got another pair of people running for this role later on who we're going to meet. What do you guys think separates you and makes you the best qualified candidates for this role?
Well, I personally have less experience regarding this type of both campaigning and role just in general, but because I've experienced a lot of these issues, and because I've experienced what it's like to come into uni as a fresher, see what's there to support you as an LGBTQ student, that's where my passion comes from. Just to really, with that experience of coming here as a fresher, just to build on that and make the changes that I think are needed.
Thank you so much, Matt and Dan. I'm going to have to cut you off, but we're going to throw over to an interview for Disabled Students Officer with Liam in Studio Blue.
Yeah, I am going to be talking to both Victoria and Rowan about the disabled students, and they are the candidates. Let's find out a bit more about what the disabled student does.
Disabled Students Officer. The Disabled Students Officer is responsible for representing disabled students. They promote awareness of accessibility and welfare issues for disabled students on campus and campaign to make university an accessible and inclusive environment.
So, Victoria, you are rerunning, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And Rowan, you're first year.
Yes.
Currently moving in. Yeah, if you just keep your close to the mic. Have you, Victoria, given Rowan any advice about what he should expect as he comes into the role?
Yes, so Rowan came in as a fresher, and from kind of the start of term, Rowan was really, really engaged. And I thought, I definitely want to rerun. And we had by-elections quite soon into freshers because we had no committee left to us. And Rowan immediately picked up half the roles, to be honest. Treasurer, secretary, did everything. And I thought this is just such an incredible, we work so well together, and I thought we should definitely run together. So we've been working on it over this last term with sort of training everyone up and training up our new committee.
Well, that sounds really good. What are you proud of that you've achieved so far?
Oh, gosh. Honestly, so much. We've honestly just been spending the year steadily. We've tried to increase our socials. So one of the biggest issues for disabled students is loneliness. And by having socials, students can meet other students with disabilities. We've increased the network by tons with more members. And, just meetings, lobbying the uni, going to all the really, really boring meetings, but being able to make such wins with estates. And one of our really recent wins was getting estates to pass a new policy about red emergency cords.
Oh yeah, I was actually keeping up with that on Facebook because you're very
awesome.
You're quite a prolific Facebook activist as well. You message about what you do. But this is a question that I've got for Rowan.
All right.
liberation networks like the Disabled People's Network, they often aim to be intersectional, and one group that received a lot of attention is trans students. And I just wanted to ask how you'll ensure that trans people are specifically, and how they're made to feel comfortable in that network.
So I myself am trans, and I'm the trans non-binary convener on the LGBTQ plus committee. So I've had a lot of experience in trans-related issues, and I think I've corrected you on a few things in the past. And I just want to basically educate people, and I think also run socials between each of the committees as well, to make sure that we all work as one big happy family, really.
That sounds great. What do you think that the both of you can achieve that it might be harder just by yourself, because you're running as a pair?
Yeah, I feel like with the concept of disabled students officer in the first place, it's important to have other people around you who can help, because obviously there's a higher chance of getting ill or fatigued or anything like that. But as a pair, I think I'm very good at social media, and I'm good at organising people, whereas Rowan is much more of a doer, so Rowan will go out and do the things, at least in my experience.
Yes, I remember it must have been this term. I was in the estates office 3 days on the road, just badgering them to get something done.
Oh, they love that at the estates office.
Oh, I think I'm really popular over there at the moment.
Yeah, if anyone from Estates is listening right now, I'm sorry, but please listen to us.
Yes, please do.
That's what. Are you trying to improve your relationship with, groups like Estates?
I would like to have a good relationship, but at the end of the day, we've got a job to do, and that job comes first.
Our biggest problem at the moment is that it's 2020 and we still don't have basic access to things at university. There are automatic doors that don't work, which means people physically can't get into buildings. There are disabled loos that are not fit for purpose, meaning that disabled students can't even experience their day at uni properly. And things like getting rid of plastic straws mean that some disabled students can't even have a drink in a campus bar. And it's, like I say, it's 2020 and we still can't have these basic things. So we really want to work hard with the uni, and I've been attending working groups. There's a working group called Accessibility Working Group with all different parts of uni sort of thing and different people invited. So working hard on getting everyone on the same page and realising that, hey, these small things aren't actually small things. They're a really big part of our lives.
I've got quite a few disabled friends on campus, and they do find that it is a struggle trying to get around and constantly having to plan days in advance for events that they want to attend.
Yeah, so we'd also like to make sure that there's a lot more information given to students. We want students to be able to get all of the information about accessibility on campus, all events they need to know if they can go and stuff like that. So we're quite passionate about that.
Thank you very much, both of you, and we're going to be going back to Studio Red.
Thank you, Liam. And I'm here with Matt Johnston, running for the role of academic officer, but let's learn a bit more about the role. Academic officer represents students on issues relating to their course, teaching and learning facilities. The academic officer also works with over 400 course reps, department reps and faculty reps to ensure that every student has the opportunity to shape how their course is taught. Thank you, me, from a couple of weeks ago. And Matt joins me now. That's the first thing. If you just want to introduce yourself, why you're running, what your experience is.
Cool. So I'm Matt Johnstone. I'm running as the Beard, not a joke campaign. I'm running for academic officer. I'm a third-year maths student. In my final year, I'm from Langworth College. This is my third year as a rep. I don't think I can say much more beyond that.
And it's also your second year running for the role. Has something changed in the past year that's made you want to do it again? Was it always something you were thinking about running again?
It's something I've been thinking about since the end of first year.
Yeah.
Originally, I wasn't going to run until I finished my degree, which at the time wasn't going to be until another couple of years, because I was going to be on a 5-year course. But no, I ran last year because I thought, you know what, let's go for it. At the very least, let's get the experience. And coming a nice second was good. It was encouraging.
And one of the 3 points you've given us in terms of your summary of the manifesto is standing up for students' rights during strikes. What does that mean to you?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because when it comes to strikes, the rights of everybody involved are what is at the core of it, especially with these strikes about pay conditions and stuff. But I don't know, it's really rough because you want students to feel like they're getting value for money for their degree, which is a phrase that I hate anyway, I'll be perfectly honest. I don't think a price should be put on education, but this is the world we live in. Students need to have their voice heard, and it needs to be carried up the chain of command straight to UCU.
And do you believe it's UCU that UCU should be talking to? Surely we should be backing UCU and fighting the university, is what a lot of students will say.
So, yeah, it's... The lingo around this kind of thing is... And it's annoying sometimes, because a lot of people might mix up UCU and UCEA, I believe it is. UCU, unions should be standing together, because we're fighting for the combined rights of staff and students right now. Nice drop on the pen. Talks need to happen with UCU, definitely, because of the nature of student unions and unions in general. We need to stand together.
But is it if UCU is standing up for the rights of students, do you think that means supporting, opposing, staying neutral on this set of strikes coming up? If you were academic officer, what would you be pushing for in UCU right now?
I'd be pushing for the student voice to be heard. The students' union itself, YUSU, shouldn't take a direct stance without being in consultation with students. What that consultation entails is open for debate. Personally, I'd quite like to see the academic rep network be used for that. Filtering down, or rather filtering up comments from students through course reps, through to department reps, having the faculty reps in faculty learning and teaching group, talking about it there, and just filtering all the way up to the academic officer. And then at that point we can make a decision.
And the other argument is a lot of time in about reimbursement, potential reimbursement. There's always these petitions going around after strike action. Would you support students being reimbursed financially for the disruption caused by strikes?
If we're talking directly cash in hand, then I don't think that sets a good precedent. And I don't think it's plausible either. I don't think the university would go for it. There isn't direct policy which relates to strikes saying that we have to be reimbursed. So when it comes to what kind of ground we have to stand on, it gets kind of dodgy there.
But there are people who will say, well, the university's in essence making money off the strikes. They don't pay the lecturers and they're still getting money from students. What do you think that, in essence, strike profit should be used for, if not for reimbursing students?
Strike profit, that's an interesting phrase for it, actually. So previously I mentioned cash in hand directly to students. I do think students should be reimbursed, just not with cash payouts in that sense. Like things like graduation gowns for the past few years, that's been really nice. And it doesn't go the full way, but the money is being spent elsewhere, I believe. So, yeah, free gowns would be nice.
And I want to talk about one of the other sort of big issues that's come up this year, which is the MyUOY app. And it was initially intended that you would you'd send your location to the app, and it would monitor your attendance at lectures at seminars. Do you think the way that YUSU responded to the app was wrong?
Yes.
Why?
So I don't believe the university was in direct consultation with the students' union, as in they weren't inviting the students' union to talks about it. That is my understanding of it. I think we should have been taking a more proactive approach. We should have been talking to the staff involved directly. The previous academic officer was in talks about this, so we should have been as well.
But the argument will be, well, why are people criticising YUSU of the app when it's the university's thing, and YUSU, people like Steph Hell have been out against it. But if you were academic officer for last year, if you'd won last year, what would your approach have been different? Is it just be going to those meetings, or would you have come out the first day and said this is wrong?
I don't think attendance monitoring, in essence, is wrong. I think the way that it's being gone about is horrific. I think an app which requires various permissions should not be the way about it. Other universities use a keycard system, that kind of thing, and it's not perfect, but it does the job, and it's not intrusive in a way that an app which measures your location all the time is.
And do you think that so let's look generally at the past year and what you've seen happen with the academic, as in your work as a faculty, as a rep. What would you have done differently, more generally? How would you have gone about the role?
Like I said, take a proactive approach. Talk to the staff in charge of it while it's in its infancy to make sure that it doesn't get rolled out in a way which will be detrimental to students with data leakages.
And then let's move to the next year. So because we spent quite a lot of time sort of talking over it, but there has been a couple of these big stories in the academic officer role that are relevant to it. But I do want to talk about your sort of key plans for the future. Mm-hmm. And you've spoken a lot about sort of increasing engagement with the reps and sort of building that system up. How do you see your first sort of, I don't know, the typical question, first 100 days as YUSU academic officer? What are your priorities and how do you go about doing them?
I want to build a strong foundation with the department reps and then encourage them to build strong foundations with their course reps later on when they're elected. Because when you have that strong backbone, when you have a pyramid which stands strong with the academic officer at the top receiving the information from below and distributing information down to course reps through department reps, you get a solid network for academic representation. I think that's the most important thing right now when it comes to representation. People need to be able to talk across that entire group.
And do you think that's not there at the moment?
I don't think so, no.
Is that a systemic problem that's been going on for a long time, or is it a lack of action more recently?
It's a little bit about inspiring volunteers. So yeah, it's, you know, it could be down to personality differences, to be honest. It's difficult to say, but it's been a very different vibe as a rep this year than it has the past few years, and it's not just me that's felt that.
And I want to sort of move on to talking about you mentioned the first point is making the university work for us rather than its own bank balance. How do you put that pressure on the university in the way that you want to?
You use the power of student voice. The university cannot function at its full potential if it has very bad PR. And using the student voice directly to the highest level, to the university teaching committee, maybe to Senate, talking to the Vice-Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellors about what the students want directly, after gathering input via the academic representation network, it's powerful. You see it in departments, you see it in faculties, and you need to see it at the highest level across the entire university.
And we've just got just under a minute left, and obviously it's a one-on-one race this time, which can be challenging, but it's also quite interesting in terms of getting to know more about the candidates.
Mhm.
What do you think is the one thing that separates you, that makes you the person that people should be going out and voting for YUSU academic officer?
Oh, wow. That's a very loaded question. Oh, my word. I don't know. My go-to is the word proactive. I don't like sitting around waiting for things to happen. I like seeking them out and making them happen more on my time frame, which means I've been quite useful as a rep in the past, and I think I'd like to continue that.
Thank you, Matt, and we'll go back over to Beth in Studio Blue, who's speaking to Zhang, your opponent in the race.
Hello, thank you, Matt. Yep, I am joined by Zhang, and she is actually the current academic officer. So I think my main and first most obvious question is, why do you want a second term? Not just why, but why should they elect you for a second term? Not just why you want it, but why should we have you for another term?
Thank you. From 6 months doing my job and also being really working for union as a department rep for 2 years and course rep for a year as well, there's a lot of things need to be changed. And I think that with the knowledge, the network, and the experience that I had in this job, I can definitely help a lot more students to achieve the change, the thing that they're really passionate about.
And unlike candidates that haven't got a back history, there are things that we can look to see how you've represented the university. One thing is that your response to it that came under a little bit of fire was your response to the app of My UOY. There's a question as to why there was a slow response from YUSU. There was in your manifesto, you're looking for transparency and getting the university to see us as equals. But an important thing was that lots of information about students and student information wasn't given to us. Is there perhaps still a question that YUSU aren't able to give us that same equal representation of students, particularly evidenced in My UOY sort of issues?
So in terms of My UOY issue, in the same day that I heard, I think in same day or 1 or 2 days, I heard that the pilots came out, I immediately wrote a Facebook post on my Facebook to clarify a couple of points that students are concerned about, such as GDPR and etc. And I think, the reason why it took longer than it took because there's so many different stakeholders involved in this. So there are external provider doing the apps, their university, their different department in university doing on this app, their union as well. So in order to maximize the benefit for students, because we don't want to scaremongering student, we don't want to give wrong information to student, we have to have a full holistic picture of what's actually going on and then work with and then tell students
and tell everyone that this is what is happening. So that's why it take that long to. I think it doesn't take that long actually. It's thing like 1-2 weeks, isn't it? I'm not really sure, but I've been working on the app, the problem of the app every single day to be in touch with a university to try to get the full picture. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Another issue is the strikes at the moment. YUSU decided to, alongside student sort of support from information that they'd got to support the previous strikes. On a personal level, do you think that students should be compensated for when the university failed to provide the service that they're meant to by not providing lectures and academic support? Or do you think that it's not part of what the university should be doing?
I think some form of compensation, at my personal, in terms of as a SAB, we make the decision as a team of SAB. But personally, I think there'll be some form of compensation. I'm not going to say whether it's a financial compensation or etc. Because if you look at it, many students who go to university with a loan or bursary or scholarship, the only student who actually fully pay for the tuition fee is international students. So, and they also, it's a very delicate and complicated issues as well. So, for example, science students tend to have more contact hours than art, humanity, and social science student. Should they receive more compensation, more financial, compensation than other students? How about there are staff from library are striking, will be striking as well, or did strike before? How can we take that into account? So these are very delicate issues. Like we have been negotiating with the university and been in conversation with them every single day. Not every single day. Very frequently since the strike announced. As well last time as well.
Of course. And I mean, you did raise the point about people not paying it off necessarily. I mean, I guess there's the argument that if you're losing contact hours in your final year or when you're doing dissertations, that could cost you grades and therefore cost you possible graduate jobs, opportunities, therefore costing you immediate money. But I mean, again, like you said, it's a very nuanced and delicate issue.
I think, yeah, like, so in terms of conversation, I'm not really sure because we just closed the survey today. So whatever we do is really democratic. We want to hear what student thinks. So because of that, I can't really answer you what sort of compensation we will fight for the students.
Yeah.
But what I can know for sure is that as a SAB, and also if I get elected as well, protecting student rights is the only thing I do, like represent student interest and academic experience. That's the only thing I do in my role.
Thank you. You also spoke about creating a different system for the student rep system, and instead of relying so heavily on volunteering student reps, what do you propose for a new system? What would the system be based on other than volunteers?
So I've been looking at this since the start of my job, and I also did a trip with the Student Voice team to the Sheffield Student Union as well. Sheffield is one of the best student union in the UK, and they have a really interesting system. They have some people working, so they have a paid academic assistant working with the reps. I'm not saying that we're going to do that, but I think one thing I definitely want to do is to explore different options, and that's the thing I'm still doing at the moment. I'm still in contact with other student union, and in fact, like our Student Voice team at the union is looking at this as well, because I think student volunteer actually. Like, to depend solely on student volunteer is actually it's not a good system because some people, many of us go to university, they need a part-time job. They need 10 hours a week to do a part-time job, but they also very passionate about improving student academic experience as well. So I don't want to lose those students. So that's why I think we definitely should explore a new system where you're not solely depending on volunteering.
Okay, and you also spoke about the problems with concentrated assessment periods and the stress and those sorts of things. Again, with the kind of proposing alternatives, would you want it to be a more steady level of stress without the breaks that perhaps hard levels of exam periods give? Do you have a specific theory or working sort of environment that you would prefer, and do you think you'd be able to get departments on board with this?
So at the moment, because I'm still at my job, obviously, I just launched a survey called the Not So Big Assessment Survey. So the survey essentially to find out information and the support the student given in the assessment period. And one of the questions I asked is that whether students will be able to manage their workload regarding to assessment. So this survey will be providing me the data needed to make a case of what change should be done. Again, my role, union is run democratically. I want to hear what students say. And on the other hand, there's a lot of consideration. There's a lot of consideration about changing the time, the length of the term as well. Because if you see at other other universities, their term are completely different. They have a separate term for marking, separate term for learning, and separate term for exam. And I think the university is also considering looking at this as well, and I'm working very closely with them, looking at this as part of the university strategy.
So you think that there's a willingness, perhaps within the university, to completely restructure our terms and sort of our way that we're examined? I can't believe. Well, there are discussion because staff is overload. Yeah.
And we know that by fact. Yeah, I think there's some sense of willingness. I'm not saying I'll try my best. I'm not sure what the outcome is. I'll try my best to see what students think, basically.
Okay. And one of my final questions for the last couple of minutes we have is, if you could only push through one of your policies on your manifesto, which policy would it be?
Oh, that's very hard. I essentially wrote 2,000 words for a manifesto, so I'm not really.
If you could only secure that one of your policies would definitely go through, and all the other ones are up to chance, which one do you think you would maybe prioritise?
I think. Okay, compulsory training for academic supervision and exam vigilators.
Okay.
Mental health is so important. The fact that the amount of students come up to me and tell me, how the union secured £50,000 for mental health training was such a big win, and I think I want to continue that, and I continue the work that the previous officer have done, what Steph, the current wellbeing officer, have done. Mental health is so important. I think it's a foundation for everything, and if that's the only thing that I want to secure, then definitely mental health.
So, I mean, we've got a little bit left. So if there's one reason that you could sum up as to why you should be continue being the academic officer in 5 seconds, how would you say?
I'm going to run up.
It's fine. Yeah. But thank you very much for coming to talk to us, and we will be going on to the news now.
On air, 13:50 AM and online.
This is the University of York's student radio station, URY.
From the URY newsroom, I'm Ben Allen. A ninth person in the UK has tested positive for the COVID-19 coronavirus. It was passed on in China, and the patient's now in a specialty NHS facility in central London. The World Health Organization says the number of new infections in China has stabilised, but it says the outbreak could still go in any direction. A man's been charged with murdering journalist Lyra McKee, who was shot in Londonderry. A new IRA has said it carried out the killing last April. The 52-year-old will appear in court tomorrow. BP's new boss says the company will get its carbon emissions to net zero by 2050, but Greenpeace has pointed out that the chief executive will have left the company by then, and that urgent actions needed this decade. Rory Stewart says he's received more than 1,000 requests from people in London for him to stay in their homes. The independent mayoral candidate revealed his unusual campaign yesterday so that he could get to know the city. A former monk at a Catholic boarding school has been jailed for more than 20 years for abusing 3 young boys. 80-year-old Peter Turner admitted to a string of sex offences committed more than 30 years ago in the North Yorkshire and Cumbria areas. Dua Lipa and Stormzy and Lewis Capaldi are among the more than 75 acts which have been confirmed for this summer's Siget Festival in Hungary. The week-long event is the 5th largest festival in the world. And in sport, this evening's football is underway, where Celtic and Rangers both in action at the top of the Scottish Premiership. The champions are hosting Hearts, while Rangers are at Kilmarnock. Both games are goalless. In the Championship, leaders West Brom are just kicking off away to Reading. Fulham, who will go to second with a win, lead 1-0 at Fulham. That's the latest. I'm Ben Allen.
URY.
We'll be right back with more interviews in a moment. We'll be right back with more interviews in a moment. Sorry for the technical problems there. But first, let's head down to the green room.
Welcome back to the green room. We're about an hour in. It's going pretty well so far. We've got some lovely people from Newts to speak to. Should we go over and speak to them?
So we are here with Johnny and Patrick from News. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, we're great. We're having a great time.
Lovely. We've got crisps.
Oh, the crisps is
We're not sure
becoming
why,
quite a talking point. I think that's why we put them there.
Has anyone actually had one yet?
They
Do you want
have.
I'll have one. Yeah, why not?
There you are. Have
What
a crisp.
flavour are they? Let's find out.
Let's find out. It's
More
like
AS.
lucky dip,
Oh, I'll take that.
but not so lucky, and it's just crisps.
I'll go very lucky.
Thank you.
We didn't get any ASMR there.
No.
Usually
glad.
we do.
Thank you for that,
That's
Che.
okay. Thank you.
We just spoke to Vision earlier in the hour. Vision. Earlier in the hour. We're just wondering from your guys' perspective, from News, what are you hoping to get out of covering CIN?
We're just hoping for greater transparency, really. And this is the perfect way to do it. You speak to every single candidate that's running. You find out what they're doing and how they're going to do it. Because often in elections like these, especially with a body like YUSU, where it comes under scrutiny many times a year
Yeah.
for the lack of transparency, this is exactly the moment you get to see what you're getting and if they're telling the truth about it.
So you think we should be pretty tough with our
Absolutely.
questions?
Tougher the better.
You see, Paxman style, I told you. That's what people want to see.
Yeah, it's very easy to make promises this time of year. You really got to ask how. Like, there's some big promises being made tonight. So just finding out exactly how they're going to do that, basically.
That is very important. You guys hanging around for the whole event?
It's 5 hours, bearing in mind.
Very
Well,
long.
it's 5 hours. Sadly, we won't be able to hang about for the entire event because we did a bit of a...
Right, your
Big
mic's
shout out.
apparently off.
Oh, it's off.
Take the other one.
This one's on.
This one should be
Sweet.
on.
We're actually going straight to our office to plan the rest of the campaign because we started our social media campaign yesterday with #MeetTheVoices, which is on our supplement cover, which is out across campus now. And we're just going to plan the rest of that, really. Get some nice little graphics going. It's going to be fun.
Excellent.
That does sound pretty fun. More work, it seems.
We're addicted to it. We love it.
Never ends. Addicted to the news. So, yep. So, instead of doing work, you guys got any other plans for later? I heard you're going on a social. This is what I'm trying to get to.
Anything better than here.
That is the social. We're getting in the office with some cans and some good music, and we're just going to
sounds very
plan the rest of the
relaxed.
campaign. Yeah.
Sounds very relaxed.
Yeah, and then we're going to go to Flares, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Flares sounds great. There was some debate about flares or stones earlier, but
Both.
we're going to leave. Yeah, both. We're going to leave that there. We're going to go back to the studio.
Thank you, and I'm here now with Max Stafford, who's running for Raising and Giving Officer. Before we hear from him, let's listen to what Raising and Giving Officer does.
RAG, Raising and Giving Officer, develops fundraising opportunities for students. The RAG officers cover some of YUSU's biggest events. From raising money in freshers to hosting and organising RAG Week, they are dedicated to ensuring that our RAG charities receive funds that keep their services alive.
Okay, so Max, in your manifesto, you mention that you're the current Raising and Giving and Volunteering Officer at James College. How did you first get involved at James College, and what has driven you to run for the same position for the entire university?
So I didn't start out as the RAG and Volunteering Officer at James College. I was actually originally an events officer. So that's taught me lots about how events ran. I quite enjoyed that role. But then the previous RAG and Volunteering Officer unfortunately dropped out from university, so the position became available. So it was sort of a matter of, so who would like this role then? So then I thought, I'm quite enjoying events officer, but try RAG as well, because I had experience in charity shops and things like that, so I thought this might be my sort of thing I'm interested in. So then I went for the role, and then since November, we've been having a great time. Really enjoyed it. Been raising lots of money for our fantastic partner charity Survive. I think it's great. I'm really enjoying it, so I thought we'd carry on with it. Yeah.
Brilliant. So what has your position at James College taught you, and what do you hope to take from it going forward to being the RAG officer of the entire university if you are to win?
So obviously being a RAG officer, it involves lots of communication with charities. So I've started a dialogue with our charity organisation Survive, having a great meeting with them, having another meeting next week, lots of liaising with charities, which I think is really important because obviously taking it from one charity to multiple charities across the university, that's a really important transferable skill. And also putting on events. So I'm using my skills I learned as the events officer for James to try and make some more RAG events and then raise lots of money for our charities. And I think there's a lot of overlap between the two positions. I think I'm quite qualified for both of them.
So obviously you've got a candidate running against you in this election. What do you think makes you stand out from them?
So the candidate I'm running against is currently on the YUSU committee. I'm not. I'm only part of the James committee. But then this makes me an outsider. So I can see from the outside perspective what YUSU is doing well and what they're doing wrong. So a lot of the things that I would implement, I couldn't have implemented yet, but my opponent could have done because she's been on the committee for a year now. But then when I join the committee, I can implement these things. And I think the experience I've taken from seeing from an outside perspective what YUSU can improve on, I think I can take into this role and really improve how RAG is done at York.
Brilliant. And in your manifesto, you stress, and this is a direct quote, greater transparency on what money raised by RAG activities is spent on by the university and college charities, end quote. How would this be done? And furthermore, would greater transparency lead to more opportunities for both charities and the university?
So I think transparency when it comes to YUSU, it's such a buzzword. I think you're probably the only candidate that mentions transparency by any stretch. But I think in the context of charities, it's really important because a lot of the way the RAG system works here is we'll raise money for these charities and it goes through a bunch of YUSU accounts and ends up at the charity. But when it gets to the charity, we largely don't have, apart from their general aims, much idea with what they do with it. So I'm trying to start this dialogue with our partner organisation. It's going quite well. So I'm knowing what they're spending money on, such as training members of staff in sexual assault training or things to counselling services. And I think if we stretch this out to all charities we work with, we could advertise this through the YUSU Facebook pages, the RAG Facebook pages as well, on the website. And I think if we share this information, people seeing, oh, we donated X amount of money to this charity, is one thing. If they say, and they use this money to train 5 counsellors in sexual assault recovery or whatever, I think people will see that and connect with it so much more. And I think it'll help us not only work closer with charity partners, but it'll also help us raise more money in the future for fantastic causes such as this, because I think people really connect with it.
Brilliant. And you mentioned that you want a RAG and Volunteering York Award equivalent to recognise achievements of students. How important is this to you and how will you achieve it?
So I think one of the problems with RAG at the moment is you can do as much as you can. You can raise plenty of money for the university, but it's difficult to get recognition for your achievements.
And sorry, can I just finish with summarising your campaign in one sentence?
So raising more money and improving how RAG's done at York.
Max is running against Rebecca Wilcoxon, and that is the end of our first Raising and Giving debate. Thank you for joining me.
And we will see the other candidate to that role later, but let's go across to Studio Blue, where Beth is with some candidates for the Women and Non-Binary Officer role.
Hello, I am joined with Daisy and Neha, and let's learn some more about the Women and Non-Binary Officer role.
Women and Non-Binary Officer. Women and non-binary officers have driven campus events and created change to benefit the lives of women and non-binary students. Through events, campaigns and lobbying, the women and non-binary officers represent self-defining women and non-binary people on campus.
Hello, and thank you for joining me. So I was reading through your manifesto prior to this interview, and one of the things that you referenced is having a cross-society network. Can you explain what that is? What does that mean, and what would it look like if you were to actually apply this?
Yeah, so basically, within our roles at the Women and Non-Binary network already, we've realised there's a lot of societies that do a lot of similar events and really want to collaborate with each other, but they don't really know how to get a hold of people from other societies to be able to collaborate. So really what the cross-society network will do is hopefully bring everyone together, that means so that they can actually talk to each other and collaborate with one another. It means we can pool resources, and also hopefully means that, you know, we can give the amount of support that they need to have, because they can actually access us directly as opposed to trying to find us through an email or something.
I guess there could be the criticism that it might be a little bit too dependent on the efforts of societies rather than yours as part-time officers. How would you sort of go against that sort of complaint?
I mean, we have quite a lot of interaction with societies already on campus, like Free the Flow and FemSoc. So really it would be kind of like our press and pub reaching out and asking if they wanted to join. So it wouldn't be like an assumption that they would just come and join us. It would be we want to do this so that we can help sort of support and promote events. And because there are, societies on campus that do amazing things already, and basically we just want to give them that extra push that we can with like the resources that we have from YUSU.
I mean, a key question often in the women and non-binary community is the issue of the inclusion of trans and BME students. How do you think that this could be pushed forward? Would this be a part of your agenda? Because it wasn't mentioned in your manifesto.
I think as a sort of network already, we really sort of push for the whole thing of it's for all women. We really, we're not trying to push people out at all. That would just be horrific. And for all non-binary students, if you identify as women or non-binary, we would love to have you. We want to try and do as much for as many people as possible. And especially with the advancement of sexual and mental health accessibility on campus, as well as the work that we've done with student nights out, we really want to make sure that it's a safe space for everyone to have fun.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think on top of that as well, we've got a lot of roles within the network as well that actually includes, we have a trans convener role, we do have a BAME role, we have a faith network role. So I think in that sense, although it's not necessarily as public, it is always there. We really, really do push for everyone to come to the network.
Okay, another thing that you actually mentioned is the alumni events. Who would these be open to? Would these be departmental, or would it just be something that you as women and non-binary officers would potentially create?
So I think we'd love to have departmental ones. We had actually last year, as part of International Women's Week, we had a Women in STEM, Women and Non-Binary People in STEM event, in which we had women who are in STEM who came and had stalls, and it was kind of like a mixer, and you could go and talk to people because we really want to promote women in those subjects because, it's a very men-dominated field. But we'd also have kind of a mix of everybody. So we'd really work with careers to have people sort of for very informal events, because I think there's a lot of pressure sometimes with the formality of careers events where, it can be really sort of anxiety filled because you don't know these people. So we'd have sort of just coffee and a chat.
Mixes.
And making sure that it's with companies that are and businesses that are women and non-binary led, because we really want to push for that kind of inclusion.
And so in the last couple tens of seconds, what if you could only push through one policy out of your manifesto that could definitely get accomplished, which policy would it be?
I think probably the society one.
Yeah, for sure.
The cross-society one.
I think it's the one that has the biggest impact on everyone, because it's including ideas that from other societies that affect everybody, not necessarily just our ideas from the network. And also, it should affect everyone at the university.
Yeah, it would be for all students.
Women and non-binary
benefit,
doesn't necessarily just affect women and non-binary students. There's a lot of work that we've done that does affect every student across campus.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you could sum up in just 10 seconds, 5 seconds, why should people vote for you?
We're fun, we're friendly, we're really dedicated, and we've done a lot of work already that we want to continue.
Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll be going on to the next interview.
Thank you, Beth. We are here with Ellie for the role of Community and Wellbeing Officer. But before we get into the interview, let's see what that role really means. Community and Wellbeing Officer represents students on issues affecting their well-being, such as health, finance, accommodation and security, as well as wider community issues. The Community and Wellbeing Officer is key to ensuring that students from a range of backgrounds and minority groups are represented within the university. And Ellie joins me now. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So for people who don't know, if you just want to sum up very quickly who you are, what your experience is and why you're running for this role.
So I'm a third-year theatre student. I have had a lot of experience of a lot of the different systems at uni. So I've taken a leave of absence. I am a disabled student. I'm also a queer woman. So I'm there's a few boxes that I tick in terms of representation. That's always fun. But yeah, I've had a lot of experience of mental health systems. I've helped out on Steph's campaign for the past 2 years, so I understand the running, I understand how it works, and it's something I'm really passionate about.
And I want to hone in on one of those first, which is leave of absence. It's something we've seen a lot of discussion about this year in particular. What would you identify as the flaws in that system? How can students be better supported? And what can you do as a YUSU SAB to make sure those things are changed?
So one of the biggest flaws with the leave of absence system is that when you have this leave of absence, there is it's almost like a cut-off from university, and then when you go back in, there is not really the support. So you need support and you need to integrate back into slowly. So when I first joined, they were like, right, off you go. Here's a new year group. Have fun. It'll be fine. And it was very stressful. So we have, the YUSU, they've introduced with the £500,000. So they're having student minds and they're having faculty, not faculty rep, but departmental reps with the student mind thing. So that'll be really helpful, but encouraging more support and making it more of a network, because going through a leave of absence is such a big decision to make. You're effectively having to put a pause on a lot of different things.
And in terms of that leave of absence process, do you think more should be done in the past to push students to support? What would you do beyond the sort of the support that's already been announced to push to improve that process?
I think having a lot more information about it is one of the key things. So when I took it, there was no information. It was just you take a leave of absence, and then all of a sudden didn't know that I would have less financial support from SFE the next year, which was really, really difficult. I didn't know how I was meant to manage coming back into a new year group, and it's all sorts of things like that. So maybe even something is, I know it's it sounds very old school, but things like a buddy system. So when you first join a new year group, it can be the most stressful, anxious thing. You don't know anyone. All these kids, we're all students, all these students have grown up together and they're in this year, and you've had to leave all your friends and you've rejoined someone else, and it's quite difficult. So that sort of system, and also academic support, because it's such a big, you take a break from doing anything academic and then they expect you to be able to write at the same level.
Yeah. And you talk a lot about academic support and sort of the stress more generally that sometimes students face. What do you see as something that YUSU, or you in your role, should be doing to improve that for students? What can you do?
So in terms of stress, it's something that is a part of everyday life, and there is different levels of stress. There is a healthy amount of stress, but a lot of students suffer and don't necessarily realise that the amount of stress that they feel isn't healthy, and that can impact things like how well you're eating, sleeping, even basic everyday tasks. They go out the window when you're really stressed. So things like introducing more education on stress, so seeing how people can recognise the symptoms and little steps into self-care and self-worth. So working with student minds to educate new students coming in, and as well as working with the colleges to make sure everyone is aware that there is this big network that can help, and introducing with the new reps coming in, the new money, that's really going to hopefully help.
And you mentioned working with the colleges there. And one of the things that's been sort of noticed in campus in the past few days is this letter that college chairs sent to you. So it's not necessarily directly affecting community and well-being. But how can you, in your future role, should you get it, help to rebuild that relationship with college chairs, presidents and committees?
Yeah, I think that's something that's really important. That letter, I read it and I saved it because I was that's something really important. And it did, when I was reading it, I was yeah, if people are unhappy, they're not going to come and talk to the uni. And that does affect the community, because there is discourse between college community and the student union that's meant to be representing them. So I want to make more of an open dialogue and have some really honest chats, because I know there's lots of disagreement. For example, a lot of people dislike York parties, and that's a big thing. Lots of people feeling the college system the college, the way that's structured, and the student union, there's no correlation, things like that. And I think people need to have the conversation so we can sit down and be where have we gone wrong in representing you?
And you have said that colleges are sort of a lower priority than YUSU societies, than Bucks teams, than rag and volunteering organisations, because they're not directly part of YUSU. Do you think colleges should be a higher priority for people in YUSU?
I think they should do, because they're a high priority for students, especially when you first come to university. You're a lot of people, you live in that college that you are a member of, and that's a big part of your community, and that's a big part of your well-being. These are the people you make friends with in your first year. So I think it needs to be more of a priority than it is. I know it's quite difficult because it doesn't necessarily fall under what YUSU represents. However, if it's important to the students, it's got to be important to the union.
The current officer in the role, Steph, as community and wellbeing, you spoke about her at the beginning. She's taken on these sort of campaigns. It's bust this, it's cut the rent, or the rent rant.
Yeah.
What are your campaigns for next year? What are your big things that you want to say, I want to win on this?
So obviously I want to continue with bus dis, and I want to continue with rent rant, because they're really important for everyone. However, I also want to talk I want to also start a campaign about stress, because I think that's such a common thing. So with the hashtag Let's Talk York, having online campaigning. One of my main things is accessibility at York. So York, quite a lot of the paths are very steep. If you're graduating and you're in Central Hall, like if you have a mobility issue, you can't sit with your friends. Things like that are really, really difficult. Also with the absence procedure, I want to reform that, and I want to make changes so people feel more comfortable with what they need to do.
And you talk about your experience, sort of seeing how this role is done, seeing what's happened. What would you have done differently? What are the things where you pick out and think, if I was doing that, I'd change that a bit, or I'd go about that a different way?
So I think one of them is transparency. Obviously, there is this has been an issue for a while with YUSU, and it's improved a lot more from, say, the 2 years ago. So with James Durkin's year, when he was president, I think it's improved a lot. But in terms of the student union, sometimes people are taking on roles that they didn't necessarily expect to, or there's things in their manifestos that they can't promise. So I think in that sense, I guess going through what I did and what I would have done is go through my manifesto and be like, right, what are the really important things that I want to do? And I've made sure that I've put in things that I know I can, or I can try to make a difference on.
And then as we come into the final couple of minutes on this interview, obviously it's difficult when you're running against one person, I think. And what's the thing that sort of makes you special, makes you the person that people should go online and put their first preference next to?
I have had a lot of experience, like personally, like I've taken the leave of absence, I've gone through open doors, I've gone through all these systems, and I know how rough it is. Like, I am very open that I have anxiety and depression, and that it affects me and my learning, and I want to change that. So everyone else who feels like they're at a disadvantage in their learning, they feel supported in ways that I necessarily wasn't when I was a student, and I don't want other people to feel how I felt.
And again, we've spoken about priorities, but if you could only get one or two things done from your manifesto, if there was sort of things you had to put as priorities, you know, it's often difficult to get things done in as YUSU SAB role. What are the things you think, this is my priority, this is the one thing that I want to get out of this year?
I want stress support to be something throughout the academic year, because people are stressed all the time. You constantly have deadlines. It's not just about exams. Student life is stressful. There's lots of different issues, for example, finance and things like that.
Do you think that hasn't been there in the past? Has there not been enough support throughout the year? Has it been mainly focused on exams?
Yeah, there's like a lot of, so for example, Keep Your Cool, that's predominantly runs in exam weeks. And I'm not saying it's feasible to have people standing at, in the kitchen at Alcuin and like providing food all through the year, but there needs to be more discussion, more education and more support.
Yeah, and finally, so we've got a few sentences. What's your pitch? You should vote for me because...
Okay, so you should vote for me because I care deeply about students and I care deeply about everyone's well-being and the community. I've been through it, I've been on college committees, I've done a lot and I know what needs to change. So vote for me if you think Elle can, and I will, and Elle would. That's my hashtag. That was really badly explained.
Well, thank you anyway, Ellie, and thank you for being here. We're going to take a little break with Memories from Maroon 5.
Very nice.
This is URY Candidate Interview Night. We've just had the first of our community and wellbeing interviews. Let's see what they're making of it and how they're doing down in the green room. Hey guys.
Hi, so I am currently here with Neha and Daisy, who've just had their interview for Women and Non-Binary Officer. How did you guys find it?
Yeah, it was amazing. We really loved it.
Were you properly grilled?
Yeah, they gave some very
quite nicely
unexpected
grilled,
questions.
lightly toasted. Beth was great as well, so shout out to her because she was a great interviewer.
Beth is a very good interviewer, one of the best we have, actually.
She is, yeah, lovely person as well. We didn't realise she was only a first year. Like,
we were
she's
really
very
surprised,
experienced,
like
for sure.
Maturity, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like love Beth session.
Yeah.
So, did you guys feel like you got your points across? Have you got any advice for people who are coming up next?
I mean, yeah, I think so. I think we managed to cover everything in like a good capacity.
No, for sure. Advice, try not to get a cold. It
That's
really,
good
really
advice.
messes
Everyone's
up your
got
voice.
ill
It
just
is.
as
I
this
feel like
night's
it's week
turned
five, week 6, sorry. It's like refreshers flu again.
I've currently got a grandma tissue in my sleeve, just ready.
Beautiful.
So what's next for your guys' campaign? On the agenda?
I think it's just upping our social media
for
presence and then, catch us on Monday with our posters around campus.
Currently got a car full of cardboard at the moment. Stole loads from
Everyone's
work
doing
today.
that.
So
But,
for sure.
I mean, how long is that going to take?
I mean, we've got a good campaigns team. We've got like 15 people behind us and one big kitchen. So
Why do you laugh when she says 15?
Because
I
it's
mean,
basically housemates.
yeah, it's
with
always
friends.
they're being forced into it. No, I'm joking. No, it
Is
should
that
be
what
good.
this is mostly about? Just getting help from friends to do the campaign?
A lot of them volunteered when they found out that we were running, which was quite a nice surprise.
So you've got a good like support network going on behind.
Oh
behind
yeah,
the
they're
scenes.
absolute gems. I mean, if it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't run.
No, definitely.
They keep us sane.
Who's the best artist out of all of your campaigners?
Oh my god.
Ooh, artist.
That's important.
It's an important if your poster doesn't grab people's attention.
I mean, I think I'd have to shout out to our campaign manager, Rhiannon.
Yeah, for
because,
sure.
She's very artistically inclined.
Definitely.
You could say that graphic design is her passion.
For sure.
And do you have a social media preference? Which one are you going for to grab people?
Got to be Instagram, isn't it?
Instagram. We've got a Facebook as well.
Which you should follow. It's
You feel free to.
Daisy _ and Neha with underscores in between every word.
WBN.
For WBN, yep. I don't know if that was very clear.
Well, thank you both for coming to chat with us.
No, thank
We
you
were
for
going to do
having
the tweet
us.
wall, but it's currently broken.
That's
so we're going to go.
perfectly
Yeah, it's pretty
okay.
sad, isn't it? It's what we expected because the tweet wall is pretty bad. But we got a Matt and Beth coming in.
Yeah.
You're coming in to
for
chat.
Sure. Hello, guys. Okay.
You don't have mics.
We were just giving you a lot of love, Beth.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, they're being so nice to you.
Yeah, I know. I was excited to hear myself being gassed up from the studio. It's like stroking my ego.
How have the interviews been going? From
I think it's been really good. It's been really interesting. We said the first for the community and wellbeing role. We've done our academic officer interviews, and I think we're getting into the swing of it. And we've got plenty more coming up over the next.
Are you asking the hard questions?
Well, I don't know. That's for other people to decide. But we're getting there, and I think it's you've got to strike the balance, right? These guys are running because they care about what they're doing. They're very nervous, but we've got to be there and try and hold us account and separate the voices from the noise, as YUSU would say.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how Paxman are you going?
Oh, how Paxman are you, Beth?
I wish I was more. I'm not very. I maybe should be increasing the Paxman. I'll maybe in the second half.
I was in the studio with you and we were stressing out about how to take a photo.
You've got to get an Instagram opportunity for every candidate.
Well, you've been wanting a URY News TikTok for a while, Beth.
Yeah, I do think
Do you
we
think-
should have a URY News TikTok, and I think that maybe is next on the agenda.
I know, Liam's,
CIN.
you're not a massive TikTok fan.
It'll just be cringy.
I've been
It'll just be
campaigning
really
against
cringy.
TikTok for a while.
Really?
I'm
Not
willing
for
to do
TikTok.
URY TikTok dances. I feel like it's the way forward.
You guys like TikTok? Is that on your campaign?
We're massive. We are big fans. Oh, thank you.
You have
I'm not sure if I would say that it's going to be in the campaign, but we do like a good TikTok.
That's fair enough. So yeah, TikTok is out, basically.
That's a shame. Well, we're probably going to have to run up and back out to the studio and
Thank you very much for coming
get ready for some music. But we
Thank you.
thought we'd come say hi to everyone in the green room.
Gracing us with your presence.
We are not worthy.
You bow.
But yeah, we'll
Thank
keep
you,
hearing from you
guys.
later on in the night.
Then just pass it back.
We say thank you to everyone. Thank you to you guys as well.
Thank you very much for having us.
We will leave you to go off to V-Bar and enjoy the rest of your
Amazing.
evening.
Have a good evening, guys.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I
I'll
don't know
take
who,
that one.
yeah. We'll,
Right, we've got
will
the
be
activity
helpful.
officers, the activity candidates coming in now. You want to take that one?
Hello, potential officers.
Hello.
Or are you going straight for the seat? I mean, I thought as activity officers you'd be sprightly standing up. We've got this game that we're going to play with you in a moment.
Okay.
We've been testing it out. It's gone well.
It has.
I'm so ready.
I'm nervous for this.
Yeah, this
I
is
have-
make or break time.
It is. I have the most important question for you. What is the best activity?
I mean, all activities are great, obviously, which I have to say. Like, I don't know, it's really what you want to do at York. We've got so many things which are really cool. Like, go to a give it a go, stuff like that. Find what you're good at. Like, personally, I'm into a lot of drama and sports, so yeah.
That's a good answer.
I'd echo that, actually, that it's all activities are great. But I'd say the best is probably personal to everybody. It's whatever you love. And that's great about York. We've got so many niche groups. You can really find what you want. So I'd say, at the risk of being cliche, it's what you love. That's the best activity at York.
That's good. I would have gone arts and crafts. What you would have gone?
I would have gone probably bandsock.
Oh,
I really like bandsock.
Yeah, bandsock is great.
We're running sort of the college varsity music.
Oh, that's so cool.
So that's going to be fun.
Yeah, wonderful.
We'll have to look out for that.
Yeah, you should do.
You guys looking forward to your interviews?
I'm so ready. I'm
Definitely.
so excited.
Yeah, definitely.
You're excited for an interview.
Yeah, I'm so excited because I want people to know what I can do for York and know what I can do for students because activities are such a fundamental part of university life. Like, they should be the core. Like, apart from people's studies, like that should be like the main thing they do. But you know, societies is what they end up doing. So yeah.
We've just had some people who look like they're doing activities.
They look like they're doing
Oh my
activity.
God. Hello, Caving.
Do you want to come in?
Hi. Hi, Caving. Hi,
Surprise visit here.
What activity have you been doing?
Let me guess.
So we have been drinking and caving and being human centipedes.
Thank you for coming over.
Thank you. They're lovely people. I was talking to them earlier. They've got really cool ideas for what they can do for their society, so that's great.
Yeah, that was fantastic, to be fair. And they sound really friendly. I was chatting with them as well earlier, and really great group of people.
You ever tried caving?
I have never tried caving.
I have.
But it looks fun.
It's really scary. You need to be brave. You know those rocks where they're like really close together? You have to squeeze through them. It's like you're being birthed by a rock. It's not fun.
I need to do caving
like
at some
to be
point. I've done
birthed,
mountaineering and hiking, and caving's sort of on the bucket list of like the outdoors activities to get involved with, really.
As outdoors go, it is very outdoorsy.
Yeah.
Should we get you guys playing ping pong?
Do you want to give this game a go?
I'll be terrible. I have no depth perception, disclaimer.
Okay.
So, it's
So I'm
gonna
not
be
Don't worry,
great.
Sam.
We don't have a ping pong ball.
Okay.
So we've crunched up a bit of paper for you.
No.
Should we get
Do you
stood up?
want to take your position?
ready.
We're going full activity now.
Okay.
Okay, this is the real action here.
Just,
in the
just
green
go
room.
for it.
You
Go
got
for
a tense audience.
Oh! Liam, everyone's getting it in apart from you. You're the only
What does that
person
mean?
here who hasn't got it in.
I haven't had a go yet.
You did earlier. I was
Are
there.
there's things in the pots?
Yeah, there's some questions. What are your favourite clubs in York?
Oh no. Fibbers, rip.
Oh.
I'm kind of a CUDA person as well. Like, I like CUDA.
You like waiting for an hour and a half in the
I
queue?
mean, I don't like the waiting in the line and stuff, but like, I like when you get inside. There's so much to do, but also Flares is very close to my heart. Like, who doesn't love a cheesy night out?
If you could
I love
introduce
Flares.
one activity to the CUDA queue, what would it be?
Oh my god. Oh gosh. Oh no. I mean, people probably know that I do a lot of pantomime, so I feel like drunk pantomimes would be a great thing to do.
That would
Like,
be
it'd be so
entertaining.
fun.
I'd watch that in the CUDA queue.
Yeah.
I'd go to CUDA for that.
Oh my gosh.
Just handing out scripts
This
to
is
the...
a
to
new
the-
idea
to the-
that we should all like take part in.
Amazing. So
Right, it's
Beautiful
your go now.
answer.
The pressure's on.
Oh, no.
we
Shoot.
try
Wanna
again.
have another go?
Liam, go. Liam's
You've
running
got
to
one
get the
over
ball.
me here.
This is
I mean-
action. This is real action right here.
This is real activity right here. I'm going to go with it, hit that one. It knocked over that one, so I'm going to ask you
Where's
the
it
question on this one.
This is so embarrassing from my standpoint.
Activity officer.
Can't even do this activity.
Okay, we've had this question already, so
Okay.
your answer may be the same, may be different.
Hmm.
Heslington West or Heslington East?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think there's just so much going on Heslington West, to be fair, which is a shame. There's not too much going on in East. There really should be some improvements in that field.
What would you do to improve it?
What activity?
For starters, I've been talking a lot about having a regular on-campus YUSU club night. I think there's an opportunity with the Glass House to have something there and to actually bring some action to Hes East.
Well, they do Marmite.
They do Marmite, but it's not regular. It's only twice per term. There needs to be something that's actually established and consistent every single week that sort of works in parody with CUDA, Salvos, and Revs. I was going to say Fibbers there and then rip Fibbers, really.
Yeah, it is sad that some of the clubs in York have closed down. What would you do to add some more?
I think making sure that societies know that there are spaces like on East as well as West, because I feel like East is sometimes sadly forgotten. Also, like some kind of regular club night, maybe using the Piazza building. Piazza building is big and it can be used so effectively. Like they've got that amazing space.
My favourite building in the uni is the library on the second floor where it's like a beach.
Yeah.
And who hasn't been to East, this is a good reason to go. It's got deck chairs, it's got a really nice 360, not quite because that would be like a turret. 180 degrees window where you can look out at the sunset.
But why is it called the library? Like that's the thing. There was supposed to be books apparently, but
There
then
are
they
no
just
books.
there are no books exactly.
But it's a wonderful study space.
It is.
Like
I would agree with
you can
that.
get a space in it because everyone's always in there.
This is why when you live on East, you go early in the morning, set up your stuff
Oh, yeah.
on a beanbag. It works very well. Should we do another one?
Do you want to have another go?
Oh my god, yes. This is really
See if
fun.
we can get, you've landed one, so I've got my faith in you.
As opposed to me.
Well, you know.
Shouldn't have had that faith.
My faith in you too. Don't worry.
Okay.
No. Again, sorry.
It is actually really quite difficult for everyone watching
Thank
at home
you,
and
media
thinking like,
guys. I'll
oh
go
wow,
do
they
it.
can't even
It
get
is.
it in. Like, what is going on here? It's quite difficult.
Let's go.
Oh, I nearly caught it there.
The big sad.
That went right past my face.
Oh, this is just
This is a
failure
great
to catch and
activity.
throw
This is
objects.
in the green room. We are chucking around a paper ball.
Is it your go or is it still my go?
I'll be backstop.
Who are we?
I'll
This is
have a go.
high quality content.
Go for it.
Oh, there we go.
You've landed one.
Liam, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
One and one here.
I'm like looking down the barrel of the lens. Sorry. Oh, this one's a great question. This one's going to really,
I'm excited. for
really
this.
test your ability to answer questions. Go for you first.
Okay.
Ducks or geese? Which is your favourite?
Ooh. Geese, because they're just I see them all everywhere here. I think that there's a lot of ducks, but there's just more geese. And I've got to say, I've actually got a funny story. I was once walking along, and the geese sort of were blocking the path. I could see a path, however, through, but then they sort of got up to like defend themselves, and I just had to like basically square up to the geese.
Whoa.
And get through them.
Did it work?
It did work. If you're tough to geese, they'll respect that. They'll get out of the way.
Do you apply this sort of mentality to the rest of your life?
I think there's a time and place, but not always. I'll have to say that. Sometimes you need to be tactful. But with geese, you need to show them who's boss.
Yeah, there was a Your First post about how to deal with it, and you're supposed to like grab them by the neck and swing them round. Would you ever consider doing that to someone?
No, I think I draw the line at that. I think getting violence towards geese is a little
that
bit.
was the right answer.
Be tough, but don't be violent.
That's good. That's a good answer.
That's
What
a
about
good
yourself?
I really like the snowy geese. I find like
Which ones are those?
They're just like the pure white ones. They're quite small. They're just really, really lovely. They're really cute. I have a different tactic with geese. I think if you're kind to them and if you just kind of leave them alone, don't bother them, don't just go too near them, like just kind of go about your business and they'll let you. And yeah, like you don't have to worry about it too much. Although my friend who is in a wheelchair got chased by a goose over Vanbrugh Bridge once. So
Sounds terrible.
But yeah.
Thank you so much for talking
Yeah,
to
thank
us,
you very
guys.
much.
Good luck
Thank
with your
you.
interviews. We are going
Best
now
of luck.
to Community and Wellbeing Officer interview.
But before that, we have Dua Lipa with the track Physical.
Right, and next up we have the second and final of our interviews for Community and Wellbeing Officer. It's Carly with Beth in Studio Blue.
Hello and welcome back to the interviews. In case you needed a reminder, here is what the Community and Wellbeing Officer does.
Community and Wellbeing Officer represents students on issues affecting their well-being, such as health, finance, accommodation and security, as well as wider community issues. The Community and Wellbeing Officer is key to ensuring that students from a range of backgrounds and minority groups are represented within the university.
Okay, and thank you for joining me. So, Carly, in your manifesto, a key policy is mental health and improving mental health support. The YUSU and GSA managed to get staff on all the campuses as well as extra funding. Do you think this is not enough? And if it was so hard to get that, why do you think you'll be able to get it further?
So, obviously, in my original campaign, I included lobbying for more funding. I think it's a fantastic start. And it's not necessarily that I think more funding is required, it's that you need to keep the focus on it. Because when you have issues like this, mental health has really increased within politics recently, and there's been a big focus on it and a big focus on funding. As soon as we stop pushing, it'll come out of the media and then it'll go back to how it was, and that we can't let that happen. Mental health is so important, and I think it's fantastic what they're doing. They're a little bit aware of their plans, so they're hiring lots more staff members, and they're also diversifying it across the campuses, so no matter what campus on the university you're on, you'll be able to get support. And it's just about making sure we implement that properly, advertising it properly, and making sure people are aware of exactly where they need to go. Because even though it's going to be across all campuses, East is still a pretty big campus. If you don't know where you need to go, you're still not going to be able to find it. It's just making sure people know about those services from there and seeing what further we can do. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop campaigning and trying to get more funding for it, because mental health is such an important issue.
And although I'm going to talk more about what else is in your manifesto, one thing that was only mentioned just slightly was actually transportation, which in the previous Community and Wellbeing Officers sort of thing, first bus and bustis was a really big thing. Do you see it as secondary to other policies, or do you think enough has been done by now with the bus prices and transportation fees in York?
I think bus and transportation fees in York is a constant battle, but I think everything is, and there's so many issues out there that just personally to me it's not the most important, because even though transportation is a big thing and it does provide accessibility, there's so many other things happening on campus, and particularly accommodation and the financial support. I know friends that haven't had enough money to buy food because they're paying their rent. I've had people telling me that they've got mold covering their walls and just the living standards. It's not that I don't think it's a big issue that needs dealing with, and it is on my other priorities list. It's just that it's not as big as some of the other issues, in my opinion.
You mentioned there about housing. You say that you wanted to talk to the council about making it more competitive and motivating landlords and forcing landlords to lower costs and improve quality. How do you think you, in a position as YUSU, Community and Wellbeing Officer, would be able to do that? Do you think you would have enough power behind you to be able to do that?
I think it's very difficult, but I think it's an issue that we can't drop regardless, because if we don't push for it, it's never going to change. I don't think it's going to be something that I can change instantly, and I might not even change it in my term, but if I can get the ball rolling, hopefully other officers after me will pick it up. The things that I would do to try and make it work is communicate with the council. They used to have systems in place where they would actually go check on properties, and they just didn't have the funding for it, so trying to put those things back in place and trying to compromise with them and seeing how maybe we can fund schemes like that, maybe by doing fundraising events, and also just having some sort of report system. Maybe they don't have to do it on a regular basis, but if there is an issue that's being raised to that level where it is a legal problem, because some of the standards that students are living in are horrendous, if it's to that extent, we should be able to notify them and they should be able to help and support us, because it's also bad for their community. It's bad for the businesses that are running those accommodation. It gives them a bad representation, and we don't want that. We want to work with them and form a community. So that's working with the estates to give them better quality properties that will make students want to go there. It's just that at the moment, because demand's so high, they don't always meet those standards that they should. And in terms of prices and quality, it is going to be compromised between the two, but you should be paying for the quality that you get. So if you're paying £140, you shouldn't be £40 a week. You shouldn't be in a room that floods every time you take a shower, like I was in my first year. So every time I took a shower, even if it was just a really short one, my room would flood, and then it had dry and it just smelled like damp for the rest of the day. And that was on university campus, not just off campus.
I mean, again, like you mentioned, there's the demand and the fact that they actually don't have any reason to force it. Do you think you'd be able to force these big companies like the university, but also like the external property holders? Do you think you'd be able to force them to do this, or do you think it's just something that you've got to have a go at nonetheless?
I think we could push for an improvement. I don't think we get all the way there. So particularly on those problems where I said that it's that extreme, that it's actually legally wrong for landlords to be doing this. In those circumstances, the council should be intervening anyway, and by pushing them and making them aware, by running campaigns such as Rent Rant that's already been done and continuing those campaigns, at least in those extreme circumstances, we might be able to make a difference.
And a key issue that's recently come up in terms of the community and wellbeing sphere is actually lots of the online wellbeing. So with Your Fest and pages like that, it's become a bit different with it being accused of having racial hate crime and hate language on it. What would you do to react with this? Is this a YUSU issue? Is there anything they can do? And as this has been a problem for years, do you think it will change now?
I think it's possible to change it, because the fact is that when you get online, that it is cyberbullying and it is harassment. It can even progress from that, particularly if people know each other. I've known things get said on social media, particularly on pages like Your Fest, and people have then approached that person that it's been about and bullied them in person. It's become an assault issue. That has happened and happens all the time. And the way we need to change that is to actually push for reactions and push with the police force, not just as a university saying that this is wrong, because we've tried to take pages down, they've put them back up again. That's going to keep happening. The only way that we can fight that is by taking it legally and pushing for that. It's hard, and it, in my opinion, is a YUSU issue, because they are representing the university in some way. They are using it as Your Fest. It's connected to the university. People associate with the university, and therefore it's an issue we have to deal with. It may not be us that's causing it, but we can't ignore it, and we can't ignore the bullying that's going on those pages.
A third issue that you actually spoke about was increased student financial support. So with the bursaries and grants, you suggest having a portal. What sort of form would this come in? Would this be connected to the university website, connected to the VLE? What do you imagine this would look like?
So there is already a portal talking about some of these things, but the fact is that it's not advertised that well, and it only really advertises ones that are built into the university. I personally get a bursary from home, from where I live, and I didn't know about it my first year, and that meant that I had to work my first year. That's the difference that it made to me, and that really impacted my studies. So the portal would be linked through social media, but I'd hope to be part of the YUSU page, because that's something that everyone knows how to access and is very public and already has that backing. And that would mean that people could access these bursaries and get linked to other bursaries that they might not know about, because people are eligible for so many things that they're just unaware of, and that's how I was, and it made a big difference to me.
You also mentioned hidden costs and departments. Where would this information be found? And do you think that by exposing the things that happen in all the other universities with hidden costs, it could potentially impact applications for new students or potential prospective students if they think that the course is more expensive than other courses elsewhere?
I think it does impact that, because it's something you've got to consider. It's really difficult to get on a course and then be told you've got to spend £300 on textbooks that you didn't know you had. And it really limits people. And if you advertise that, it is going to stop people and make them change their mind and think about it a little bit more.
But if they're going against other universities that aren't showing this hidden cost, so if, for example, other universities like University of Manchester aren't showing those costs, whereas York is, will this not sway people to go to other universities over York, potentially?
Potentially that is the case, but I would argue that by being open and publicising it and being honest, that people will see that, and therefore they will want to come to York, because that's the sort of policies that we are after. If you lie to get people on your course, if you hide things, and they end up with poor mental health because they can't then afford the course and they end up struggling with their academics, that affects the university negatively. If people are struggling with their academics because they can't afford the textbooks that they require, that's not advantageous to us, even if people do consider it. It's that honesty policy, and hopefully that would come with a representation that would therefore make up for that loss by people considering the finances.
You've also mentioned earlier on in this interview a lot about the long-lasting sort of SAB impact. When you look back at the previous Community and Wellbeing Officer, Steph, who isn't running this year, is there something that you look to her for to maybe imitate, or perhaps something that you look to change from what she's done?
I think the work that Steph has done is absolutely amazing. I wouldn't change any of it. I think all of them have been really good policies, and it's a hard fight, because something that I had a bit of a discussion with her is that it's not always as simple as getting your policies through. A lot of the times there's a decision. For example, let's say I did push for more bursaries. A lot of the time they might cut that from scholarships then, and that's another way that people get funded for university. It's a lot about the decision making, and it's a really hard job to do, and I'm looking forward to being able to make a difference myself, and I actually look at her as an inspiration. Her Rent Rant campaign has been amazing. The difference that she's made to mental health, it's fantastic.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. If there's one just 10-second thing what you can say as to why people should vote for you, what would it be?
Because I really want to bring the voices back to the students in the union.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Beth, and thank you, Carly. We are going to chat now to what we chatted earlier on today to Steph, the current Community and Wellbeing Officer. And joining me now is current Community and Wellbeing Officer Steph Hale. Thanks for being here.
No worries, glad to be here.
And before we get on to sort of general election and SAB stuff, I would start off with the story that's been dominating sort of campus and for a while national news, and that is coronavirus.
Yes.
And in particular, the posts made recently on the site YourFest, including one, just read a segment that said that the Chinese were swarming in and killing us. And that's obviously, that's horrible language to hear. What should YUSU's response be to language like that being published by students?
Well, I think this is one of the difficulties is that none of the YourFest platforms are ratified societies. None of them are administered by anybody involved in the management of YUSU or the university. It's all student run. And that makes it really, really difficult because actually there's not much that you can do in terms of taking action the normal ways. You can't put them through the same process as you could if they were a normal student group. I think it's one of those really interesting ones because, I mean, let's be real, for the last few years, YourFest has been posting, frankly, hate speech. All types of YourFest, every single one of them has posted some form of hate speech. They've all posted bullying and harassment. They've all enabled absolute horrific stuff to our students. Like, you see the responses, and I've had dozens of students who've come and spoken to me about bullying they've received from YourFest. And the platform administrators are enabling this. They're actively enabling people's mental health to suffer. I think that's really, really abysmal. I think they should be really ashamed of themselves. In terms of what YUSU can do, I think what we need to be looking at is how we deal with law enforcement to deal with actual criminal hate speech, because that is one of the really important things that's been coming out of this coronavirus issue is we've been seeing actual xenophobic hate speech. That is a crime. And quite frankly, we should be taking them to the police in some of these situations.
So if you knew, say, for example, or one of us knew the name of a YourFest administrator, someone who's chosen to publish this material, to be clear, what should you do? What should we do?
Well, I think if it's somebody you know who's enabling hate speech, then you should be reporting them.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter who they are. If they're an admin of YourFest, if they're saying it in your group chat, if they're saying it in your block, or they're your housemate. If somebody is enabling bullying or hate speech or oppression or just any form that is going to actively, oppress our students, you should be reporting them.
Absolutely. And we'll sort of pivot now and talk about the past 2 years you've had in the role.
Oh, hopefully
and
happier.
when you're taking sort of a look back at from the first candidate interview night you did 2 years ago to where we are today.
Back in the day.
What are the few things that you think, I'm quite proud I did that?
I'm proud of the rent cuts. I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of the work I've been doing with Circuit Laundry. I'm proud of the work that Buses has done. The fact that now the city is limiting cars, it's changing all of our buses to eco-friendly. A lot of the stuff I've done has been really long-term and stuff that I'm hoping the next me will be carrying on. So fingers crossed. I'm really proud of the scholarship work that I've done. I've met a number of people actually who are only at the university because of the scholarships that I helped raise. So that really got me actually knowing that the work I'd done had actively changed their lives.
And looking back at I'm sure over the past 2 years, are there things that you think, if I'd known what I know now, I would have done that differently? I would have gone about things in a different way?
Oh, 100%. Like the first 6 months you spend in the role are essentially you learning who to speak to and how to speak to people and how to lobby. Like nobody comes in knowing the stuff they need to know because, how on earth are you meant to know exactly who in the VC's office you need to speak to get something done? I would definitely have started doing my bigger campaigns sooner and galvanising the support that you get in that first term. The first term's a really tricky one to get stuff done in because everyone's really settling in. But I'd like to have been able to start some of my stuff earlier and particularly being able to start research earlier because that takes so long.
Yeah. And I suppose you make that point, and a lot of people have. And I remember it being quite a novel thing when you reran last year. And now we have 2 SABs rerunning.
I know, it's exciting.
Is it a nice trend to see sort of more SABs going for a second year to try and cement what they've done?
Yeah.
You feel like you're a trendsetter?
Oh, I hope I'm a trendsetter. No, I think it really is. York's really rare in the fact that we don't usually have rerunning SABs. Like incumbents going back in, that's really rare here, but it's really common in pretty much every other uni. I think it'd be really good because, again, the first 6 months you spend learning everything. So I was in the position rerunning where my first 6 months this year, I was spent doing things. The first day of my second term, I got £16,000 in compensation for students. Like, you wouldn't be able to do that any other way.
Yeah.
So I think it's a really good trend to see, and hopefully future SABs will continue to rerun and share their expertise with new teams.
I suppose the final thing, we've got about 30 seconds left in this, and looking at sort of the next you, as you said earlier, what do you want to see from the next you in these interviews in the rest of the campaign?
Somebody who appreciates that the role is not just wellbeing, it is community and wellbeing. Somebody who puts intersectionality at the heart of everything they do. Somebody who will carry on the work that I have started because, oh my Lord, if somebody lets Rent, Rant and Busters go, I will find you. I will find you. I know where you work. And this needs to carry on.
And if you had one more year in sort of 2 or 3 words, what would your priority be?
Seriously or jokey?
Either.
Priority 1, find James Hare a girlfriend. Priority 2, cut the rent even further and make sure everyone is comfortable here.
Brilliant. Thank you, Steph Hale, for joining me.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
On air, 1350 AM and online.
This is the University of York's student radio station, URY.
From the URY newsroom, I'm Ben Allen. A ninth person in the UK has tested positive for the COVID-19 coronavirus. It was passed on in China, and the patient's now in a specialist NHS facility in central London. The World Health Organization says the number of new infections in China has stabilised, but it says the outbreak could still go in any direction. A man's been charged with the murdering of journalist Lyra McKee, who was shot in Londonderry. The new IRA said it has carried out the killing last year. The 52-year-old will appear in court tomorrow. BP's new boss says the company will get its carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. But Greenpeace has pointed out that the chief executive will have left the company by then, and that urgent action is needed this decade. Rory Stewart said he's received more than 1,000 requests from people in London to let him stay in their homes. The independent mayoral candidate revealed his unusual campaign yesterday so that he could get to know the city. A former monk at a Catholic boarding school has been jailed for more than 20 years for abusing 3 young boys. 80-year-old Peter Turner admitted to a string of sex offences committed more than 30 years ago in North Yorkshire and Cumbria. Dua Lipa, Stormzy and Louis Capaldi are among more than 75 acts which have been confirmed for this summer's Sziget Festival in Hungary. The week-long event is the 5th largest festival in the world. And in sport, this evening's football is underway with Celtic and Rangers both in action at the top of the Scottish Premiership. The champions are hosting Hearts, while Rangers are at Kilmarnock. Both games are goalless still. In the Championship, leaders West Bromwich are just kicking off against Reading, and Fulham, who will go second with a win, lead 1-0 at Fulham. That's the latest. I'm Ben Allen.
And I'm sorry for cutting off Ben Allen earlier than he should have been there. I'm at Workers, but let's see how they're getting on down in the green room 2 hours in. How are you guys?
Very good, welcome back. We are having all the fun here, I'm sure. We're about to interview Max and Rebecca for the position of RAG. Well, we're going to chat to them more than interview. But how are you two feeling? You good?
Yeah.
Make sure to put your mic on. Otherwise it'll...
No, I've enjoyed it.
Have you had your interviews yet or not?
I've had mine.
You've had yours?
I haven't had mine.
Would you give any advice to Rebecca?
So my main bit of advice would be keep your answers concise. I have a habit of droning on and on when I'm asked a question. It's quite a short interview, so to the extent my interview will say, come on Max, you need to start talking quicker. But just try and keep it concise, because if you want to say all your points.
Okay.
Do you feel like you got all your points in?
I think there's things I could have elaborated better. I think, by and large, I got everything. Yeah.
That's good. So, why should people give to charity?
I think it's such an important thing, especially while we're at university. We're part of this institution that puts students together, and then together we can achieve so much more than you could on your own. So I think it's such an amazing, rewarding thing that I've been doing for most of my life. And I think that if we put more students together, it's a great thing we can achieve. And I think that's why it's so good about the RAG system at York. But obviously there's things we can improve on.
It's a very wholesome answer, Rebecca.
And it also gives you like an opportunity to see where that takes you. So maybe that's volunteering, or it takes you into so many other avenues and try new skills.
Both of you had experience with RAG before, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you want to elaborate on what you've done in the past?
So I'm the James College RAG and Volunteering Officer. So I work with our partner organisation, Survive. Absolutely amazing local charity, supporting survivors of sexual abuse and assault. It's a great cause, great people, love working with them, love raising money for them as well, that's the main thing. But in the past I've also worked in a charity shop, so sort of seeing how these charities work from the ground and meeting people from all sort of walks of life, and then who all sorts of these experiences and how charities actually work. I think both of these experiences will be really helpful.
And I'm secretary for RAG, so I have overseen how all the challenges work internationally, and how all the challenges here work, and anything to do with beneficiaries. And again, I've been volunteering and raising money since I was about 11. So again, it's just really cool to see how it's taken on a university scale.
That's really great. Thank you very much. Are we moving on?
We can do. Do you want to play some games?
Yeah.
One quick round of game. We can play question pong.
Yes.
The one game we've got here.
It's been a big hit so far, I think. Right,
Okay.
let's go.
Let's go. Let's stand. Let's get active.
Get that energy going.
Okay, so question pong, super easy. We're going to give you one of these newly made balls.
If you want to come around this way, guys.
There we go. I'm going to remove the rest of the balls. Throw it in a cup, and you answer the question that is in the cup.
So close.
And you still missed. Max.
What a throw.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try
I realise
again.
now why we have more than one.
You see?
So that I don't have to go running around.
Knock down all the
If you
This
want
is
to stand back
courtesy
a
of
bit further,
Marco.
'cause we got the camera.
There we
Whee!
go, we're in. Okay, what question?
The studio audience is just staring intently at this game.
It's the
If
most
they land the
entertaining
cup,
thing.
give a bit of a cheer. So it's not just...
Okay, this is a very hotly debated question we've had every round.
Oh, is it the same question?
Ducks or geese?
I feel like I'm going to give the wholesome answer with ducks, geese.
Oh, nice.
Wait, what? Which one? Ducks, geese?
Ducks.
Yeah?
Ducks, 100%. Geese, they've impeded my walk to lectures too many times now. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a clapping.
They are evil.
Whips the camera around. Right, should we have another go? It's your turn now.
Okay.
It's big. It's underhand.
See? Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
I'm not going to sneeze, it's A-okay. I'm back.
One more, and then we're going to move on. Oh,
I'm going
nice
to
try.
say it hit this one, because that one tipped a bit, and I'm in charge. So, what's your favourite club in York?
Probably Salvos.
It's a solid answer. Strong because it's still open.
Yeah.
It's not my choice anymore, is there?
But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming to
Yeah,
speak
thank
to
you very
us.
much.
Thank you.
Hope you have a great evening.
Yes. Good luck with your interview. And enjoy V-Bar.
Yeah, have a chat.
I'll take these mics. Thanks. Have a great evening, guys. So, who are we
See you
talking to now?
Oh, yeah,
We're talking to the tweet
we could
wall.
do the tweet board if you want. A lot of it is just tweets from URY
We
News.
have a lot of people asking a lot of other people. I'm going to give these mics back. There we go. So we have URY News atting a lot of people, URY News atting a lot of people, URY Disabled atting a lot of people. Oh no, this one says head of URY. That's some words. The rest is atting a lot of people. If you're going to tweet, please don't start it with atting a lot of people because we're just reading off names here.
No, actually, we've had a lot of weird tweets, so just don't tweet at all.
Or if you do, say hi, something nice. This is a nice camaraderie kind of thing. So please hashtag YUSU Elections 2020. Do the little gang sign for hashtagging. Should we go chat some more people?
Yeah, let's chat.
Who have we got now?
Hello, I'm Nick. I'm the former head of York Vision as an MD, and I ran last year to be an activities candidate. I got battered by Ollie Martin and Brian and others, actually, but, you know, he's still around, still here, doing a PhD now. It's all good and fun.
Former, why did you leave Vision?
My PhD is such a big thing. Like you realise, like just after you start it, how much it's not like undergrad and masters. You can't really drink so much anymore. You actually have to sit and do work for like a full day. And like helping run a student paper is a big job. I mean, doing student media, as you know, is a lot. So
We are working very hard, aren't we, Liam?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like that certainly. I can the Pong game, like obviously, like
That wasn't even us.
Yeah, we didn't even come up with that.
So yeah, well, you just put me off doing a PhD. Thank you. So what are you doing now?
Well, I'm just here with Vision, just doing a bit of helping with the tweet wall earlier. As you mentioned, we had some interesting tweets. Helping, trying to give some content for our friends at URY to make sure that the show goes on.
You've been giving our tech team the runaround.
I know, they seem to have had a lovely time. We like to think we offer a challenge, you know what I mean? We're there to hold truth to power, and that, you know, on URY's election night, sort of big coverage, we're there to help out in any way we can. I think that's
Here
the
to
main
put
thing.
us off when I turn around and suddenly I'm speaking.
We don't think put you off. We think we can give you stuff to say. I mean, there was no ats really in our tweets, apart from at Che. We had some content on that wall.
You did have a lot of content. That is a very
We've
good
had a
point.
tweet from Alex Towell saying he's listening in at home.
Oh,
Hi,
wonderful.
Alex.
He's a member of our URY team.
Oh, lovely.
And he couldn't be here today because he's got tonsillitis, which is...
He was meant to be presenting, and to be honest, things might have run more smoothly if it wasn't just us two doing it. So we could have had more games.
What other games would you think of doing?
Twister. Radio Twister.
Doing a dance, learning a dance together.
TikTok, there you go. Back to the TikTok conversation.
Back to the TikTok conversation.
Yeah.
We could be doing that. But I'm going to be interviewing, because you mentioned Ollie Martin. I'm going to be interviewing Ollie. Is there anything you think that I should be asking him?
That's an interesting question. I think he's actually had a really good year as activities officer. Like, I'm actually glad he won. Like, he'd be much better at the job than I would have been. So it's nice to see someone like who's kind of delivering on his manifesto, bringing it back. So I just guess the only thing I'd ask him is, what more would he want to see from like next year? Where would he say that he's kind of could have done more or was held back, and where he'd like to see the net role go in the next year or so? That's what I'd ask. But I'm not the man doing the interview, so.
That is true.
That is
I've
true.
got to make that decision.
That is true.
It is a very contested role as well.
It is.
One of the most.
Yeah, there's 4 people running for it this
I
year. It's
know.
quite interesting. There was 5 for a while last year. Then there was 4, so we're kind of holding average there, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Nick, so much for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are we going now?
Are we going back to Studio Red? Possibly. Thank you very much
We
for
are.
joining us. Hopefully we'll be back later with some more games. We'll try and think of something different. Who knows? Right. See you later.
Thanks, guys. You're coming back to me, but you are going straight back over to Studio Blue and Beth. Hi, Beth.
Hi, we're here in Studio Blue, and we've got Ruckus, who is a candidate to be the social sciences faculty rep. But before we, go into the tough interview questions, let's find out some more about the role.
Social Sciences Faculty Rep. As part of the Academic Representation Network, students are supported by over 450 reps and the student engagement team at YUSU.
Thank you. So, very briefly, in a few words, summarise why should students vote for you?
Hello, first of all, I'm Ruckus. The 3 key points in my manifesto are spaces for academic activities and creating community, effective communication with students, and customized and integrated career support for social sciences faculty. So those are my manifesto point, and I think a lot of students in the social sciences faculty would find them quite relevant. To add on to that, the main theme in my campaign is to talk, to encourage conversation. So if students have more points, I would be more than willing to encourage conversation going on and listening to students.
Yeah, so let's examine some of those points a bit deeper. So you said you want specific spaces for academic activities. How would this differ from what we have now? For example, can't academics just book out seminar rooms? How would this be any different?
So the ultimate goal of my manifesto would be to have a specific dedicated space for social sciences. So right now, there's no sense of community really within social sciences. When I talk with students about what they think of social sciences faculty, they don't realize that they are within the faculty. So I think that's quite a big problem, because if we encourage the sense of community, a lot of could be done in terms of peer-assisted learning from good practices, joint events, and etc.
Yeah, and as well as that, you talk about an increase in effective communication with students. Would you label communication at the moment ineffective? And what steps would you take to make communication a bit more effective?
Yeah, I guess I would say the communication now is not reaching its full potential per se.
Very diplomatic.
Yeah, essentially, most of communication now is done through emails, and students don't really read emails. So I would encourage to look for alternative communication methods, trying out to utilize social media maybe, and all the other platforms which are available. Because what we have right now is clearly not working, because students just don't read their emails.
Yeah, and as well as that, you talk about customised and integrated career support for the social sciences faculty. So at the moment, the careers department has 2 careers consultants, which cover the social sciences faculty. So one covers economics, education, law and management, and the other one covers PPE, politics, sociology, social policy, social work, SPS, and women's studies, and also works with the Hull York Medical School. So, what specific changes would you be making to look to career support, or what additional support would you be wanting to introduce? How would you make it customised, and more generally, how would this tie into the responsibilities you have as faculty rep?
Well, first of all, I want to utilize the resources which are already there. So as you mentioned, we have 2 careers advisors for social sciences faculty, but I don't think that, first of all, students are there. Well, at least quite a lot of students are not aware that they exist. Second of all, it's just not used to the full potential. So just raising awareness, encouraging conversation on how we can make it work for social sciences faculty. And in terms of integration, I would like to see career skills as more emphasized thing in degree structures. So, for example, modules could emphasize certain skills which you gain from it, which could be applicable in labor market. Because right now I feel social sciences are very no job focus per se, and that's not necessarily bad, but I would like to see more focus on that.
Yeah, that's all we've got time for. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
No worries. And we're ready to hand back to the others in wherever we're going next.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we'll be talking to Brian Terry, a candidate for Activities Officer. Let's find out some more about the role.
Student Activities Officer supports and develops engagement and inclusivity in extracurricular activities, including societies, media, RAG, volunteering and events. The Student Activities Officer represents 200 plus student groups to the university, lobbying for their interests and making sure that they receive the recognition they deserve.
Brian.
Hello.
You've run on a manifesto of improving nightlife across York. How are you as Activities Officer going to improve it? Do you not think this is a bit beyond your remit?
I don't think so. I think Ollie Martin's done a fantastic job of bringing in nightlife underneath the Activities Officer's sort of wing. He's established that it is actually a topic that the Activities Officer should be talking about. And indeed, I believe that if I was the next Activities Officer, I could definitely push for better improvements within the nightlife culture at York, both in the city and at the university on campus.
So your plan is to push, but who are you going to push?
First of all, I think it's important to have a short-term solution to the recent club closures by having an on-campus YUSU club night, potentially on a Saturday or a Friday, whenever is good for students. I think those 2 nights are probably the best, but, I'm open to listening to that. Also, we need to push long-term for a students' union building so that it has the proper facilities. Admittedly, this is just part of a chain, but I'm very eager to be a very strong link within that chain and to push for a students' union building that takes into account the needs of students, be it clubbing or storage space, flat floor space, all of these sort of things that are important for students on campus, no matter what they do.
One high-profile dispute this year that current Activities Officer Ollie Martin has been involved with is with right-wing group Turning Point UK.
Yes.
I know you're on SOC's committee.
Yes.
And so you have a very good knowledge of what the situation is. Would you ratify them?
Last year I ran on a manifesto of free speech, and I sort of have tried to keep points of that across. I know I didn't win, but at the same time I tried to keep core tenets about myself. And so yes, I do think that Turning Point UK should have been ratified. Indeed, I actually did say yes to ratifying them. I don't agree with their views, but at the same time I believe that we need to have an open and fair debate, and we should challenge people on views we disagree. So I think shutting them down was the wrong decision. Obviously the committee decided overall to reject the application, and I stand by the committee's decision, and they did give valid points. But personally, I was from a freedom of speech point of view.
Do you think that that squares with the fact that Turning Point UK are now introducing a UK version of the US's version, Professor Watch List, which in turn could be argued threatens academic freedom of speech itself by scaring academics into adopting views that Turning Point UK agree with?
That's an interesting development. I wasn't actually aware of that. Obviously, it's a multi-faceted situation, and everything needs to be taken into account. If they are starting to promote hate speech, then that suddenly becomes a big no-no. But from my understanding, they weren't affiliated with TPUS, and they didn't have the really strong negatives. They weren't engaging in hate activities. If they are starting to lean into that, then yes, that does become an issue. But as it stood at the time, I felt it was okay.
Do you back YUSU's continued involvement with York parties despite the heavy student criticism of their nights?
No, I don't think so. I think there is an opportunity to relook at the system potentially and to see if it's really serving students. Admittedly, I believe we have a contract with them, and we may be locked into that. That's something for me to go away and actually read up on, admittedly. But if there is opportunity for change, I don't think necessarily York Parties is serving students well. As you said, there's heavy criticism of them, and I think we need to listen to what students want. And admittedly, it does really seem like students don't like York Parties.
How are you personally going to help find more revenue to increase York's relatively modest activities budget?
First of all, let's introduce a regular on-campus club night. At the on-campus nights we already have. We sell drinks. and this generates revenue and generates profit. Having something regular would bring in money. Also, additionally, it's about lobbying the university for more funding. It's about saying, look, student activities are really important. It's what makes university for a lot of people. And as a result, people will pick their university based off of this. It's about having a strong, firm standing on this, that it is important. It's not just about the academics, and we need to make that clear to the university, and we need to push for better funding.
So student activities is something that I personally have been involved with for the entirety of my time at university, and one of the main criticisms of YUSU's role in student activities is the finance system. In fact, very recently, the college JCRCs and CSAs have come out and published an open letter which heavily criticised the YUSU finance system. How will you help improve this vital part of managing a society, club or media group?
As I say in my manifesto, we need to push for better back pages systems, not only just the finances, but also how students set up events. We need to really work on this as a priority, I feel. I think YUSU are sort of being a bit slow on this, and we need to just speed it up. We need to get on with it. Not to the point where we just launch ourselves into a new problem, but at the same time, we need to have some rapidity, because this is causing issues for student activities, and we need to get on with fixing it effectively.
So, in your three main manifesto points published in news yesterday morning, you've not mentioned student media, despite this being the largest block of funding that any sort of single group of societies gets. So, I'm going to ask you a couple of quick fire questions on student media.
Sure.
What is your stance on I say because URY and also York Vision, which I'm the editor of, are both media groups. What are your stance on our freedom to publish?
As I said earlier, I'm very in favour of free speech, and indeed, I'm quite eager for you guys to be free to publish effectively what you want, even if it's critical of YUSU. I do feel that it's important to have that sort of accountability.
Would you be willing to go publicly against the wishes of YUSU to promote this, student media freedom?
Yes, I would be in the corner of freedom of speech and of a free press.
Okay, one of the most high-profile issues that has come up a couple of times tonight is your fest or your fashions or whatever you want to call it. There have been a number of incidents over the years with anonymous confession pages based on York. There was an initial Your Fest and then they got shut down, and there's currently a lot of pages. Would you ban them?
Well, I don't think as student activities officer I would have the power to ban them. As a result, no, because I can't.
What I mean is, would you basically seek out the individuals running these pages which have been virulently racist, particularly recently with the coronavirus, and would you seek to apply sanctions against them for this?
Again, I reiterate, I don't think the student activities officer would have the power to apply sanctions. I do believe, however, with the issues of hate speech and whatnot, this might be an issue to bring to external authorities.
Okay, which values do you hold that you think make you a good candidate for activities?
I'm energetic, I love having fun, and I'm really open and I'm flexible to new ideas. So you can see this in my manifesto and in my introduction. I've been a part of 15 student groups. I've been on committee for 5 of them. But I've also got an open manifesto. I'm willing to listen to what the other candidates are saying and what students are saying across the campaign trail. And indeed, if I get the position to every student in the union to make it really a union for them, which is how it should be, admittedly. I'm really uneager to go tunnel vision. I want to keep broad opinions. I want to take things on board. And so I put that point in there to just say firmly, I want to listen to students.
That was a big part of your manifesto. You said that you're the best person for the job because you will listen to SOCs, events providers, and nightlife providers. How do you think that your predecessor, if you should get the role, Ollie Martin, has done at listening to student groups?
I think he's definitely listened to the nightlife culture, especially with the events form. I think those have been really good. He's definitely brought students together on this sort of topic, and he's open dialogue. I will say that with smaller groups and indeed Refreshers Fair, he's somewhat dropped the ball. There was a lot of confusion and there wasn't enough advertising, actually. I feel very strongly on that point that people didn't really know what was going on. So as a result, I think that there were those issues. with him, and I would like to seek to improve upon that. You know, you can't get everything right, I think, when you're doing the work, so it's no criticism to Ollie. Just merely I would like to improve upon it and to listen better to student groups, especially with those topics.
Thanks for coming in, Brian.
Thank you for interviewing me.
Thank you, Che and Brian. We head back over to Studio Blue for the next candidate for this role, Beth.
Hello. Yes, I am joined with the second Student Activities Officer candidate, which is Kit Clark. Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
Okay, so again, a key issue at the moment in York is the closure of lots of clubs and venues that a lot of our student nights have taken place in. In your manifesto, you suggest some alternatives, but there seems to be a capacity problem when you speak about places like the Basement, which has a capacity of 100, and Stereo, which has a capacity of 120. Are these places big enough for the larger club nights that you maybe suggested?
So for that point, it was less about the larger club nights and more about like independent like music people. So there are lots of people in York who do music and want a place to express themselves. And places like the Lounge just aren't quite big enough for that. So I was thinking those venues are better for that kind of thing. For club nights, however, like there are places on campus which are like great for it. So over in James, the Roger Kirk Centre, that would be great for a student club night.
I mean, again, with the Roger Kirk Centre, it's a big expenses for the university. Do you think YUSU have the funding to go into the communities and activities of like sort of officer position to be able to use the RKC for that sort of purpose?
I think there should be an ability to. So we can do things like fundraising for it. I'm sure people would love to have something on campus so they don't have to go into town. So they can use the venues on campus. I think, especially for the RKC, it would be just really, really good. Like, I'm sure that UC Barts would be able to help there and promote that. I think as activities officer, it's so important to promote student club nights because students should be able to have a really fun time.
Do you think that this is perhaps as an alternative to York Party Solutions? How do you feel on the involvement of York Parties in the student nightlife at the moment?
So I think York Parties is kind of controversial at the moment, especially with all of the closing venues and stuff, and not really. It feels like they're not really offering an alternative when venues do close. But I think we should keep that link with them, especially because they kind of know what students want. They have that kind of ability to know, and if we got rid of that link, it would be really sad for the university, I think, because a lot of the maybe USU staff don't quite know what students need in their party lives. So yeah, I think it would be good to keep it, but maybe review certain aspects. Yeah.
Okay, so you would keep the tie if you were to get into position. Mm-hmm. Okay. As outside of this, you've also spoken about RAG. One of your things is the RAG Resource Hub.
Yeah.
What is that?
So a RAG Resource Hub would be a space where people are able to have a way to connect different charities. So they'd have contacts there for different charities. So say if you wanted to go to Age UK, you'd have the local events teams who are in York. You'd be able to know what you can do to support them properly. Big things like, I don't know, abseiling down Central Hall, that's a massive thing that happens each year. And I think also there would be just small ideas, because RAG doesn't have to be this massive event. It can be something really small, like going and volunteering maybe an hour a week, or putting a little bit of money into a charity box, especially for smaller charities. They're so important in York because there are so many smaller charities that need support.
I mean, a lot of your sort of manifesto promises involve third parties. So, for example, you speak about lobbying the council, you speak about lobbying the university itself. You also speak about student media providing an independent media day, and YUSU bars maybe having events. Do you think that these maybe take away from some of the society's individual sort of autonomy over what they choose to do? Or do you think maybe, for example, if you're using YUSU spaces, are you taking away from the college committee's ability to use said spaces that maybe are linked to their college and maybe something they want to use, rather than it being a YUSU project over their own project?
Not at all. I think creating links with these people, creating links between colleges and YUSU and societies is so important, especially because I think a lot of societies don't feel like they're heard. So if they can have these links with them, it means that everything's not so separate. If you're able to have an event for, say, I don't know, the basketball team and the basketball society and make sure that they know people within YUSU, who know people within the university, who can help them set up bigger events. It's just better for societies. We can't have these kind of big walls between us because we're all working for the same thing, really. We're working for students to have the best time at university as possible.
I mean, again, I do have to bring up the spaces thing because that is seeming to be the biggest issue at the moment.
Yeah.
And with the college chairs coming out saying that they've had some issues with the way that YUSU as a system works, do you think maybe taking some of their spaces, does this endanger there and perhaps cause further friction?
I don't think it would cause further friction at all. Like, they would know if I were to be elected, they would know that they would be heard. Like, I would love to have an open dialogue with them. I'd love them to be able to feel like they are heard because they're so important to university life. Like, having that connection there and knowing that, and having them know that the student union is on their side because they are students. They're people who really value the university as much as YUSU do. So with the spaces thing, I think that being able to share and negotiate, it would just create this lovely open dialogue with them.
You also spoke about safeguarding training within committees. How do you think this would function? Do you think it's feasible, particularly within committees and societies where they have high turnover, they have a lot of elections quite regularly? Do you think that this is something that would actually be able to be implemented?
Definitely. So at the moment, there is one training day for societies, not even society committees, it's usually just the chairs of the societies that go along. And these, personally, I didn't find it very effective at all. It was like a day of what they called mentoring, which they were able to, I spent a lot of time making a marshmallow tower, which was supposed to show me how to have leadership in the society, and I'm not quite sure how that connected. So being able to talk to student minds, talk to all of the people who know things about the different societies, like, it would just be really lovely for them to know how to properly safeguard and know that it's not their responsibility to have to deal with, I don't know, things which might be hard to deal with, like sexual assaults and things like that.
So is those sorts of things like sexual assault, what other policies do you think would be implemented as part of this safeguarding? Like, what sort of areas would you focus on?
So definitely focusing on well-being and mental health within societies, because society shouldn't be a stressful place to be. Like, you should be able to reach out and have the support. Also, support with like outings and being able to run their own events and stuff like that. So if, say, the Drama Society want to put a show on in, the Joseph Rowntree Theatre, they should be able to do that with the support of YUSU and not have to worry about, say, their own funding and things like that. But also, on the note of funding, they should be able to know where their funding is going to be coming from and not have to worry about the university changing things YUSU changing things without their knowledge. Because there was a big problem this year with the finance system. So it was changed the beginning of this year, and then it was changed a couple of weeks ago, and no one was given notice of that. So if people are, again, open dialogue, I keep coming back to it, but that's what needs to happen. Like, there needs to be a way for people to know what's going to happen in their societies.
I mean, how do you think that can be achieved? Because realistically, if you've got so many societies and so many people involved in so much things, like the whole student body, how can this individual level of dialogue be achieved when it is you in your role?
So with me in my role, I would really like to do a thing that actually Finn Judge did, which was go to Courtyard for a couple of hours a week, make sure that people know that I'm there, people can come and talk to me, voice their opinions and questions, also really going on Societies Committee as well. So making sure that they are working with different societies, not just like the main big ones in each, like, I suppose, themes and areas, making sure that they know what the problems are and making people feel like they are heard, because I feel like that's just a massive thing that needs to change in at the moment, is people need to feel like they are heard in the societies. And I'm not sure if that's how they feel at the moment.
And when you've looked at previous SABs that you've just mentioned in that role, do you think they've been able to have long-lasting impact on the area of activities and, for example, so on?
Oh, definitely. Like, so Ollie Martin has been brilliant with events. He has worked really, really hard with them, especially with all of the closures which are going on at the moment. Like, just really good. Finn Judge was, so he was I think he was my first activities officer at university, and he just kind of, I don't know, I remember his name, so I feel like I remember what he did there. Like, I know he did a lot with societies and having that open dialogue again. Also, we had Mikey as well, who was even before that, who, like, his whole thing was about recognition within societies, which was really wonderful.
And as we wind down, if there's just one policy that you could push through, what policy do you think it would be?
Choosing one is really difficult. I think that all of the stuff with like the RAG Resource Hub would be so important, because that's not just for like the people who do RAG, it's for everyone else. It's for independent students, it's for people in societies. Lots of societies do RAG events, but they're not quite sure how to get them off the ground. Also training committees, but I know that's the second point and I wasn't supposed to say it.
It's okay. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will be going back to Studio Red for another Activities Officer interview.
Thank you, Beth. I'm joined by Hugh Campkin, again, running for the role of Student Activities Officer. Thank you for being here.
Hello. No, thank you for having me.
So, just very quickly, who are you? What have you done? And why are you running for Activities Officer?
So my name is Hugh Campkin. I'm fourth year now. I'm doing a Masters in Music Production, and I've been I've been here for 4 years, and in that time I've been heavily involved in lots of different extracurricular activities, from kind of running independent events to hosting UOI shows, and also I'm the former president of YUSU, and throughout that I've had a lot of experience with the whole kind of activities and sort of sports and clubs scene, both from nightlife to anything else, pretty much, yeah.
And then I thought the first point that you make in your manifesto, the first two words you say is unite creativity. Is that just a slogan?
No, so that's so basically what I mean by that. I mean, it's kind of I wanted to just sort of sum it up, but essentially there's a lot of really, really talented and creative people throughout this entire university. I've met so many along the way, and the problem is a lot of them, they only meet through sort of circles and kind of networking and things, and whereas especially for someone who's just joined the university, has involved themselves in a society, it can be for anything. They want to host a live music event, or even just to get someone to make a banner for their Facebook page or something. I mean, it would just be good to have somewhere like a platform that people can just go and, whether it's paid work, free work, people can just upload their CVs, tell you what they want to do as a creative, and then people can go on there, find them, talk to people, and it's just a great way to bring not only individual people together, but also societies together and get societies working together.
And you talk about making York a cultural hub as well. What can YUSU's role in that be, and how do you, as Activities Officer, bring all the people on board from across the city that you need to do that?
So there's, with Mansion and Fibbers unfortunately closing recently, those are two of the kind of only sort of spaces in the town centre that allow people to run a lot of independent events and sort of cultural, so there's a lot of different types of, I know sort of some kind of events aren't everyone's cup of tea, not everybody wants to go to a techno night, but also not everyone wants to go to a 60s night, I think, but the problem is there's not really, with these places dying, there's not really the freedom to actually have, to run those events and things. So it'll be good to have the university as the centre point for basically expressing that. We've got a lot of unused spaces on campus, such as the Roger Kirk Centre, that could really be utilised for things so in Freshers Week, it's used for getting live acts and stuff. And I've done some research, and they don't have breakfast there on, I think it's a Saturday. So, it means that you could have Friday nights, you could run an event there, and then so whether that's YUSU bringing in a live band, it's going to be financially beneficial. It's going to bring people into the university, even if it's not just for students. Just bringing it and just giving York a good reputation for somewhere that you can go to for culture and arts.
That was a point that really stuck out to me in the manifesto when you mentioned the Roger Kirk Centre. One of my other things is I'm a secretary on the James College Committee, and we, as you say, we run a club night in there during Freshers Week.
Yeah.
The reason that we don't do that more regularly, the reason we couldn't do it in Refreshers Week, is because it costs literally thousands of pounds to convert every time you want to have a club night there. How can you reduce those costs to make a regular night at the RKC actually viable?
So, so this is one thing that has been pointed out to me, and one thing that I've been doing a lot of research into, is that basically, so a lot of that cost, especially things like staging, like hiring a stage, costs a lot of money, but the actual gear as a long-term investment, if it was something that was going to be done over and over again, it could be something that could be invested in. And also looking to people within York to help fund that as well. I mean, so I've spoken to people from the Crescent and also Paul from Fibbers, and they are more than keen to basically get involved with running events on campus for students. And like that could be something that it doesn't need to be like all this money needs to come from YUSU. I mean, as long as it's like I mean, because well, as you know, YUSU's not for profit, just for students. But so it just like if we can get people to get involved and we can get that infrastructure there for these events to be ran, then it's something that could be done possible, be made possible. And the Vice Chancellor has expressed an interest in, over the next few years, building a new kind of building that has like performance spaces and event spaces and things, and hosting a union building within there. So this would be a good way to sort of get the ball rolling on that and show the university that it is something that's worth investing in and it's something that students want.
And I want to stay on the theme of nightlife and talk a bit about York parties. It's come up in the last 2 interviews we've had.
Yes,
There's criticism that was levelled at them. You take a slightly different approach to many in your manifesto, because you say the anger at York parties was a case of poor communication between YUSU and students. Is all the criticism of York parties just about communication? Are there no flaws with York parties?
I think largely it's so there are definitely flaws, but a lot of the flaws that were being thrown around at the start of the year was a case of miscommunication. And once it was explained to me properly that it was just because, I mean, from the outside, York parties almost looks shady because, I mean, there's absolutely no information on it. You can't find any information on it on their website. You don't know what they do. They don't know the terms of their contract and things. And so anyone thinking, what are York parties actually doing, wouldn't know. So why can't we just make this? I mean, obviously some of it's going to be commercially or financially sensitive, so that's fair. It can't be released. But I mean, just if if people just had an idea of what they're doing. Also, going back to the flaws, there does need to be some more student involvement in York party. I mean, because York, so it's 4 nights a week that thousands of students go to, and like on a regular basis. But it's all just ran by one small group of people who nobody has any idea who they are. And so, I mean, we can work with Adam J, who is the owner of York parties, to get more students involved, whether it's like as DJs, organisers, event promoters and stuff. Because even if even if it's not for a kind of like financial role, it's something that as you could almost get it working as a society that people would be interested in, because it's something that can be used to build a get experience in events running and organisation that you can then use those skills in later life.
There'll be people listening who probably doubt the sort of openness of Adam J, who you named, to get students involved, to change from a model that has worked very well for him and his company. What makes you think that you can be different, that you can get students involved in York parties as a structure?
Well, I think that, and I've seen that there has been, I mean, with Ollie's events forums, which have been really successful, there have been, one of them was very, very heated, and a lot of that was targeted at York parties. And it should, so I think that they are now understanding that they have got to be a part of the university as well as just rather than just an external promoter or events organizer. So it will be more of a kind of like a negotiation to get. So I mean, because it's unfortunately York parties aren't going to want to do it unless they're getting something out of it. I think it'd be good to put pressure on them to actually get more students involved and make them part of the university. And it should be pressure enough to just explain to them that we just don't want something like this to happen again. We don't want that heat to go back onto them, because it's I mean, if it's all just being misguided, and to do that, there actually needs to be some kind of student involvement.
And I want to move on to one more thing, which is, as your activities officer, I aim to make more information regarding the inner workings of YUSU more accessible. It's in the context of your parties, but as a general point, what can you do to increase transparency, which comes up every time in these YUSU elections? Yes,
exactly. Yeah, so that's one thing. It's always said, but I mean, it just basically needs to be YUSU needs to take responsibility for the thing. So it's rather than if something goes wrong, everybody knows that people make mistakes, and if I think it would people would be a lot more understanding if something does go wrong, YUSU say, I'm sorry, this happened, it was our fault, this is what we're going to do to fix it, and working with students to actually get them to work together and basically work with YUSU so that this information is transparent and it's yeah.
The response to the letter for colleges was one of the people that signed it was YUSU's CEO. I can name every other CEO of every other charity in the country if I want to, but YUSU's rules stop me from naming that person on the radio. Should I be allowed to?
I think you should be. It's because that becomes because it's a sort of that becomes like a thing of like commercial. Like it becomes almost like a commercial thing, which YUSU is not meant to be a commercial. It's meant to be a union. It's meant to bring like students together. It's meant to be us working together and not the board that are basically essentially determining what can and can't be said.
Thank you, Hugh. We have to go over to our final candidate for the role, but thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, we're over in Studio Blue now with Ruth Awolola, and she is also running for Activities Officer this year. So in your manifesto, first of all, you mentioned promoting and supporting the wide variety of student activities on offer in York. How has your experience as a society's representative helped you with that?
So being on societies committees has been great for me, but also I'm the president of a small society. When I joined SlamSoc, it was only a year old. I was the fourth member. The president stepped down and I decided to take up the role. And we risked not being ratified the next year. And I was on Societies Committee and I worked with Societies Committee to get small societies ratified. Like, it's really important to me because I think despite how many people are interested in your passion, like that is your passion, and YUSU can support that.
Do you think then, in terms of student groups, that there's a funding imbalance that needs to be redressed, actually potentially within YUSU, between smaller groups and the larger groups?
I wouldn't say necessarily it's an issue of funding all the time. Sometimes it's just support. They don't know where to go to or how to fundraise, or they've got questions that bigger societies already know the answers to because they've got years of experience doing it before. My society, all we really spend money on is snacks. We had pineapples and raspberries yesterday. It was fantastic. YUSU doesn't have to fund that, I don't think, but they should know that the money is there. There's stuff like the new development grant that loads of societies don't take advantage of, but it is £150 that can really help a new society starting up or a small society.
So would you say the issue is more information and making sure that it's accessible to everyone rather than funding itself?
I would say it's definitely more information and just guidance and support.
What would you say to those who might say that obviously having a role on Societies Committee would place you inside a sort of a bubble at YUSU of people that are centrally involved, and maybe that puts you at a disadvantage when connecting with the wider student body?
I've loved being on Societies Committee. I've been on Societies Committee for 2 years, and interacting with them is very different to my interactions in everyday life. But I've tried to get involved in university the best way I can. I was DEP rep. It was really interesting getting to know all the other DEP reps. I got to know someone from each department, and that was a really enlightening experience for me. I got to hear about the wider issues on campus. I have loads of friends who don't get involved in UC things at all. So I'd like to say that I had my ear to the ground in a sense, that I've got quite a vast group of people to pull knowledge from.
Fantastic. So I mentioned funding earlier. You don't actually mention student media in your manifesto explicitly, but student media obviously get the largest significant block of funding from YUSU. What do you think student media's place is with the union, and should YUSU be more open to criticism from student media?
I think YUSU should be open to criticism. I think this is a big thing that lots of people have spoken about. Presidents have spoken about it. My fellow activities officer candidates have spoken about it. Transparency. There is an issue from YUSU, with YUSU there. A lot of things go wrong and the wrong people get blamed. Previous sabbatical officers getting in trouble for things that might not necessarily have been their fault as well. I think the media should be allowed to criticise them. The way it's handled should be sensitive, and we're criticising people here, not an institution, but it shouldn't be a no-go.
Yeah, do you think student media is effectively policed by USU? Obviously, there's been issues in the past, such as the previous York Vision editorial team getting in a particular spot of bother a couple of years ago. Do you think it's effectively policed by USU at the moment in terms of restricting content?
I don't think so at all. I know the Vision editorial team that got sanctioned. I don't think the way USU handled that was very good. I don't think they were considering the mental health of the students who were involved. I was actually on the editorial team. I was the only member of the editorial team who didn't get sanctioned because I wasn't involved in what actually happened. But at the same time, I think USU should have done more to stop that from happening in the first place, but then also more to support the students, because it's the students that matter.
What could they have done to prevent that happening in the first place?
Because from my knowledge, everything has to get sent out to USU before it gets published. I think it should have been stopped at that stage. Also, I would say I didn't have effective media training.
Okay.
And that's from personal experience, and I was still allowed to have the position that I had. Training needs to be improved.
So training needs to be improved. Okay. On to the second point in your manifesto then. You said that you need to ensure that students get the recognition they deserve. You talk about the York Award in your manifesto. Is that the key policy that you see implementing to address that?
I was trying to address a broad range of issues with this particular point. I think the York Award is really important. I think the amount of time and work that goes into being in a student group it's crazy. I'm just watching getting me in here and all the work you guys are putting in. I'm so impressed. And it's the same for societies and the different types of media as well, whether you're big or small. And I think it's important that employers know how much work you're putting in, that they are aware of this time that you've put in, as well as your degree. So I really want to work with students on reviewing that and helping it be as significant as it could be.
All right, I want to move on to nightlife because it's been a big topic in the debate so far. First of all, you said that you want to ensure the student voice is heard when it comes to shaping our nights in York. Obviously, Ollie Martin this year has had several events forums that he's put on. Do you think those have been a success? How would you build on those next year?
I do think the events forums have been a success. I think it's important to hear what the students have to say. One of my housemates, she was invited to the focus group on the summer ball, and she got to have an input in what's not being heard. And I think it's really interesting that they're appealing to students from normally underrepresented backgrounds. So we got specific emails as the working class network, would you like to be part of this forum? And I think that is important, so it is accessible to everyone.
And do you think that obviously York parties currently have essentially a monopoly on official student nights from YUSU? Would you change that at all as activities officer? Would you look to change that and find an alternative solution?
I think it's a hard question and it's a good question. I could sit here and go, yeah, I'd change that. York parties are out right now, but I don't think that could be the case. There's only so much I can do in a year, and how sustainable what I can do can be. I want to work with York Party so we can improve it. There's only now 3 clubs on the student nights. I don't think that's on. It's what students are looking for when they're applying for universities. I remember looking for what were all the best club cities, and I applied to Newcastle was my first choice because it was the best nightlife 2015 and 2016, and I was like, yeah, that's where I want to be. We're not going to get on lists like that with CUDA and no, but just CUDA. Just CUDA doesn't work.
Okay, so if you're obviously working with York parties, how would you work with them to improve the current situation with event spaces closing?
I think it is about discussions as well, looking for new venues. I know it's a massive funding issue, but it's something where we need to be focusing our attention.
And you spoke in your manifesto about the potential for a new events building.
Yeah.
How would you argue for that if you're trying to convince the university or the student union to invest in that project?
I would fully support a new student union building with the ability to facilitate events. There's lots of universities that already have it, like St Andrews. I think it is about communication and lobbying and maybe starting campaigns, but getting our voices heard, because it is something the students need. It is part of university life. Even though it's not your degree, it's still important.
So obviously an events building would be a few years down the line probably, in terms of obviously building infrastructure for that would take a long time. What would you look at temporarily for the next year as activities officer in order to fix a short-term problem of lack of event space?
I think the university and UC need to know that it's something the students really want. It's a lot about communication, about getting the students together to get what the students want from a student union building, what the students want from the student union in general, and then communicating that effectively to YUSU and to the university.
Do you think the solution is on-campus space or off-campus?
I think we can find solutions in both. I want to be working with off-campus venues to see how we can support student activities and student groups. There's a lot that are already doing a lot, like Vinyl Cafe. You can book that space for free for like poetry readings and stuff like that. But lots of student groups don't know about that. So I want to work with the community as well as working with on-campus events.
All right, fantastic. So just finally to finish off, obviously there's a lot of challenges that the role of activities officer presents. So why are you motivated to run for the next year? What is it that inspires you about the role?
I've just really loved being part of student activities whilst I've been here. It has been like the highlight of my university experience, whether it's Slam Sock or Societies Committee or being in the pantomime. I've just loved doing all of that and I want to give back, and I've seen how it works and I think I could effectively help.
And in 20 seconds, why should people vote for you?
Why should you vote for me? Because I want to help you. My interest is your interest. I just want to see the students get what they deserve.
All right, thanks very much, Ruth. Back to you guys in Studio Red.
Now I'm joined with the current activities officer, Ollie. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm very good. Have you had a good evening so far?
It's been really nice. I was on Have I Got News for York before. I've been chatting to a few candidates as well. So it's a typical YUSU evening, you know?
It's a typical YUSU evening for sure. So you're stepping down as activities officer.
Yes.
How has your year been?
It's been great so far. Busy, there's lots going on. There's a lot of unexpected challenges. I mean, stuff comes up in this job. Well, I mean, look at the last 2 weeks, right? We've had strikes, we've had coronavirus, all of this combined with YUSU elections. So much stuff going on. It's great fun though, but it can be hard at points.
How do you feel like you've done over the year in terms of the events that you've run? And how do you think that you could maybe have changed things? Would you have changed things if you could have gone back?
Oh yeah, I mean, the thing is that this job is really interesting because the first 6 months are spent like learning how to do it. Then someone comes in, takes your job, and then you have another 6 months to do stuff. So no, like I'm really pleased with what I've achieved so far. Of course there are things I wish I could have done better and stuff. Things I wish to started earlier. But like overall, I'm happy. I've seen some cultural change in how people are thinking about creative stuff and events on campus. So I'm pretty pleased with that.
It's a bit of a shame, obviously, because some of the sort of club nights in York have become a bit sparse.
Yeah.
It's pretty important, I think, as an activities officer to start looking into options on campus. What would you suggest to your sort of successor?
So we've been putting a lot of groundwork in this year we've really fortunately had a new Vice-Chancellor come in who's very passionate about civic engagement and culture in the city. I think he understands the greater context of what has traditionally been a research and educational driven institution in the wider city, and that we need to change as an institution to stay relevant in the city. I've had some encouraging conversations with Charlie and other members of UEB. Like, they're always going to hold their cards close to their chest until they actually sign off on something. But from what I am hearing is that there is interest in developing a space, be it a student hub or whatever, and there is money being made available for it. But what myself and it will be 5 years. It won't just be the next activities officer. It will be the next activities in 2025. That will.
So it's a much longer term.
Yeah,
plan.
And there, I think there's this thing that no matter how different our manifestos and aims are, I think we all need to understand that a building is going to shape the next 50 years of the university.
Yeah,
and that's a really important thing that we get it right.
I'd agree. What are you looking for in terms of the qualities that your sort of successor must have, do you think, that you've learned after this year?
Well, in terms of things, I think you need to be... I think there's some resilience involved. I think being a good listener. And I think having your finger on the pulse, understanding... maybe I'm completely off, but I get the feeling that I have a good idea of what's happening in the city, what's happening with students as well. And seeing a broad range of opinions, I think you can come in and be really driven on a few issues. But as I've seen this year, there's been stuff that students bring to me that was nowhere near my original manifesto, but becomes a priority. And you have to have that drive to keep pushing what you want to push, but also having the flexibility to accept that new things will happen and there will be new priorities,
No, I'd agree. I'm going to mention, because I feel like it's going to come up with a lot of activity officers, is sort of YUSU's relationship with York parties. Would you change any of your stances that you've had over the years on York parties? Do you think the relationship between YUSU and York parties maybe needs to improve, change?
So, look, York parties are effectively a contractor, right? They run a service for us, just as the contractors that provide our food and provide our beer. So yeah, we do have a responsibility to ensure that that's the best quality it is for students. I think people do seem to see York parties as this evil empire, which they actually aren't. I mean, the York parties sponsor pretty much anything we ask them to sponsor. They give a lot of money to the colleges. They provide nearly £100,000 towards student activity. Considering last year we gave £220,000 in grant overall, York parties are a massive part of, they're 4 times the media budget of what we get. So like we would be much worse off with big national promoters. I think partly it's actually at our end we need to improve comms around it. I think, but yeah, there are things to improve. But the thing is, York parties are actually, when I've sat down and talked to them, they do listen. It's just making those changes. I think they've become a real scapegoat this year, but actually they're not to blame for the city nightlife declining.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, we're going to have to go into news now, but thank you very much for coming in and chatting.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
It's been good. Thank you.
On air, 1350 AM and online.
This is the University of York's student radio station, URY.
From the URY newsroom, I'm Ben Allen. A 9th case of coronavirus has been confirmed in the UK. A patient's been taken to hospital in London after being diagnosed. We're told they contracted the COVID-19 in China before travelling to Britain. The outbreak has also led to Chinese officials postponing April's Formula 1 Grand Prix there. A baby girl is in serious condition after being bitten by a dog. The 1-year-old was taken to hospital yesterday evening after the attack in Long Eaton in Derbyshire. A man has been charged with the murder of journalist Lyra McKee in Londonderry. The 29-year-old was shot as a rioting broke out in the city in April. A woman's been jailed for 2 years for trying to operate an aeroplane door during a flight from Stansted to Turkey. A judge told her all other passengers would have been petrified as she shouted, "I'm going to kill you all." JLS are getting back together. 7 years after splitting up, the boy band are going on tour in November and December. And now, in sport, Celtic are now 10 points clear at the top of the Scottish Premiership. They eased to a 5-0 win over bottom-side Hearts this evening, while Rangers lost 2-1 at Kilmarnock. Motherwell missed a chance to move back up to third in the table after losing 22 to Johnston. Hibs beat Ross Country 3-0 and Livingston won 2-1 at home in St Mirren. That's the latest. I'm Ben Allen.
Thank you, Ben. I'm Matt Perkins. We're back with candidate interview night here on URY. It's just gone 10 o'clock and we are about to talk to a candidate for RAG officer, but let's hear what that role means first. RAG, Raising and Giving Officer, develops fundraising opportunities for students. The RAG officers cover some of YUSU's biggest events, from raising money in freshers to hosting and organising.
So I think it's about talking to students more, because I think currently the events we run, we do it as kind of a very insular, it's us, this is what we think we want, rather than actually seeing what people want. Yeah. And that means that people just don't either show up or go to stuff.
And I want to touch on an issue that's come up quite recently, which is YUSU's relationship with colleges. College chairs and presidents sent an open letter to YUSU about several aspects, but RAG did come up, and about YUSU support for college events. What can you do to bring college events and YUSU closer together?
I think it's just about having good communication. So, again, maybe all colleges need to unite and work with YUSU and not see YUSU as the enemy and vice versa. And there just needs to be an open conversation about exactly what everyone wants and what their priorities are.
So, for example, there's a clothes swap event being run by a number of colleges this week. Do you think YUSU should be a co-host and help promote that event?
Yes, I do, because I think actually the more people you can get to promote it, a wider audience, YUSU have platforms that the colleges just don't, and that's going to help. That's surely just going to benefit everyone. And
something really different in your manifesto, you talk about a lot about the integration between RAG and liberation groups and accessibility. What can you do to make RAG more inclusive? What are your plans to actually make it happen?
So I think it's, rather than assuming that I know exactly what the liberation groups want, it's talking to them and getting their members to come up with what they want rather than me proposing stuff for them.
Yeah. And do you think that's not happened enough in the past?
No. Like, I know from doing all the challenges that because there's financial implications for doing them, that people just don't. Like, this year we've been really undersubscribed for people who want to do them because they just don't feel represented.
And so do you want to see a move away from maybe some of these challenge events that have a quite high barrier to getting involved?
So either a barrier, or I want to see how we can make it so there's some sort of lower cost, or there are just ones which you don't have to raise such a big amount, or you don't have to pay so much.
Is that so? I mean, a lot of these things, people almost want to do the cool things, right? And they want to make money for charity, but it's quite difficult. You know, we did an abseil down Central Hall. I ended up doing it for URY, but even that sort of £20 cost can be off-putting. What you need to make sure that, so you talk about financial inclusivity. What do you see this conversation as being like? How do you work with YUSU to lower the cost but still make as much money as you can for the charities?
I think, again, it's never going to be straightforward because YUSU are going to have their own priorities of what they think. But I think it is just trying to see if there's any way, either with YUSUs or with the charities themselves, to saying, look, we have this. I think it's also higher engagement in students of if you're having 50 people wanting to do an abseil, that is going to look better than having 5.
Yeah, and then I suppose one sort of, as we're sort of coming towards the last 2 minutes or so, if you had to pick one or two things that you could do from your whole manifesto, what would they be? What are your priorities?
Inclusivity,
Yep.
because I think that without it you just don't get engagement, and also big feedback and actually knowing what students want, because again, same thing, like you can't run anything without people feeling not just engaged but they're included and that they can actually take part in it.
And how do you get that feedback from students?
So my plan was to either do it on social media or have a suggestion box somewhere in YUSU where people can put stuff in, and feedback after events. So events forms are sent out, and okay, people aren't necessarily always going to answer them, but like you're going to have, if you ask the question, you're going to get a better response than if you don't.
And do you see social media as a way forward? What has YUSU's engagement for RAG events on social media been good enough?
So I think, again, it's about promoting with it, it's working with the YUSU, it's getting it in all the college newsletters. So rather than each college working against each other, let's help each other and make sure that all the colleges are raising the best amount of money.
In the last 10 seconds, sort of, you should vote for me because...
I want to engage people and I really want to be as inclusive and welcoming as possible.
Rebecca, thanks so much for joining me. We're going to head over to an interview for International Students Officer in Studio Blue.
Yeah, and I'm joined by Maureen and Paulina in Studio Blue right now, who are running for International Students Officers. But before I'm going to ask them some questions, let's hear what the role entails.
International Students Officer. The International Students Officers represent 20% of the student population. They hold drop-ins, support international events, and ensure that international students get the fairest deal while studying at York.
Hello guys, nice for you to join me here in Studio Blue. Let's just head into the questions. So in your manifesto you state that you would want to work closely with the academics officer, quote, to ensure that international students are better facilitated in terms of their accessibility to academics. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? So what do you feel isn't working at the moment?
So I guess when we talk about this point, we don't just talk about the current academic officer, we also talk about like various reps, so, like whether it be in course reps, because at the moment I'm a department rep myself, and I feel like, you know, as an international student, well, I'm doing quite well, but like, you know, if it was someone else, we don't really get much support and guidance and like navigation, whether it's department or YUSU or someone else. You know, different people have like various experiences, and I feel like, you know, by prioritizing and perhaps making it more transparent and clear as to what like those positions are actually about, and like making people aware that there are points of contact where they could go to, would be one of the priorities for us for the next year.
And it's essentially about linking it to the other point of having the career support, better career support for the international students as well, and by ensuring better career support, we would be at the same time ensuring better prospects of them being in the country that they've studied in and they want to have a job in.
Very good. Recently, there has been a big discrepancy around a racist YORFEST post that was written regarding the coronavirus. How do you think the Students' Union and the university should address that? And are there any things that you, as prospective international students officers, could do?
So personally
something like
speaking,
that.
I was at the International Student Forum the other day, and I learned from the other international students, specifically from some of them from Hong Kong, some of them from Japan, and some of them from China, telling me about the fact that international students face these kind of snide remarks or racist remarks on casual basis. People usually just say, go around and saying that, oh, are you a Chinese person, not realizing the fact that that person might be Japanese. And it's not, there's no clear distinction in that, but just the fact that these things happen on much more regular basis. And the point about having an international student welfare, promoting it at the university level is about ensuring that these kind of activities are minimized and that international students are dealt with in a much more better and humane manner.
Yeah, I guess just going back to the post itself, whether it's us or someone else, I think the right response or like the right way of addressing this issue would be just clarifying that, you know, it's not their fault, you know, just because they're Chinese, it doesn't mean that they actually, you know, they contributed to the outbreak of the disease. Like, you know, you never know who gets it, and we should feel sorry for those who have it. We shouldn't be blaming anyone, and particularly now because everyone knows how many, like, how much international students contribute to the university, and even regardless of this, like, everyone should be treated equally and respected in a, you know, due manner.
And you would promote that through...
just perhaps spreading awareness and just, you know, reiterating once again that, you know, we should be an inclusive community and everyone should be respected and treated in the right way.
The main idea behind that is to actually, it's the first point of a manifesto about the intersocietal relations, and we're going to ensure that the main idea behind our full campaign is to have better communication between the societies and better collaboration between the societies, and we're going to ensure that by having regular events in which people learn more about the other cultures, and that's pretty much about it.
Okay, as a last question, why should people vote for you?
Essentially because we're the only candidates standing. And we were the ones who actually cared about standing for the rights of international students, and we promise that we are going to ensure them.
Thank you.
So I'm Gina, and I'm interviewing Jackie for the role of working class officer. Let's find out a bit more about the role.
Working Class Officer. The Working Class and Social Mobility Officer is a relatively new position at YUSU, created following a referendum in 2017 to 2018. The officers advocate for and represent the interests of students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds on campus, run the Working Class and Social Mobility Network, creating opportunities for working class students.
So Jackie, if you'd like to briefly introduce yourself.
Sure, my name is Jackie Tran, and I'm a first year student doing BA Social Political Sciences, and I obviously come from a working class background. So I was the next student ambassador for the Access Project. So this is a charity who works with disadvantaged children from disadvantaged backgrounds to obviously get them access to higher education. This is a thing I'm very, very passionate about because I obviously had my own struggles getting access to higher education, and without such charities like the Access Project, I wouldn't be here today possibly.
So those are projects outside of the university. What makes you believe that the university needs a working class officer?
That's a very good question. So the working class role itself is controversial, but I think obviously as a first year student coming to university, I've been to the network, and they really helped me to feel welcome and part of the university, and working class students often feel quite unrepresented, and it's very important that they are represented in every way possible, as we will talk soon.
That's great. So it says in your manifesto that you want to run campus-wide campaigns on issues that appeal to all students. What do you feel is the biggest issue facing working class students right now, and how do you aim to tackle this?
There are many issues that are facing working class students right now. So we've just
so most people will be aware that the current SAB officer secured a 5% rent reduction on university-owned student accommodation. This may sound to the average person not good progress, but it's about having patience and keeping up the fight, because getting these changes is not really easy as well. I also want to look into continue the work of Bustis, so getting better transport services in York, which will be a long-term thing, and likewise with Break the Circuit, so the floors with Circuit Laundry, where many students, including myself, often experience a very bad service with Circuit Laundry.
A lot of those things that you've been speaking about affect all students. Why do you think they affect working class students in particular?
Yes, obviously they affect all students in particular, but in terms of working class students in particular, it obviously affects them a lot, because you got to have decent access to public transport, but not have to pay too much for laundry, because at the moment it's ridiculous. Students are expected to pay a ridiculous amount, no matter what background you're from, and that's really not fair.
Amazing. So the working class officer is quite a controversial role, like you said. One topic of debate is that people think the working class officer can actually create more divide between classes instead of minimise it. What would you say to this?
That's a very good point. It ties in quite nicely with one of my manifesto points, which the biggest one I'd say is to make sure that the network is non-partisan. So at the moment, there's obviously quite a lot of stigma and perception that the network is tolerating a particular political view, but it isn't. Everyone's views are tolerated and respected, and the fundamental thing is the network should stand up for working class people to make sure that they feel represented and be a safe haven where they can get help and access and support, to have a place where people can share their experiences and really feel welcome at diversity.
Mm-hmm. And briefly, you've got about 20 seconds left. Why should people vote for you?
People should vote for me because I'm very enthusiastic. I do a lot of campaigns, and it's really time for change now, and it's really time for change. So if you want action and change, vote for me. Yes, we can.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll head back over to Tom, who's talking to a candidate for Faculty Rep Social Sciences role.
Yeah, so I'm in Studio Blue now with Matt Best, who is running to be the Faculty Rep for Social Sciences. In case you've forgotten about the role, here's a quick reminder.
Social Sciences Faculty Rep. As part of the Academic Representation Network, students are supported by over 450 reps and the student engagement team at YUSU.
Thank you, and thanks for joining us, Matt.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me on.
So, very briefly, why, we all love a good pun at candidate interview night, so why should students think that Matt Best is in fact the best candidate?
Well, my entire manifesto is based around sort of getting people the best course they can get. So one of my key manifesto points is super easy idea and feedback submission available from your phone, which is as simple as scanning a QR code. So on your phone, you just scan the QR code. It brings up a Facebook chatbot, which tells you everything you need to know. It can tell you opportunities for work placements, both in the UK and overseas. And it's really just about sort of communication. So you can you can see what's going on, what opportunities there are. If you have any feedback or ideas, you can submit them quickly and easily. Because if you've got 10, 15 minutes free, I'm betting you're not logging on to the VLE, okay? You're going on to like social media, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, and that's where this is really going to be based. So if you've got 10, 15 minutes, you just log on. You can, if you've got a complaint or something's happened in your module, your lecturer has skipped something, you can just quickly and easily send a message to your course rep, department rep, or your faculty rep, and just tell them what's happened.
Yeah, so it sounds very engaging, but some critics of it might say that, who uses QR codes these days? Aren't they an outdated relic? How would you respond to that?
Well, most people, I would say that people use QR codes a hell of a lot more than they use emails. Like, I don't know about you, but I know 90% of the students here probably check their emails once or twice every couple of days. But with a QR code, you could just see it, or even better, you could just have a link online that you just click on. It does the exact same thing. So it's just way easier. It's more simple. It's a lot better than Google Forms and email.
Yeah, and as well as that, what you've pledged to get career clarity from the Careers and Global Programs. Could you talk a bit more about that? You know, are we lacking career clarity at the moment, and how do you use your role as a faculty rep to resolve this?
Well, I wouldn't say we're lacking career clarity. I'd just say it's not clear at all. The Careers Gateway, the Careers Pathway, they are sort of mazes of information, and I think it'd be a lot easier if we just had specific links to opportunities sent straight to your phone that you can click on. There's no signing in, there's no trying to get through the VLE. You just click on it, it takes you straight to an opportunity that you can then explore more.
Yeah, and as well as that, some of your 3 key points that I've got in front of me, they're quite broad. They're applicable to students across all faculties. What specifically would you do for the social sciences faculty? Are there any specific problems within the faculty that you think need addressing?
Well, I think that York Social Sciences is good, but I think we can make it better. And I think using sort of QR codes and Facebook chatbots, we can make it the best it can be. Because employers employ from the best courses, don't they? They employ from Oxford and Cambridge and then sort of work their way down. But I think we can make York Social Sciences the best and get people and get employers looking here first to get the best sort of career opportunities that we can for our students.
Yeah, and very briefly, you've pledged to create a Facebook group to discover placement opportunities. Do you think a Facebook group would be necessarily clearer than the existing system of placement opportunity promotion? And, would this not disadvantage students who perhaps don't use social media for whatever reason?
Absolutely, it would be clearer, because you don't need a laptop or anything. It's all on your phone. For the VLE, I can't use it on my phone. It's not clear enough. The text is too small, and I know that's kind of puts many people at a disadvantage. So having it on your phone, on a Facebook group where you can just see a notification and click on it, is much easier than the current system with emails. And with regards to people who don't have Facebook, I've been out there all night. I haven't encountered anyone who doesn't have Facebook or who's brought up that problem. There's kind of 2 billion users across the world, so I don't really think it'll be too much of an issue.
Okay, and we're drawing to an end of the interview, so thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And in about 5-6 seconds, do you want to quickly remind people why they should vote for you?
York is good. I can make it better, but together we can make it the best.
Thank you, and back to Studio Red.
I'm in Studio Red with Matt and Robin. They are both LGBTQ candidates. Let's find out a bit more about what that is.
LGBTQ officer. The LGBTQ officer is responsible for representing the views and needs of LGBTQ students and making sure they are taken into account by the Students' Union and the university.
So we just heard a little bit there from that jingle, but if you can, succinctly as you can, it's either of you. Could you give a good definition of what your role would be?
So yeah, the role of the LGBTQ PTO, it's to, as has been said, represent, support a network of students who identify as lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer, plus. It's to support them, and mostly what we do is activism campaigning and make sure that the university are doing everything they can to support the students.
Brilliant. That's a pretty good definition. In your, I watched your 60-second manifestos. In those, you spoke about the current network not having, not working at the moment. What specific things did you identify that don't work, and how would you go about changing them if you were to, get the role?
Okay, so we're currently both members of the network, and we have been for the past year. We've seen the issues that we face, like we have a bloated committee. So when we say that, we currently have around 42 to 49 members on our committee, which is bigger than any other committee on campus. Organising committee meetings, trying to get things done with that amount of people, it doesn't work. It's not representative to students at all. It's one of those things we want to reform, that we want to separate the committee, because some of the roles we need, like college officers, are massively important. But we also have conveners for all of our subgroups that run different events for the different networks. So we want to separate that, have different subcommittees. We want to use student feedback, find out exactly what students want from us, and go from there to find out whether or not they actually want something different, if they want it to work differently, because currently it's just not getting the engagement that it used to.
Can I shoot the same question over to you?
I think so. It's pretty much what Matt said. It's all about just taking what we have currently, reorganising the roles into subcommittees, delegating the work between the two PTOs if we do get elected, and making things run more compactly and efficiently by separating things up and make sure areas don't overlap, and all the feedback we need to hear is being fed back to us from students.
In your 60-second manifesto as well, you said you wanted to put together an action group. How do you plan to bring together all the people that you would need for that action group? Because there's a lot of different groups that you need to... So what's your plan for that?
So, I guess it's pretty simple. So, all we want to do for the action group is something to really implement our ideas in the university and make it more widely and more efficiently actually carried out rather than just thinking of them and saying it. All we want to do is just reach out and talk to every department that is in the campus, just get their feedback, see if they want to bring members in. Hopefully they will, so that all departments have a say in what's going on. And we'll do that by just sending out emails, going to the departments and talking to their faculty reps, their staff reps, all that type of stuff, and just getting the feedback and bringing them all together.
Do you think people are going to be keen to be a part of this?
I think so, yeah, because currently on campus there's equality and diversity team who would massively, I think, want to be involved in it. There's also an LGBTQ staff group at the minute that's already set up. So I think if we were to try and link up with them more and make the action group inclusive to students and staff and departments, work a lot better. It would also organise the space issue, that we'd be able to get different spaces, find out what's being used, what's not being used, and find out where the issues between staff and students lie.
What would you have done? So you were in the role before?
Yes.
If you were to go back, would you have changed anything from what you did? Would you have wanted to do something different?
Yes.
Improve what you did?
If I could go back to the start of my term, knowing what I do from network, because I came into the network quite new, and within a few months I was going through the election process to be a counterpart with Jem. So I didn't really know a lot about it at the time. If I could go back now knowing what I know, these ideas that I have would definitely be things that I would be acting on. I would be trying harder to get colleges involved. I spent a lot of my time over the past year trying to get colleges involved, and it didn't work. Officers just didn't seem to be interested. Currently, I've reached out to new officers. All of the college officers have replied, and I've got that engagement so far. So continuing to build with that is something I really think will help the network.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best of luck. And that's it.
Thank you, Liam. Thank you, guys. We are throwing back over to Studio Blue, where Sam is talking to Pippa Davies.
Hello, Pippa. You're interviewing for the role of Faculty Rep Sciences. So do we need to tell you what the role is about?
Sciences Faculty Rep. As part of the Academic Representation Network, students are supported by over 450 reps and the student engagement team at YUSU.
Okay, so I've read through your manifesto and I'd like to go through your points. So the first one you talked about is having more departmental study spaces. So I'd like to ask you, why do you think this is important, and why do you think having departmental study spaces is better than just having spaces in, say, the library?
So two main reasons, really. Studying together is part of creating a community in a department, and whilst, yes, we have the library and the Spring Lane building, these aren't specific to your department, and obviously a lot of humanities and arts subjects tend to focus their studies there. So it'd be nicer for us to have our own spaces, but also we're getting more beds. There's colleges being built on the other campus, and where is the logic in not having more study spaces to accommodate for that?
Okay, and how would you like to see this implemented if you were to get this role?
Ideally, they'd be within departments, but obviously, space-wise, that's not always feasible. It would be potentially an idea to have some outdoor study spaces, and if they were undercover, you could make use of them in bad weather as well. But I would go to faculty forum and have these discussions.
Okay, yes. And your second point was about having paper-free hand-ins. Why do you think this is something that's important?
So obviously we're in an age of sustainability. It's on everyone's mind at the moment, and lots of paper hand-ins means lots of trees being cut down. Nurses, their reimbursement forms are 17 pages and they're printing them off every 2 weeks. And that's every student on placement, which is ridiculous when forms can be submitted online.
Okay, yeah, but how do you think this would work with forms that are difficult to submit online, such as those in physics and maths?
We all have access to computers. There's computers in the library, there's computers in departments, and the printers, it'd be very easy to scan in. Like, if you've done work on paper, then scan it in.
Okay, yes. And your final point was on getting more constructive feedback on your assessments. How do you find where do you think the balance is between getting good constructive feedback and actually getting quick feedback from hand-in to feedback coming back?
I think it's important to make sure that markers are using all of the 4 weeks. Like, it's not a race to get the marks out as fast as possible. And I know that's the case in some departments. They try and get it out as quickly as possible rather than making use of the whole time. But also more consistency between markers, making sure that there's a marking criteria that every marker is focusing on and meeting all of those points.
Yeah, how do you think that consistency could be achieved?
I don't know the answer to that, but hopefully I can find that out by working with the faculty forum.
Lovely. And just in the last couple of minutes, is there anything else you would like to add to tell people why they think you should vote for you for faculty rep (sciences)?
So I've had 3 years experience working as a course rep and department rep. So I've worked a lot with YUSU in my own department. Whilst the university did end up creating a policy itself, opt-out policy for lecture capture itself, after we did it, that me and 3 other course reps actually got it, lobbied for it in our own department, and we got it passed. So I have successfully lobbied the uni for changes.
Okay, and just in the last 30 seconds, which of your 3 points do you think is the most important? Which one would you choose if you could only pick one?
The more departmental study spaces. I think it's like people come to university to make friends and to study and have a sense of community.
Okay, thank you very much, Pippa. So now let's come back to Studio Red.
Hello, in Studio Red we're joined by Hayley Calloway, who is a candidate to be volunteering officer. But before we get onto the interview, let's find out some more about the role.
Volunteering officer develops opportunities for students to become involved in volunteering, something 750 students took up through YUSU last year, contributing 11,716 hours of their time. YUSU volunteering officers facilitate a wide range of opportunities to volunteer and support a whole range of projects.
Thank you, and thank you, Hayley, for joining us.
Yeah, thanks.
So, very briefly, quickly, summarise, why should people vote for you?
People should vote for me because I'm currently second year and I've been running a project with YUSU volunteering called Keen York. So for about a year now. Definitely get involved if you don't know what that is. And so it gives me a real insight into volunteering projects and what they're about and how important volunteering is.
Yeah, so you want to create a Do Something Special campaign. So, could you talk a bit more about exactly what that would be and how you can guarantee that would be an effective campaign?
At the moment, not a lot of people know about Volunteering Week. Personally, I didn't know about it until about a week ago, and I run a project. So something with Do Something Special is getting every project to do a Give It a Go session, because I know a lot of people really don't know projects or how to get involved. So I think that is a big part, especially like small parts called micro-volunteering opportunities, like one-off sessions, which is important because people don't have time, especially like mature students, have a lot of time to do weekly sessions, and they do take a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, and as well as that, you pledge to create a blog on all social media outlets to improve communication. How can you guarantee that students will read this? How will it be effective? And by all social media outlets, I'm guessing you don't mean MySpace, but sort of, can you expand on the idea a bit more?
Yeah, so what I found is that a lot of people don't use all social media outlets. So like the main ones like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter are like the top ones that a lot of people use at the moment. So those definitely have a blog. More about it is like I want volunteering to go onto like other outlets of like volunteering pages or onto even more like committee pages, because a lot of people don't know where that page is. I only joined the page about 2 weeks ago because I didn't even know about it. So trying to do that and having a blog on those outlets regularly will get more people interested in it, because I don't read once a week blogs. If there's like one that's keep going, I'll be more likely to read it.
So how would you source, for example, the students to write it, or would it be students, or who would you task with writing the blog?
We've got the volunteering committee that's part of the volunteering officer. So I'd like to either get me or someone within the volunteering committee who'd be interested in taking a role on social media outlets, because I know a lot of people are interested. So that we've got a media officer in our own, my own project that I run. So that's something a lot of people are interested in, and it would probably make more people want to be part of the committee and into volunteering projects if they can get experience being on a outlet and having their name out there.
Yeah, and as well as that, you are pledging to establish a Volunteer of the Month scheme. How would this work? Who'd assess it? How would, for example, the criteria be drawn up? And, a Volunteer of the Month sounds, sort of to pin on one student. How would you be able to work out fairly which specific student deserves it?
So my idea is that we'd get each project, they'll nominate somebody who's made an outstanding contribution during the month. And as volunteering committee, we'd have regular meetings. So we'd decide who has put the effort in. But obviously it might not be one person a month, because there could be many things someone's done that month that is just too great and may not be regular nominations, but it's all down to how we feel that they've made such a contribution to their project and to be announced and get recognition, which is a major thing and not many people get it.
Some people might say, doesn't that present a bit of a conflict of interest? Some members of the volunteering committee might be involved in their own volunteering projects. How would you ensure that, that all applications are encouraged to be submitted and that they're assessed fairly?
That's a big one, but at the moment, a lot of the time, you can't really be on the volunteering committee and in a project, because it's just so much work. You may be from a project, but the whole idea of being on the committee is you want to promote volunteering for everyone and everywhere. So if you had one belief about one project, it wouldn't quite fit with the idea of what the volunteering committee should be. So then that would allow us to all have an input, and it wouldn't just be one person anyway. It'd be a group decision. So that would keep the fairness.
Yeah, and we're in our final 30 seconds now. So, very briefly, is there anything you haven't said that you'd like the opportunity to say? Why should people vote for you?
I just want everyone to know that volunteering is a big thing, and you should all get involved. It's given me a lot of different skills, and that with me, it's helped me become more confident, run for different projects, I've got a job out of my volunteering, which is such a unique opportunity. So, and me already being a project coordinator of a project, it's really given me the skills to do it.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us, and we're going to head back over to Studio Blue.
We're not actually, but
okay. We're not.
We're about to have some interviews for Sport President, but if you've got questions for those, send to hashtag YUSU Elections 2020 to see. We haven't been there in a while. Let's see what's going on in the green room. Hi, guys.
Studio Blue trying to steal our thunder. Who do they think they are? But yes, we are here. We're still in the green room. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah. Been running around like a headless chicken, but it's fine.
We have pizza now. It's getting a lot better in here.
The snacks.
It's even better because we're talking to Maddie.
Oh,
our current sports president, who's also running again.
Yes, I am. The secret's out. I am running again. To be honest, I've absolutely loved the job, but I don't feel like I can leave because I think there's a lot of things left that I want to improve.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. That's a great way of putting it.
So we also have other fun things going on.
Yes.
Our tweet wall.
It's a very fun wall.
Which is your favourite at the moment?
Oh, it's putting me on the spot. I like this thing about more tunes.
Saul's been putting some good ones over the uni.
We want more requests.
I do feel like, when we're doing interview night, though, we might not get more tunes, but yeah.
If we put in more music, we'd be going till 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And that's not worth it when our engineers have to be here 2 hours afterwards.
Yeah. Speaking of tunes, though, we're hoping to do the reverse challenge, where you have to play a song and you have to guess it because it plays in reverse.
Okay.
So that should be fun.
That
we're hoping to
sound
do
fun.
that before the end.
Come back and play after your interview.
I will. I will come back. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it will be.
Oh, someone's had their first interview today. Fix and Simi had their first interview ever. Like literally ever? Or first interview for YUSU?
Yeah.
It does brighten the board up a bit.
Yeah, it's nice.
If you're going to tweet us, please add emojis, because right now we've got a lot of pink, black and blue. We want more colours in there. Maybe a nice rainbow. If you can create a gradient
oh God.
across the board, that would be amazing.
I think that would take some work.
And we'd have to get everyone to
just get all the YUSU candidates to tweet in a gradient.
You know, you've given me an idea for when I get out of my interview. I'm just going to start tweeting you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're just going to spam us.
I'm going to play that game and then I'm going to tweet loads.
You could do bits and it could be like a story.
Yeah. All sorts of ideas here.
Yeah. They're all running around. I mean, we don't have many here, so that's our third of the night. I think that's enough, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely enough.
we're
Feel
nearly
free to
there.
bring anyone else that you want to have a go at that.
Okay.
We only have one segment left, but it could be a pretty good competition. We'll maybe get a prize.
A prize? There's
Yeah.
a lot of pizza in here.
There's a lot of pizza, but these are other
Pizza
people's
crusts?
pizzas.
We're out of the good
Any
biscuits.
crusts that no one wants to eat, we could give those as prizes.
To be fair, someone
What a great
did
prize.
spot-
Here's some crusts, some cold crusts, because they've been sat there for a while.
And now we are going back to Studio Red, I believe. Or maybe Studio Blue. We're going to one studio.
Yeah, it's Studio Regina, thank you. And Alex Woodward, you've got the next interview for us.
Thank you very much. I'll be interviewing Jade Brewer next, one of the two candidates for Sports President. Before we interview her, let's find out what the Sports President does.
York Sport President. The York Sports President is the main point of contact for all university and college sport clubs. They coordinate and develop sport within YUSU and work to increase opportunities and participation.
Okay, hi Jade. First of all, what background do you have with regards to sports in York?
So when I came to York, started off in a keen swimming perspective. Like before uni, I was like big on swimming. So I thought, come back, drill it in, big swimming. Then I saw cheerleading bows and I was like, oh no, here we go. So I went for swimming, cheerleading, all through my time at uni. In the uni sport, I've also done a bit of, tried out college netball. Wasn't as good as everyone else. Wish I was. Did some rounders, some football. I've dabbled in all, to be fair. But my committee positions, first year I was on swimming and water polo. This year I'm president of cheerleading and I've been on the York Sport Union Committee for 2 years, which has been so much fun.
Brilliant. So, do you think the fact that Maddie Cannell, your opponent, the fact that she's been in the position for a year already could give her a boost, or do you think your experience can match that?
So obviously on first look you do think, oh no, Maddie's already done it for a year, like should I still be going for it? But then I think because I've been on the committee for the York Sport Union Committee for 2 years, that's given me the chance to look at two different presidents' perspectives, what they've done, what went well, what didn't go too well, and taking what I've learned from those 2 years and then adding my own new twist to it, like my new ideas, my new changes that I want to try and make York sport better. So in effect, I think it not only might level it out, but maybe even push me a little bit more because I've been given like that chance to look at two different sports pres.
Brilliant. And looking back at the current academic year that we're in, if you were sports president, what would you have done differently?
So I think really it's focusing on college sports. So there has been a lot of upset with college sport, which has been like quite unfortunate really. And I think that has been due to a lack of communication from YUSU and like college sport ambassadors and the chairs themselves. So like this is actually one of my main points is I want to improve communication with college sport by welcoming them to a meeting. But instead of this meeting be YUSU splurting out loads of information, it can be us telling them what we might discuss, them coming to us with suggestions prior to the meeting so they already know what's going on, they can suggest changes and they have an actual role in what's going on instead of YUSU deciding for them.
Brilliant. So going into your manifesto, one of your big points is improving the welfare of student athletes by getting, and this is a quote, at least one welfare officer to be elected per committee with professional training given at the beginning of the year, end quote. How will you go about getting this?
So this is one of like my favourite points from my manifesto because I can relate to it personally. So like I said, came in doing swimming and both cheerleading at uni level, tried to do other sports. Physically could not do it. Like you come here, you want to do all the, like we've got so many different sports, you want to do them all. You want to have a social life, you want to go out with your friends. You also have a degree, surprisingly enough, but you just can't manage it. And what we did in cheerleading this year, we actually introduced a welfare officer. And in my opinion, it really worked, like really well. And this is something we didn't have in swimming. So that's why I thought maybe we can try and get this so every club committee has one. And the one thing we were lacking with our welfare officer this year was that she didn't receive professional training from YUSU. And so this is something I want to supply to everyone, the opportunity, not only just for sports clubs. If societies want to have a welfare officer, already do, and they want to have professional training, they're more than welcome to come, because we need to look after our athletes. You know, they can only do so much. They need to be having like player safety, first aid, time management, knowing that they need to eat before they go to training, having enough sleep, because these are the little things that athletes do forget when they've got such a busy schedule.
Yeah, okay, so you also talk about employability. Sorry, let me get the exact quote up here. Quote, employability training for outgoing committee members given at the end of the year. So what problem is this addressing, and how will your proposal fix it?
So I wouldn't say it's really addressing a problem. It's just a kind of like added idea I had. Like, you go to uni, you take on this committee position, you do so much work for a year, maybe more. And it's like, okay, so you've just done this amazing thing. You've helped out your club. You took your own time to be president of a committee or like a club. And it's like, what can you get out of that? So it's looking, after you graduate from uni, applying for jobs. You can put that on your CV, but that employer doesn't know what that is, what a social secretary is, or what that involves. Like, it's much more than just putting on socials every Wednesday. And I want to give everyone a chance to really make the most of their committee position into not only like in their uni career, but their career outside of uni.
So another one of your proposals is improving communication between college sport ambassadors. For those who don't know, what is the current system in which college sport ambassadors communicate, and how do you hope to improve it?
So as I'm aware, with YUSU and college sport ambassadors, they have meetings that run like maybe like 3 weeks between when they meet. And this is kind of just them being informed with the goings on. So like when varsity comes around, obviously that's a big college sport event, so they need to know, you know, what kind of events are happening, when, where, and like basically the goings on with college sport and what YUSU can do helping that.
Okay, so a lot of colleges recently have expressed concerns around the treatment of college sport by YUSU. How would you rebuild trust with these colleges who feel a bit disconnected?
Listening to them, really. That is the one thing that I think we're lacking, is giving them a platform for them to express their opinions where they're not feeling it's forced by someone else. Like, I think even if you're not on a position in the committee of your college, I think there should still be a platform where everyone gets a say. College sport ambassadors, you know, they file that information together, then they can come to YUSU and we can all openly talk about suggestions and changes.
So what are your plans with regards to how sports and clubs get funding?
So this one really, I really want to try and give clubs the support that they need. So I would love, like, at the end of term 3 to send out kind of like a questionnaire to each club committee where they can tell me what things they did in their current year, like what needed costs with estimated prices. Then they can try and estimate their next year for the next committee, so together, saying what they're planning to do next year, any changes, because obviously you can't base a club on what they did in their previous year, because there's going to be a new president, a new committee with whole different ideas. So I want to give them the funding that they need for that given year. So it's really just getting an idea of what they want to do, seeing how I can best help that and match it.
Okay, so you talk about a varsity push in your manifesto with an emphasis on the home qualifiers, obviously playing away next year. How do you hope to engage York students with varsity, both with qualifiers and the event in Durham?
So, yes, because it is away next year, the main event on campus is the qualifiers. So I would love this to be a similar atmosphere to Roses, when we have stalls around, we have lots of merch packs and everyone coming down to just support their teams. Then, yes, this obviously does cause an issue. It does every year for trying to get that same amount of spectators to go visit and watch the varsity in Durham. So I really want to look into making affordable transport that will benefit not only athletes but also supporters, for giving them a reason to go watch. Because obviously money, like students don't have a lot of money. So I really want to make it so they're getting the most of it, whether we like throw in some extra merch. I know we've done Revs wristbands in the past, but really it's talking to them and seeing what they would want from it, not just chucking in random things that they might not want and they're paying more for it.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of our debate now or interview. And can I have you to summarise your campaign in a sentence, please?
So if you're looking for someone new, something new, and someone who is looking out for your best interests, then you should definitely vote newer. Vote Jade Brewer.
Thank you very much. That's Jade Brewer, running for Sports President, coming up against Maddie Cannell, who will be interviewed later on URY. Thank you very much, Jade, for joining me, and I take it back to Matt.
Thank you. Maddie being vote right now. Alex Towles, sadly ill with tonsillitis, so unable to make the interview, but we have a top quality replacement in former URY sport editor and current editor of York Vision, Che Quinn, who is over talking to Maddie now.
Thanks for that, Matt. So, as said, next up we're going to be talking to Maddie Cannell, the incumbent York Sports President, and who is rerunning for the role. Maddie, hello. So, I'll be quite direct off the bat. Why do you deserve a second term?
Okay, that's a good question. I think I deserve a second term because I was looking back over my manifesto from last year, and actually I've ticked off quite a lot of points, but I'm not happy with the way things are. And I'm not going to lie to students on that. We've made a lot of progress in a lot of key areas like storage and on facilities, but I wouldn't feel comfortable knowing that I'd not tried and that I was just walking away, because I think there's a lot of improvements to be made in a lot of different areas, and I think that students will identify with the frustrations I've got at the system at the moment and will hopefully give me another shot at trying to get things better and things right next year.
Can you elaborate on your, as you say, you ticking off the manifesto points, the ones that you've done so far?
Yep. So in terms of Akuma, we've definitely taken a harder stance with them this year. And I know that there's been problems again, which is why I've addressed it in my manifesto, but we've taken a hard line with them. When things have gone wrong, we've chased them. We've got free stuff, quite a lot of free stuff out of them. So I'm very pleased with that. In terms of equity of provision, we've made quite a lot of progress alongside the colleges that we've worked with on this. However, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that that's completely worked. I think we've got a model that does work, but there has been some failings and there's been some big learning points. But I think it proves that it is something that we can do. And it's great to work with the colleges on such a good project. I'm just trying to think what else on my manifesto. I've gone completely blank. We talked a lot about transport as well. So wanted to investigate Bucks Transport and how we could change this. And we have actually managed to get a lot of teams doing joint transport, which is saving a lot of money, which I'm really, really pleased with. And I do address that again because there's some more things I want to do with it. I don't think it's completely right.
Just to ask a question on that, in your manifesto last year, you spoke about putting the coach contracts out to tender.
Yes.
Is that something you'll be looking to do, or have you done?
So, actually, something we have done. Been in a lot of different conversations with Pullman, who is the provider that we currently use. Unfortunately, what I didn't know before I came into this role, Pullman actually own quite a lot of the coach companies in York, but they keep them with their own name. So, like, you might have seen Ingleby's, like, for instance.
They've got a working monopoly.
So they've got a working monopoly. There are some other companies that we are talking to and we continue to talk to, but we feel like we've made a lot of progress with Pullman in terms of getting set pricing, and which is more accessible for students to find out in reception. So actually, we're quite happy with that service at the moment.
So you touched on Akuma.
Mm-hmm.
How in specifics have you held them accountable for their, in your own words, poor service?
Yeah. So it's always a shame. The first term we had Akuma, very little problems first term, and I feel like towards the end of first term and the beginning of this term, we started to see a few more problems crop up, which is a shame because the kit is good quality. and it's a reasonable price. However, so anytime anything's raised, when things are misprinted, when there's been issues with hidden costs in ordering, every time something's been raised, we have been straight on to our Akuma rep, who is actually fantastic. He's very cooperative, and we've raised a lot of things with him, and he's been very accommodating, happy to own up when it's their mistake, and we've managed to get quite a lot of stuff sent back through. No fee to us.
So there's, for the first time in a while, more than one SAB from the current team is rerunning, yourself and Zhang, after Steph is about to complete her second term in the role. Should SAB terms be longer? Are you finding that that you're not being able to get enough done in the time allotted?
That's a really interesting question. I think there's an argument for it and there's an argument against it. Naturally, because the terms are only 1 year, what I found for quite a lot of the first 5 months, you're getting settled in, but also there's quite a legacy, if you like, from the SAB from the year before. So I know that, for instance, I had a lot of Zach's projects that I was finishing off, and that maybe put on hold some of my own stuff. And I think everyone sort of goes through this cycle from talking to other SABs at other institutions. So I do think there could be an argument for it, but then also I see why it is 1 year and with the option at our institution to run again, because I think, it gives you the opportunity to fight to carry on with what you want to do.
Yeah. One of your manifesto points is restructuring the York Sport Committee.
Yeah.
I think that's the right name of it.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you do this in the time you have left in your first term?
Well, I think this is about the college sport, and I've said I want to introduce a new college sport committee. I think, is that...
It's restructuring the committees.
Yeah. So I think this is something that I'd like to look at, because what I felt is, I feel like our current college sport structure, in terms of getting feedback from captains and in terms of talking to them and communicating with them, is quite static. I know that Zach did a lot of work in 2018 with a college sports survey, but of course that was with students that have now left. I mean, that's 2 years out of date, and we're relying on rule changes being made from that information, which I don't think is right, because that's not the lived experience right now. They're not facing the problems that we've got right now, like the poor weather and the facilities being really under stress. So
I mean, on college sport, you said in your past manifesto and your current manifesto that you want to promote and grow college sport.
Yeah.
And as you remember, the college chairs have released an open letter in recent days criticising YUSU as an institution. They made it very clear they want to criticise the SABs as basically not treating college sport well enough. Do you think, why should they trust you to deliver the manifesto this time around, the college chairs specifically?
Yeah, so we have made progress with expanding college sport, particularly in women's rugby, and we've also made some progress with netball in terms of getting them extra time. I think the new college sport committee structure, in terms of having all the captains involved in like subcommittees, if you like, to actually tell me what's going on, let's look at the rules and update them, but also feeding into an overall college sport committee with college sport reps on it, with a college sport communications officer. I think, and I think this is something to be looked at for third term. It's a shame that I've not been able to introduce it. It's just been a mad busy term, and it's sort of something that's come to me as we've had more of the same facility issues. But I think that would get student leaders involved. It's got people that are the boots on the ground, that are experiencing the problems, and actually I think that's a really great way to make positive change and to positive feedback loops.
You're talking about positive change. How can you make sport, you specifically, make sport of York a force for social change after numerous incidents of poor behaviour from members of sport teams, not least the now infamous incident involving the hockey club 2 years ago?
Yeah.
How can you specifically make York a social good rather than what it has been sometimes, which is a social bad?
Yeah, I think it's a really fair point. I think that sometimes there can be a culture of poor behaviour, both universities, but also in the wider community. There is a problem with that, but also sport is brilliant because sport has the power to bring so many people from so many backgrounds together. And I'd like to think this year we've done a lot of work widening participation campaigns to get more groups doing sport, to get more people doing physical activity. And I think those widening participation campaigns and working with the networks that we have that the PTOs head is so important because you're working with different people and you get to meet and talk to those groups and you get to break down barriers, I guess, that might have been built up from poor behaviour in the past.
So I'm aware we're running out of time, but I've got one last question. You, alongside Ollie Martin and Samara Jones, have recently secured the old Unity Health building as storage space.
Yeah.
Storage space is still a big issue on campus.
Yes.
How are you going to build on this if you want a second term in a few seconds? If
Okay.
You can?
So the storage space in Unity Health is fantastic. I'm doing a lot of lobbying on facilities at the moment. I'm sure you're going to find out more about that. But as part of that, it is very key that student storage space is included in these facility developments, and I'm pushing that massively.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Maddie. That was Maddie Connell, who is the current York Sport president, who's rerunning for the role. And I believe we are about to go to the news at 11 o'clock. Stay tuned for the presidential debates on this candidate interview night.
1350 AM and online.
This is the University of York's student radio station, URY.
A ninth case of coronavirus has been confirmed in the UK. A patient's been taken to hospital in London after being diagnosed. We're told they contracted the COVID-19 in China before travelling to Britain. The outbreaks also led to Chinese officials postponing April's Formula One Grand Prix there. A baby girl is in serious condition after being bitten by a dog. The 1-year-old was taken to hospital yesterday evening after the attack in Long Eaton in Derbyshire. A man has been charged with the murder of journalist Lyra McKee in Londonderry. The 29-year-old was shot as rioting broke out in the city in April. A woman's been jailed for 2 years for trying to open an aeroplane door during a flight from Stansted to Turkey. A judge told her other passengers would have been petrified as she shouted, "I'm going to kill you all." In other news, JLS are getting back together. 7 years after splitting up, the boy band are going to go on tour from November and December. And in sport, West Brom have moved 6 points clear at the top of the championship after a 2-1 win at Reading. Fulham missed the chance to go second following a 1-1 draw at Millwall. That's the latest. I'm Ben Allen.
And as Chase said, we are about to move on to our YUSU President interviews. I'm Matt Perkins. This is Candidate Interview Night live on URY. And our first interview is someone who isn't in the country at the moment. They are arriving tomorrow on campus to chat to all of you. But he spoke to Beth from abroad earlier on today. This is Alvaro Lopez Acosta.
And now for our first Union President interview on the phone with Alvaro Lopez Acosta. Let's hear more about the role.
Union President acts as the main spokesperson for YUSU, chairs the Union's Board of Trustees, and is responsible for the reputation, leadership and direction of YUSU as a democratic organisation.
So thank you very much for joining us. The key part at the beginning of your manifesto is about powering up the presidency. As part of this, you talk about making the role more personal and approachable, down to earth. Do you think that the distance between YUSU and the university students is irreparable? Do you think that people will be able to trust YUSU again when people feel a bit of a distance now?
So that's the thing. It's about who is in YUSU and who makes it approachable. If I go to student activities and I present myself and I become one of them, I think that is making the role personal. Obviously, it's very difficult to rebrand YUSU as a thing in 1 year, but it's really gaining the trust through small things like talking to people on a daily basis. I get kind of inspired by the new Vice Chancellor. This new Vice Chancellor is going around, is looking through new activities, is talking to students, and already it has made a change into the view the students have about university, and that's because he's just down to earth. He's talking to people. So that's my big function, trying to make more time for the students, trying to make more time to participate in their activities, and also to talk to them and understand what they actually need without them coming to YUSU, which is mainly those students who are more proactive and active in YUSU classes.
I mean, part of your ideas are based on looking a lot, as like you said, looking at what students themselves need. Some of that is with the flexible manifestos that you suggest. With these manifesto termly reviews and the ability for students to put in policy ideas, is there a point of having sabbatical officers if their policies are just being crowdsourced from the students? Or is it important that there are people who are the leaders of this if everything's just coming from the student body rather than from these officers?
Well, that's a good point. And I'm not an expert in policy, and that's what I'm trying to get an understanding at the moment. With the selection manifesto, I'm trying to review the manifesto into a timely basis because most of the candidates, and naming the person in position, they just talk about things that it's more about what they think they could change, and they cover a bit of facilities, they cover a bit of well-being, but it's not about the union itself. We all have a role, each staff has a role, and I want the person in position should back up each role, should go into their needs, and should listen to the students. If we review the manifesto and the policies in a timely basis, we can make it more adaptable to what they actually need, and not what I promised, for example, about, let's say, cheaper bus tickets, when it's actually something that the York City Council cannot afford at the moment.
I mean,
so it's not, yeah.
I understand your point, but I mean, there is a question of if people are looking as to who to vote for to be their YUSU president, their union president, there comes an element of surely they want to back someone who they understand their promises. But if you're willing to support whatever the student body puts forward, does that not mean that they perhaps don't know what they're voting for?
So, well, yes, you're voting for a manifesto and you're voting for a person, but you're also, let me rephrase it. We have to review anything that it comes to the student union. We cannot just support everything. That's impossible. So it's working with the students and with the clubs and with the student union and see what are the actual needs at the moment and if there is a need for that policy change. Obviously, we cannot just, if one student comes to me and says one thing and then the other comes to me, no, it's about what the student as a body tells me and needs, and that's the policy change. Now, changing the policy is a very difficult process, and I don't think we can change the policy in a month. But obviously, start the review, start adapting to their needs, and if there's, like, for example, this big right now, the strike, well, each year there's like some strike going on the union, on the lecturers union. We need to adapt to what the students feel at each year, and because the policy, it was written 3 years ago, we cannot have an active voice to what the students actually need at the moment. Did that answer the question?
Yes, it does. Another part of it is the re-energizing of student engagement. And as part of this, you use the word bolstering of student media. Do you think this would result in greater transparency? And does this transparency come from YUSU or the university itself?
So, well, the YUSU University is separate entity, and my role is to represent students at my university. Now, student media also, it's kind of biased and have their own views and political part. So it's a tricky thing to do, and that's why I think I put something that an open discussion will be held to implement this point, because I feel we need to hear what they are willing to do, like if they wanted to support YUSU at some point, or if we're going to use their student media to actually advertise our activities. It's something very tricky, and we need to have discussions with all the student media so they don't feel apart. But we are trying to be neutral because there's many students with many opinions, and we cannot just represent one opinion. We represent the majority or the body itself. So how I'm going to bolster the student media? Well, giving them more visibility, but not entering into their views. We don't want to interfere because obviously they have to criticize this, so we need to get better. They have to criticize uni, they need to get better. And if we became the same body, then we're biased.
I mean, you suggested there that there are a political divide within student media. Is there, how have you seen this? Or what would you argue that what would you evidence this with?
That's a tricky question. Well, I've been in uni 3 years, and I know that sometimes, lemon press and sometimes when there's policy changes, not everyone agrees. And then the student media too goes a lot against YUSU, and I was also part of that move. So it's not that there's like a political divide, but there is opinions against YUSU, and we need to tackle those. And if we kind of get out of them, then we won't be criticized. And that's not my point. I want to be, if I become YUSU, I want to be criticized, and we want to improve. It's not about the political divide itself, it's about getting better and them actually voicing out their concerns.
Okay, we'll move along from that to the next part of your manifesto, out of your 3 A's that you've taken. With the long-lasting SABS approach, you speak a lot about how there's this dashboard idea. Can you explain the origins of this idea?
Well, actually, that idea, I got it when I was department grade in chemistry. I was 2 years department grade, and I always wanted to do kind of a dashboard where the students could see that we're working, because it's very difficult to put the word out that we're working if we don't say what are we working on, and if we don't answer to, well, we're working on this because these students have had this opinion and they brought that up and we're working on that. So if we don't bring that into a visual way, then it's difficult to convince students that we are actually an active organization. So that's why we are just trying to make it visual, that USU is actually working on student concerns and not university concerns or other type of concerns. We actually listen to students and we want to close the loop. So if you see that there is work in progress, work to do, and plan work, you can see, and active work, you can see the wins, the achievements that they become, and things that are working. So it's like a way to show that we're working on their concerns, and a way to show that we're closing loops and we're closing feedback.
I mean, the focus on long-lasting SAB's impact brings about the question, which I think a lot of people do think about when it comes round to re-election time every year. Is the year term of a SAB officer long enough for you to be able to do what you want to do?
Well, yes. I mean, it's about organization and planning. And in my case, I focus a lot in the role and in the system, like USU as a system. So it's about starting things and starting moves that makes the role a bit more proactive, because at the time, and even now, if you see other candidates manifesto, they focus on things a bit of everything, because the president does a bit of everything. But then at the end, it's about what the other subs do more than what the president do. So my role is to make the role more proactive, more efficient, and that means that the subs needs to have a longer impact. It's not about 1 year work, it's about 3 years work, 4 years work, where there's an actual change in it, and they need to carry on with the work. And if there is a dashboard, then this dashboard, I must say that they started, the new subs have started already with the policy change. So I just continue with that. But with that dashboard, we won't forget what they started. So the next subs will actually carry on that, and will emphasize and will continue the work, because the students are looking that work has started and they need it finished.
Okay, and in the final under a minute, almost 30 seconds you have left, if you could only have one of your policies from your manifesto go through, which policy would you pick?
I want to re-energize the student engagement. I think the students do not believe in USU because of probably marketing issues. So I want to push into a more proactive way to make the students realize that USU actually does things, and like USU are hearing them, and that is this dashboard idea, or this long-step impact that makes a difference. Like, we want the students to see that USU does things in a visual way.
Okay, and thank you very much for talking to us. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you for listening.
Bye.
Thank you, Alvaro, for talking to us, and for Beth for doing the interview. Sorry if there were any audio difficulties in hearing that. And I am joined by our next candidate for the role of USU President, Josh Mackenzie. Thank you for being here.
No problem. Hi.
So briefly, could you sort of outline who you are, what you've done, and why you should be USU President?
My name's Josh. I am an electronics student. I'm currently one of the trustees of USU, which means I'm on the...
Che,
we're on air, Che. Which means I'm currently... That's okay. I'm currently on the board of USU, which means I'm on the sort of overarching board which look at the strategy and long-term governance of the organisation. Yeah. Last year I was policy coordinator for the organisation, which means that I sort of coordinated student policy and how it was submitted and developed. And throughout both of those two roles, I think there have been plenty of issues that I have tried to solve with the union that I haven't really been able to do with the power I've had in those roles. And as president, I would like to solve a lot of those, bring in a lot more accountability, put a lot more student power put a lot more power into student hands, and student representation a lot more at the forefront of what the union does.
And I want to touch very briefly on some of that record. So as policy coordinator, there was a couple of times where the policy process was suspended because of what was seen to be conflicts of interest between your role in York Vision and student newspaper and your role as policy coordinator. If you weren't able to deliver the policy process then, why should we be able to deliver it now?
So one, they're very different roles, being president and being policy coordinator. The policy process was suspended because the president at the time, Alex, felt that I couldn't hold both roles at the time. I ended up resigning from Vision and continuing as policy coordinator. The things I'm promising in my manifesto realistically couldn't go through a policy process. The policy process ultimately doesn't have the power to fundamentally change the union, which is one of the big issues I had with it, and one of the reasons that we're currently in the middle of a policy review, the results of which will be out sometime later this term or early next term.
And I want to I will get onto the policy. I just want to ask one more question about your time at York Vision, which ended quite shortly before the sort of infamous Send Nudes paper.
Yeah.
Can I ask what your involvement was in the production of that?
So I wasn't involved in that. I resigned. So because of the potential conflict that I'd been seeing in the policy process being suspended, I had agreed with Alex that I was going to step down. Well, at that time it was James, because Alex had left, the new president. I was going to step down once we had elections to find a new person. We had the elections, and then after the election they published a new edition, which I wasn't involved with, which was the infamous edition.
Well, as soon as you left,
yeah.
I want to ask. Let's move on to sort of the plans. You've got a lot of plans about on commercial services.
Yes.
And could you outline sort of why that's an issue that you've decided to focus on in your manifesto and what you want to do?
Commercial services at the moment, it's somewhat separate from the charity, the main body of YUSU, in that it's a subsidiary fully owned by YUSU, but there's almost no student control. And we are fundamentally a students' union. We're there to represent students, to promote student interests, and the student control of commercial services is non-existent. Decisions are made in an opaque way which isn't communicated to anyone. If you want anything done as a student or as the student body, if you want anything changed about commercial services, about our venues, about anything else, there's no way you can go, we're students, we want this to happen, because the decisions aren't made by students or by people accountable to students. And the venues, I mean, we've got 6 venues on campus, 7 if you include the Jack Leon's bar. They're how a large majority of students interact with YUSU on a daily basis. People go to Courtyard, people go to Glass House, people go to Time Warp, people go to Marmite, people will go to the lounge and host events there, people go to the kitchen. They're a key integral part of student life.
Yeah, and I want to talk beyond sort of the governance structure changes. I want to talk about a couple of specific plans. And one of them is to extend order by app to food and to all campus venues, and to have it ordered to table.
Yeah.
When I was sort of preparing for this, we spent I went down to a couple of bars and asked them what would it take to do this, and their answers ranged from it's possible we need more staff in Courtyard to it's absolutely impossible. I don't see how we can do it in V-Bar. How can you overcome those logistical hurdles?
So initially, when order by app was proposed as a concept, the initial plan was to have a full rollout eventually and start with a slow build, starting with a test in Courtyard. That's now been somewhat scaled back. I think it's an issue with logistical priorities and management within commercial services going, there are other things we should be spending time on. And yeah, I agree. We would need more staff. We can hire more staff.
Yeah.
We have the budgets, every student we hire is another student that we're giving a job to. In terms of V-Bar, I mean, we wouldn't get food in V-Bar because V-Bar doesn't have a kitchen.
Yeah.
But in terms of delivering drinks to a table, that's not a logistical issue that can't be overcome.
But I suppose, is that combined with the student saving menu? You want to sort of reduce prices in general in student bars. How can you protect the funding that comes from YUSU-CS to activities, to student groups? How can you maintain that level of funding while also cutting prices and increasing costs?
So I'm not saying we should get rid of the current menus.
Yeah.
I'm saying that we should introduce an additional menu that is largely cost price. And the idea behind this would be you still have your standard Courtyard nachos, your curry at Glass House. But if you want a meal, which is you just want somewhere to eat on campus that's cheap, because at the moment you can't get cheap food on campus anywhere. Like if you go to college dining, it's like £7 for a meal. And like it doesn't cost that to produce it. And I mean, our current margins on Courtyard stuff are quite high. Also, in terms of like my other policy about student Saturdays, we might come on to it, clubs make a lot of money. And a lot of the money that we get from club nights is not going to us, it's going to York parties, or it's going to Salvos or CUDA or Revs. If we have a venue that's coming from us, that brings an additional funding stream.
Yeah. And I'll move on to the answer because we are going towards the end. But it's one of the things that jumps out to me. You've mentioned it, Activities just mentioned it earlier. I'm on James College committee, and we run for freshers, we run a club night in the RKC. But, we looked at it for a Freshers' Fair and it was impossible because it costs literally thousands of pounds to set up the RKC as a club.
So we did this when I was on Halifax's committee. We had the Hoosiers there, and that also cost thousands of pounds. At the moment, it costs about £5,000 to get it out for a night. The reason it costs that much, and we've spoken to suppliers that came along to a YUSU Events Forum, is because we need a bespoke rig every single time. We need to go, here's our custom stuff, and you need to rebuild a new one. We've spoken to them, and they said that if you had a regular night that was just a standard thing, we put it together once, and then every time we just pick up the rig and bring it in, that would considerably lower the costs, like shave off the vast majority of it. And then also, if that's still too much, we could invest somewhat in the infrastructure, like small things like plug sockets for speakers and stuff like that in the RKC. Wouldn't be a major cost and would largely reduce burden.
And I want to sort of one point that you mentioned that it will work with Platinum Cards and Blackbirds as existing. Is it replacing a current student night? Is it supplementing for free for Platinum Card holders, or is it increasing the price of Platinum Cards?
So I would say it's not increasing the price, just an additional night. Rather than having 4 nights a week, we'd have 5 nights a week. As it stands, there is a massive profit margin on Platinum Cards. A lot of that doesn't go to us; it goes to your parties. But the quantity of Platinum Cards is sufficiently low that providing free entry to an additional night for that amount of people is not going to make a negligible difference.
Like I say, a lot of that profit does go to York parties, to an outside provider. How do you either get some of that profit for YUSU, so you can fund like you say, the considerable upfront expense you would need to refit the RKC, or how do you sort of, negotiate with York parties to create that change?
So it's worth noting YUSU does have literally hundreds of thousands of pounds in reserves. Our reserves are, this is all public information, it's in our accounts, which obviously no one reads, but our reserves are considerably higher than they need to be, because the way we've done it is we've gone, what's the minimum cost that we could need if we need to roll up contracts when we if YUSU dissolves, and then what's the maximum cost that could be, and gone far to the higher end. And realistically, if YUSU folded, the university is liable, and so YUSU's not going to fold, but
sorry, just one more question on YUSU SES, because we are coming towards time. With the student saver menu, is it possible within the fixed prices that the NUS sets as its collective bargaining prices to offer this new cost price menu?
Yes.
And if you say they wouldn't reduce profit because the other options would still be there, but surely it would. And just finally, how do you replace that funding? Because it would reduce profit. Like you say, you can afford it. I understand that. But how do you replace the funding that goes from YUSU to societies?
One, I think, is that it would bring more people to the bars because more people are going to spend money there because more people are going to go. In terms of replacing funding, we already have our student grant fund for new societies. The money that doesn't get spent of that, which is a considerable amount, just goes back into reserves. We have money that we're not using. We're not utilising the resources we have. We should be using them for the benefit of students.
And in one sentence, people should vote for Josh McKenzie for president because
I will put power in their hands. I will make YUSU more representative of what they want and read my manifesto. It's great.
Thank you so much for joining me, Josh. Sorry, we never have time to go through everything. We're going to head back down to our friends at the green room. Hello.
As you can see, we are being really productive. We are mainly visual right now, as Liam is juggling. For everyone at home, he's doing really well. And he's just dropped the ball. So
he's attempting really well.
I'm going to let him speak now.
I've been trying to learn how to juggle. It's going sort of well.
As segments go, this is a good one.
That sounds like a taser.
There's a taser in the studio.
Is that the punishment if we don't do well?
And right now we are here with Kath, who is an Arts and Humanities faculty contestant. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Kath. I currently study English Literature and Linguistics. I'm in my first year and I'm also a course rep for combined degree students in linguistics.
Oh, you're a course rep as well?
Yeah.
You want to be more busy?
I mean, why not?
That's true.
Quite a lot of things that you get up to then.
I do a lot outside of that as well, but I enjoy being busy. It's good. Do you want me to do the list?
If you want, you can
I mean, I'm not fussed. I'm in 7 societies, so we're just and I start coaching this weekend.
For what coaching?
Trampolining.
I wish I could trampoline.
I start coaching.
I'm scared of heights though, and it's pretty high.
It's really fun. It's really fun. And then at the some of you might have noticed that my radio segment was pre-recorded. I've been doing work with CHMS on Chicago as assistant sound engineer, so sorry about that. I've been away.
How was your pre-recorded interview? Was it more chill?
I think I went on about being southern for a bit.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was a bit weird.
Is that a sticking point for you?
Yeah, it's just southern. Boom.
It's not meant to be. I'm ill at the moment, so like, my sick brain just automatically went to.
Which
you're
part of the south?
I'm from Bournemouth, which a lot of people haven't even heard of.
I've heard from Bournemouth because I am from Bristol. Oh, so it's like on the way down.
Yeah.
It's also south. Are you from south?
No, I'm from the north.
Which
hence
north?
the accent.
I've got family in the Midlands, but I've not got.
Hotly debated. Does the Midlands
it's not
exist?
North, it's not north.
I mean, it's a different accent.
Yeah, it is. I'm wondering, are we going to play this game? Is it working?
I think that's what I've been sent
What
here
have you
for.
done to it?
What have you done to the launch
We
pad?
have a really great game going on in a minute, but right now we'll have a look again at our tweet wall. If you want to tweet us, it's hashtag YUSU Elections 2020. It's a minute ago we had a new contestant for president.
Yeah.
Hashtag Marks for president.
Oh.
I'm getting behind
That sounds like my flatmate.
Who else we got?
There's my Twitter tag that I'm not using to campaign with. So if anyone's atting Five Walls Films, please go to my Facebook page instead. Because that is not being used for campaigning, nor do I think it was being used for campaigning.
We've got a lot of love as well. We got, hi, this is Marks from the Green Room, the same Marks who should be going for president. Thank you all the folks in the office. Marks isn't going for president, just going to put a disclaimer on that.
Thank God.
Unless he wants to.
He's
Mark's
over
right
there.
for it?
We tried.
Marks does not consent. And Isaac Lowe says, if you're reading this, you're one of us now. That is...
I mean, that's kind of
What a tweet
expected.
war.
That's quite worrying, actually. I don't know what I'm part of now.
It's some kind of like hive mind, I'm guessing. It's just the YUSU hive mind.
It's the cult. It's the occult.
That's just panto.
Kath, can you juggle?
Vaguely.
Do you want to have a go?
Do you want to have a go at juggling?
I can do.
Right,
I'll
give
hold
me
your
mic.
microphone.
The £500 mic.
Oh, are we introducing a third
Oh.
ball? So a third ball has been introduced to Kath.
I can't chain it. I think it's what we've learned.
That's good. We've had 1 round, 2 rounds.
It's better than me.
It's getting that takeoff.
It's getting the take off.
Getting the takeoff. So this is going very well. If juggling was part of being a YUSU rep, you'd be doing very well. Should we introduce another candidate? Josh,
Hello.
you are going for president, I
am,
believe.
yes.
Would you like to do some juggling?
Sure.
Let's see if you can juggle.
So
to be
after you've done the
YUSU
juggling, I think the
president.
game is now working.
Josh can juggle.
He had practice.
Wow.
If the president were, he's still going. This could go on forever.
That
I'm
makes you a good
mesmerised.
candidate in my mind.
Perfect. You've got
So
the job.
how many hours did you spend practicing?
I used to go to a circus thing when I was 15.
That's pretty cool.
He's done more practice than me.
Go on this side over here.
Shall we play the game?
Let's play the
Ooh,
game.
what's the
See if this works.
Oh, it's cheeky
Liam,
launch pad.
explain your game.
So, I'm going to play a song. It's going to be played in reverse. You're going to have to try and guess what it is.
Oh, dear
If you guess
God.
it right, we'll try and send over some snacks or something. I don't know.
We've got some good biscuits left.
I'll get the sound.
I'm going to be so bad
Have
at
you
this.
programmed it so the top one plays? Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Is it like a race? American Boy.
Well
Got it
done.
As
right.
soon as you said it, I could hear it.
Yeah.
Before I was like, this just
You were
sounds
just
like
like-
you're summoning
I heard
something.
the beat and I was like, oh yeah, you know that'll.
We could have played
that'll
some
do.
Beatle tracks backwards and they would have sounded.
Oh. The end
The
of all
room
you
just
need
like,
is
oh
love
my God.
backwards.
Right.
That'd be trippy.
They have those
We
messages
only
in
have
them.
2. I originally had like 6, but I don't know what's happened.
You'll probably get this one
You
as well.
broke the launch pad. No, go for it, man.
Are you ready for the next and last one?
Josh, you got
Suspense
this.
is killing me. Honestly.
This could have been such a long game. Here we go. I'm trying to like.
Hi guys.
Build
Bye
it up.
guys.
Okay, here's the last one. Oh, you gotta get this.
Oh,
You're getting
I know
there.
it.
Something
Happy
stick-
for our audience.
yeah.
There you go. You recognise that track.
I'm liking this transition.
I was like, it's forever.
It's
It's one of those
transition.
ones you can like. It was
It's like a
It's
boomerang,
not
but
the one
Yeah.
from
audio.
Daft Punk, it's the other one.
yeah, it's because like the beat was there and I was like,
It's a fun game though, right?
it is fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I'm going to be using it on my show. But we could have had so many
We
more.
apologise to
And
your
when does that
listeners.
show up?
So, Josh, have you
Right,
had
sure.
your interview?
I've just finished it.
How'd it go?
Quite well.
Yeah? Did you say everything you wanted to say?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I prefer interviews to like the 6-second manifestos because people ask you questions and you just answer rather than just being like, here's time, now speak.
That's a good point, yeah. But writing manifesto, that was okay though.
Yeah.
Yeah? I'm glad. You're a man of few words. I respect that.
What makes you think you're the right candidate for the role?
I've got quite a lot of experience with YUSU.
Good or bad?
Mixed.
A mixed
It's
experience.
YUSU, like, you know. There's lots that I think should be changed, and I would like to change, and think I know how to change.
It's just getting there.
It's just getting there, yeah.
If you had a magic wand right now, could change one thing, what would it be?
With YUSU or just in the world?
In the world.
I don't know, maybe like world peace? Yeah?
Yeah, that's
Magic wand, change one
An
thing?
oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, like...
I mean, that's
I mean, you can't really answer anything else. Like, you'd be like, oh, why didn't you go for world peace?
I would have gone that I know how to juggle straight up.
So I could finally learn, yeah. That'd be fun.
What if you could juggle and world peace?
I
Green
can't
patch
have
join
two.
circus sock.
So you could learn to juggle
It's
with all
one
the
or
spare
the
time,
other.
because world peace.
That's true.
Turn all the arms
Juggle
into
your way
juggling
to world
skills.
peace.
It's juggling two things
Yeah.
at once.
What are you
all that
both?
responsibility.
What are you both planning to do after this? You going anywhere? Doing anything? Going out?
Back to V-Bar for a bit.
Back to V-Bar.
And then probably home and sleeping, because I'm making signs tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah, everyone's doing
Cardboard. Have you got a lot of cardboard, both of you?
I have, but
Have
I'm
I
still in the process of getting more.
started?
Where are you storing it? Because we've had
In my
cars,
bedroom is just
rooms.
like...
Chock-a-block in cardboard. We've got about a 6 foot tall hand then.
I do not have any cardboard.
What are you going to draw on?
What are you doing?
I'm going to do my posters online and then do the printing fees out my stuff.
Yeah? That's smart.
Yeah, I'm going to print and design. Because the thing is, I can laminate it and then it won't get damaged by the rain.
That's smart.
This is
That's
true.
a good
Get
point.
some cable ties.
All yours might melt away.
Effie wrapped hers in cling film a few years ago.
Oh.
I quite like the
It's
melted
a
one
lot of
thing.
effort.
It's a
Yeah,
lot,
that's very extra.
not very eco.
It's not.
She reused them the second year, so...
Oh right, okay, that's okay.
The melted ones add character though, I think. When you're walking around, you can't quite read the
They add
sign.
character.
You just see the face, you're like, oh, it's you.
What are they going for? What's their name? It's all just melted away now.
So it's like...
It's just one
4 or
Facebook
5
link.
days.
Yeah.
It will hopefully be fine.
If anything, you could draw it kind of wavy, and then when the rain gets to it, it'll straighten out.
Well, like a joke mirror, like a mirror maze.
That's sorted. I've solved everyone's problem.
Oh,
Mirror
yeah,
maze our
that's the
campaign.
problem
There we
that
go, man.
everyone's
If you're
having.
going to make your poster, do it wavy. You're welcome.
Glad I'm making them tomorrow, not yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my campaign
True.
poster is actually Ever Munches the Scream.
How long did it take to decide on the design? Because I'm interested to see some of these poster designs.
To be fair, it's actually quite easy because faculty reps already have a colour.
Oh right.
So they're golden, like yellow gold. So I was
Ooh.
like, just make a yellow gold poster.
I took a long time deciding on colours. I just ended up going with blue and gold.
An
but-
unhealthy
Yeah.
amount of time.
Yeah. I was just like
staring.
scrolling through like paints online being like, do these ones match? Do these ones match? And I was like, oh.
I went to like the psychology of colour and I was
Did that.
like red is urgency.
Have you gone for a logo, either of you?
You'll
My
have to see.
face.
Oh, I'm excited now. We've had some good logos over the years. Some people like matching a little character over their face. I don't know what that
That
would
is
be.
that's
Yeah.
quite an intense one.
That is. Well, is it easy if you wear glasses because it's just glasses and
Yeah.
You could go for that. You could go for the
I
character.
have
of
many
glasses.
pairs of
caricature done.
glasses.
That'd be brilliant.
Just get like
Do that with
my
outline, like
Bitmoji.
glasses on the hair.
Just get your Bitmoji.
Thank you so much, guys. We're now going to go back to the studio.
Fantastic. Thank you guys for that. I'm here with Patrick O'Donnell, our next candidate for YUSU president.
And your next UC president, hopefully.
Patrick, just to kick us off then, very generally, why should people support you?
So, my key 3 pledges are reducing the cost of living for students, communicating with students about things like strike action and really involving people on the ground. I want to listen to students' views and I want students to be involved in everything that YUSU does. Obviously, we all know about the lack of engagement at the moment and all the discontent towards YUSU. So I've got a big plan to sort of reform that and engage people. And then I've also got my other sort of broader outlook. I want to work with different partners across York. So that's things like the council, the NHS and First Buses, to sort of basically have more joined up thinking. To obviously achieve more with different partners across York.
Okay, wonderful. So you mentioned their cost of living, and you say in your manifesto that you want to end the circuit laundry contracts and bring maintenance in-house to the university.
Yeah.
News reported yesterday that these contracts are worth £100,000 a year. So how are you going to make the university cave in?
Yeah, that's right. So if we got rid of these contracts tomorrow and ended the contract tomorrow, that would cost in the region of about £500,000. that's a huge waste of USU's money. I don't think we should be using resources for that. However, these contracts are renewed every 7 years, and funnily enough, next academic year will be that year when those contracts come up for renewal again. So then, obviously, we've got the chance then to either decide, do we want to continue with those contracts? Do you want to use a new provider, or would we rather do it in-house, save on maintenance, save on general costs, and do it in-house with the university? And obviously, Warwick University did this a couple of years ago, I think. Other unis have done it. And the unis have done it too. It's not a huge cost thing. Of course, there's a cost to buy new washing machines. Gonna get really niche here. Washing machines, things like that. But that money will obviously come back in the long term because all the money from students will be going back into university funds, and hopefully in the long term it can be a non-for-profit thing, so we can actually reduce costs.
Do you know vaguely how long a term that is?
Term? What do you mean?
How long term it will be before the money's come back in?
I haven't done the maths, but as I said, it's going to be a long-term investment. So and we've got the chance to reduce costs as well. Yeah,
that's perfectly fine. And staying on the subject of contracts, you also mentioned that you want to develop a better York Parties contract. Obviously, York Parties has been a hot topic recently. What's wrong with the current one?
Yeah, well, when I say that, I mean we can't. There's debates being had at the moment about scrapping York Parties and completely getting rid of them. I don't think we should do that because they bring us a lot of money. I'm not sure if I can say the amount of money they give us, but I can. It's about £800,000, I understand. So it's a hell of a lot of money. That goes, sports clubs and things like that. So we really need that funding. In terms of reforming, I really want to work with the activities officer and reform student nights and get more student nights, more students involved in student nights. Students go to student nights. Why aren't we involved in running them a bit more? That will involve getting people around the table, different interests. And as I said earlier, in terms of working with the council, things like licensing is obviously a big issue at the moment. We've got so many clubs like Salvo's is probably going to be turned into a hotel. We know Fibbers is being turned into a hotel or something like that. So it's a big thing about, what venues are most suitable. And USU alone can't answer that question because that's way above USU's pay grade. But, when we come together with different partners across York, we can really, put all our heads together and hopefully, not overnight, but hopefully come together and get some good solutions.
Interesting. You talk about partners across York, and earlier you talked about working with the NHS to lower Unity Health waiting times. Do you think Unity Health is still going to be a priority for them if you talk to the NHS when it was taken off the special measures by the Care Quality Commission over a year ago now?
It was taken off special measures, but it's still a problem. I phone up for a GP appointment a couple of weeks ago, and they told me it was about a 3-week wait. And I phoned up at 6 o'clock on Wednesday. Many listeners will probably know how frustrating that is. I phoned up at about 6 and I was about 50th in the queue or something ridiculous like that. And now that's really not accessible to people. Of course, people will say, USU will fix that overnight. We can't do that. But what we will do, and what I will do, is sit down with Unity Health as an organisation, sit down and ask them, how can we streamline the accessibility of appointments? Because, once you get an appointment, fantastic, you're there. But, the real hurdle actually is getting an appointment. And we need to sit down and engage with those people to get stuff like that done. And if, Unity Health turns around and says, we can't offer more appointments and we can't change our system, which I hope they will after pressuring them. If they don't say that, then we need to look at alternatives and obviously suggest alternatives to students, as to what's happened in the past where students were told to go elsewhere rather than Unity Health.
Would you suggest that to students now?
It's up to individual students, isn't it? Because, on a national level, again, this is way above UC's pay grade in terms of you can only be registered at one GP. So I know back at home in London, I'm a holiday visitor or something ridiculous. I remember there was a petition a few months ago on that, and then the government kind of slapped it down and said, we believe in choice or something like that. So they didn't actually address the issue of students being able to register in, 2 places at once. That's probably something to work with the NUS about, on a national level to campaign for that. But, here at University of York, I need to look at more details, but, from what I've experienced, it's rubbish.
Interesting. You've said you want to be the representative of students to the uni and not the other way around.
Yeah.
The 3 student union presidents who've been elected while you've been at uni, Alex Urquhart, James Durkin and Samara Jones, what have they done wrong?
So it's not necessarily a personal thing. I think it's the general idea of not individuals in USU, but the general sort of way it operates. I've been speaking to loads of people, including college chairs today, and they were saying to me that, people put a hell of a lot in effort, whether it's things like URY, whether it's college committees, whether it's societies, things like that. and they don't feel that they're listened to. Now, that's not the fault of one person, that's the fault of sort of the inherent organisational structure. So, if it's something like funding for societies and they get told, oh, we can't do this and we can't do that, I want to reverse that and say, well, why don't we try this? Why don't we try that? Why don't we bring people together? Not just the people who are responsible for directly liaising with societies, for example, but actually bring in, finance people, and why don't we bring in the head of YUSU and other individuals like that, so we can really, get around the table and actually have a discussion. Because I think the thing at the moment is people just get fed up. They don't know the sort of proper channels to go down if they have a concern, or their emails get bounced around. So if we actually sit down, even as simple as sitting down and having a conversation is at least one step into having that dialogue so we can move forwards.
So YUSU needs structural change?
Well, it needs several things. That's one element of it, isn't it? So it's like literally, as I've just said, sitting around a table and being able to talk. It needs better signposting and training available for people, as I said earlier, with like activity in societies and activities and college committees and things like that. Obviously, we all know about the letter from college chairs, which came out a couple of days ago. And I've been talking to some of them, and they were obviously raising things like finance, but then also a general idea of a sort of lack of engagement and lack of engagement with their concerns. And that, of course, that's not the fault of one person. That's a general thing where emails are bounced around and there's not a clear, streamlined process. And hopefully I want to be part of that solution to streamline the process of whether it's finance or something else.
So one of the biggest thing for all students, is rent, the cost of living. And I spoke to one of the working class candidates earlier today to talk about how to lower rents. And of course, a lot of rent contracts that the university holds are also held jointly with building contractors that enforce minimum rent increases. With that in mind, how can YUSU help to reduce rent costs?
Yeah, so just a bit of context on that. Some people will be aware that the new colleges on Hesse East, they're built into contracts, and they were formerly private. And I understand that the university gradually and has bought those colleges out of private contracts and now manages them themselves in terms of where the profits go and things like that, which is great. As I said, look, Effie has been, as a current community and wellbeing officer, been working to reduce rents through her rent rank campaign. That's going really well. Obviously, we've seen the reduction in rents, but obviously we know the new colleges on Hesse East, which are yet to come, there's only a very small proportion, which I think the lowest is the economical thing.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Standard, but the premium where you get a TV in your kitchen and it's all lovely colours and your walls painted a nice colour. I was in Derwent C Block, which with asbestos, and I had a hole in my wall, so it wasn't very glamorous, but it was loads of fun. Anyway, back to this. So rents, it won't happen overnight, but it's about sitting down with the university, engaging with them, saying, look, we've got students, all students, want to save money, but we have got students who are genuinely on lower incomes, who need further support, and we need to go further to supporting these students and increasing accessibility.
Do you think you'd be able to work on changing current enforced contracts?
Well, as I've said, as I've highlighted with the circuit laundry contracts, we're bound. We'd have to pay, as I said, I was given a figure of around about £500,000 to get out of that contract, which would be, as I said, a huge waste of YUSU's money. We need to be effective in this, and obviously that won't happen overnight in terms of circuit laundry contracts. And similarly with these contracts, obviously I know they're time limited, I think, so they eventually do expire, and there's a way to sort of rejiggle around finances in terms of getting out of those and bringing as we said, things back into direct control of the university. So that's one thing to look at, yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we go to our final YUSU President interview over in Studio Blue with Che.
Thanks, Matt. I'm here with John Parry, who is also running for Union President. John, I'm going to jump in straight away. Colleges this week have expressed their frustration with YUSU in an open letter published. It details a number of problems of the YUSU's administering of the colleges. How will you, as Union President, assuage their gripes?
So, from what I understand, most of their gripes in the letter are to do with YUSU's finances, which have been infamous as long as I've been involved, really. So that's not necessarily something that's within the President's remit, but it's definitely something that needs looking at. It's also mainly, as I understand it, the letter is the college chairs and presidents saying that they want more autonomy from YUSU, which I am not quite sure of the legal constraints.
Well, as I understand it, the colleges are legally an entity of the University of York, but are administered in their finance system and other such sort of administration by YUSU, and I think the problem is that they feel like nobody's child. They feel like they want the university doesn't want to deal with them, and they hand it over to YUSU, and YUSU isn't doing a good job.
They're not the only ones that would say that YUSU aren't doing a good job. That's not an attack on the current officers or anything. They all have very good intentions, but it is a common theme. People saying that YUSU is not doing as much as it could or as much as it should, and I don't want to push the colleges away. I would, as president, I would love to engage with the college chairs and to make students see colleges as something to be proud to belong to and proud to get involved with. This year turnout for college elections was really low, and that's not something that's going to be fixed in a single term, but it's something that we have to make students want to get involved with colleges.
Okay, so I did a bit of digging. You are a Labour man. You were involved with the Labour Society, the Labour Club, if my digging was correct.
Yes.
How do you feel you can represent the views of all students on campus when you're so ardently party affiliated?
Yes, I am not going to deny the party affiliation thing. It's entirely accurate, but the problems that students at York have aren't party political ones. Yes, Brexit is an issue, but YUSU does not exactly have control over the final shape that it take. So I'm willing to work with, both. I'm willing to listen to both sides of the argument. Obviously, my values are Labour values, but that doesn't mean that I can't at least listen to what other people have to say, and hopefully have them listen to or read my manifesto.
Okay. You spoke about Labour values. Labour is a party that has historically been very representative of the working class. Currently, we are about to enter the third wave of strikes over the university superannuation scheme, which is a pension scheme which a lot of university staff are signed up to, and the UCU, because of changes to this changes to the system, are striking for the third time in 3 years. Should students be reimbursed, or does the reimbursement damage the strike's effectiveness? What would you have YUSU do?
I think YUSU should absolutely support the strikes in the principle that students deserve the best learning conditions, and that doesn't come from staff in poor working conditions, because it's not just pensions they're striking about. It's about wage cuts, it's about overwork, it's about increased casualisation, the gender pay gap.
Yes, I should clarify. It's the third strike in 3 years on the USS, but yes, for the previous strike, which was in autumn term this year, was also on casualisation, gender pay gap, and pay. So yes, I just wanted to clarify that for the viewers.
Yep. So the best teaching conditions, the best learning conditions don't come from staff who are overworked and underpaid. And so I think it's right that YUSU support the strikes, and it's right that YUSU lobby university management to make sure that the academics, our lecturers, are fairly paid, do have good pensions. And yes, if students lose out on valuable contact time, I think university management should reimburse that. Because it's 9.25 grand a year. That's no small amount of money, especially on courses with small contact hours. So I think the university should reimburse students for lost contact hours, not just by providing free gowns at graduation.
So you don't think that went far enough?
Not at all. No, I was in my first year, so I'm at third year now. I've been at York for all those strikes. I was affected by that first wave, but nothing the university did would have compensated, reimbursed me, call it what you will. So I don't think they went far enough on that. And so I think the university should reimburse students, but YUSU should also pressure the university to make sure that staff don't go on strike again, and they don't face more pensions cuts.
Okay. YUSU candidates, particularly for the union president role, have promised transparency of the union for a number of years. I had a look back, I think at least the last 6 have had the word transparency in their manifesto. And obviously, because it keeps on coming up, it hasn't been delivered. What makes you different? How are you going to deliver the transparent YUSU that students keep on voting for?
I would like to sound different. Obviously, I'm not a college chair, which the past 9 maybe have
8 out of 9.
8 out of 9. So that's obviously very different. I'm not coming at this from the position of someone who is deeply involved with YUSU, spends a lot of time with YUSU. Obviously, I do spend time interacting with YUSU on societies as a course rep, etc. But I don't. I do speak to average students, and some of them, I had someone ask me a few weeks ago what a SAB was. 6 months at York, and they've been receiving emails titled SABs in short all that time, and they don't know what a SAB is. So I think that transparency, it's not enough to just publish who turns up to meetings. We need to publish and publicise details of what gets discussed at those meetings, which I think, officers are moving towards that, and I'm glad to see that. Would definitely continue it. But, as an individual, I haven't been at the heart of YUSU, so I'm talking to students that are also outside YUSU, the YUSU bubble. So I'm not just going from in the bubble to more in the bubble and, getting confused over things. I do actually know where the gaps in students' knowledge are, because I think that's the main problem, the gulf between the officers, maybe college chairs, the YUSU bubble that I keep talking about, and the average student who maybe doesn't necessarily know why YUSU works for them, why they should care about YUSU.
Okay. One of your manifesto points, courtesy of the news election supplement, was fewer 9am. Wouldn't fewer 9am push the end of the day to the maximum of 7pm, or would it leave students getting less value for their degrees? It could be interpreted as a 6 of one and half a dozen of another.
Well, this is a very good point. If you're on a chemistry or physics course, for instance, then you might have contact hours literally 9 till 6. Take away 9am completely, and you would be there 10 till 7. Maybe they would prefer that, but
so
I'm campaigning for all I'm saying is that there should be fewer, because if you're on a course where you maybe have 5 or 6 contact hours a week, there's no need for any of them to be at 9am.
Okay. So you've also said that there should be fewer York Parties nights, and there should be one club night a week on campus. Are you really ready to surrender some or all of the funding that York Parties puts into student activities by scaling back that partnership?
So York Parties puts in 80 grand a term to YUSU, which, yes, it's a lot of money, but it's compared to YUSU's annual turnover of £4.5 million, it's not negligible, but with the increased profit from student bars, it is.
You think it can be offset?
I think it could be offset, and I also York Parties aren't delivering value for money. It's not acceptable.
Okay, so do you think that, I think I've touched on this before, I just want to get a very clear answer because it's one of the hot button issues in this year's YUSU elections. Should YUSU as a whole, as an institution, support the strikes, go against the strikes, or remain neutral?
I think YUSU should support the strikes. I think YUSU should call on the university to reimburse students, and I think YUSU should call on the university to properly negotiate with academics and to properly make sure that their pensions, their pay conditions, all of that are secure so that we don't see more strikes.
Okay, another hot button issue, and we're going to make this very quickly. How are you going to deliver cheaper accommodation? You've said it in your manifesto. If you can give it to us in a matter of seconds, if you can.
I'm not sure if I can condense it down to a matter of seconds, but I would certainly be working with as many officials and committees as possible, learning from previous officers to cut it, because it's not worth the cost.
John Parry, thank you for joining us. So that was, I believe, the final interview of our candidate debate night. I believe we are going now to Studio Red. Matt.
Thank you, Che. I have the current YUSU president, Alistair Jones, with me. Thank you for being here. I know it's quite late.
Yeah, hello.
And you don't even have to get elected and you're here.
No.
I want to start off, we'll get on sort of something of a campaign, but something that's happened in the past week is this letter released by all college chairs and presidents to you and to YUSU as an organisation, outlining what they see as their concerns with communication, with systems around finance and ticketing. What's sort of your response to the concerns that they raised?
So I sent back a letter to them last night that we'd written, and it was just kind of looking at a few of their responses, but part disappointment in just the way they did it, because actually we do normally meet weekly. So it's just trying to work out, do they not like the communications we already have set up and how we can work towards that? So we're going to meet next week to have a discussion as a group to work that out.
I think part of the argument they make is that they say that they raised a number of these issues around finance and ticketing in those meetings, and they felt that going public is a way to sort of push a response.
Okay, I hadn't actually heard
Sorry,
them raise
they
it.
came on your mind.
But I think it's one of those that we'll discuss at our meeting next week, and then we'll work it out from there.
And I want to ask a little bit about this election. So YUSU told us when they were preparing for it that a lot of the focus around, especially nominations, was around diversity. When you look at the candidates running to replace you, are you disappointed in the field?
I think there is maybe a bit of a lack of diversity, but at the same time, we've got to go off who we have, and actually just because someone might not be your classically diverse candidate doesn't mean they're not going to be a good candidate. So overall, I think we've got a really good broad range of candidates. We've got almost every position sort of have someone going for it, which is great to see.
And I want to quickly about the be the voice, not the noise. What does that mean to you?
So to me, it kind of is, we get a lot of people sort of almost shouting stuff just off nowhere, but they're not directing it anywhere. So instead of just saying something to your classmate and not actually putting that anywhere, be the voice, try and make the change, have a go at being in positions, or just try and engage it in some way, because you can't get anywhere by just screaming it at the lake in anger and screaming at some geese. So let's just work together. And
I think the criticism that raised of it is it sounds a little bit dismissive. I want to read just one of the quotes that's on the poster that you use, which is YUSU is a massively bureaucratic organisation that fails to represent me and I think the majority of the student body effectively. Is that just noise, or is that a legitimate opinion someone can hold?
I guess it depends what platform it's brought to with. And I'm quite a strong believer in, I welcome as many criticism as possible, but keep them constructive, because a lot of the time you'll say you shouldn't be doing that. And actually the answer is, okay, cool, what should we be doing? And it's until we have the constructiveness in the criticism, we can't really go anywhere.
And then I want to give you a chance to look back at the year, sort of from this time last year at Candidate Interview Night to now. What do you look back as the things that I say, I'm really proud I achieved that, and what are the things where you think, I might have done that a bit differently if I'd known what I know now?
I think it's a weird one, because you kind of run on a platform and then you get into post and your priorities start to change. So there was a lot of things around like the climate change and divestment campaigns that actually I'd been aware of it, but had never been like a strong priority. I've always been aware of being environmentally friendly, but not on such a large scale. So it's little things like that, and that, yes, it wasn't our work that got it, but we got to see that pushed past the post from work of loads of environment and ethics officers, looking towards a lot of the more new achievements that the new Vice-Chancellor's pushing through, the win on Unity Health. It's little things that had kind of been on our radar that we've worked as a team that are becoming priorities now. So you run on one thing, but actually there's lots of other things that come up in your year and you take them and tackle them head on.
And the other side of it, sort of with hindsight, is there a different way you would approach things? Is there something you've learned that sort of you could pass on? Don't do this. I would have done it differently.
I was asked, I think it was News were asking me about this the other week, and I was saying I haven't actually stopped to reflect that much, because it is so fast-paced and it's difficult at times, but it is trying to remember to enjoy it as you go, because we get so many great opportunities. I think one of my favourite times was seeing Freshers Fair was, I think we had over 10,000 students or something just walking through the exhibition centre, and we know they were everywhere else as well. And seeing the passion in that and things like that is amazing.
And I suppose as a final question, because we're quite short on time, what do you want from your successor? What do you want from the next YUSU president?
I want someone that's open-minded and willing to just have a go and take a chance at anything. Try not to be afraid to fail and also admit when you're wrong, but just to be ready to take what the world throws at you.
Brilliant. That's Mara. Thank you so much. And for one final time, we're going to throw down to our friends in the green room. Hi, guys.
Hello.
So we did it. We've been through all the candidates.
It's been an intense evening.
So now people can get voting at some point.
Oh, yeah. You got to get voting. That's the important part.
You've heard everyone's campaigns. You've heard everyone's manifestos. Now it is up to you. What's been your favourite part of the night?
Personally, it was playing the reverse recordings.
Yeah,
Wish it could have been a bit longer, but it's such a great game. I love it. It's brilliant. What about you two?
I enjoyed talking to all our lovely candidates. I enjoyed watching you juggle.
Oh, I need to get better at juggling. So much.
Anyone who didn't see that, watch the clip online. It's well worth it. That's what we've been doing for the past 2 hours, just learning to juggle.
It's a good skill.
Making great radio without any noise. That's the way to do it.
I just loved the bit where Matt cut to the green room and we weren't talking and I was just juggling. But anyway, yeah, it's great.
It has been a fantastic night.
I think we've got to wrap up now. So thank you very much for being a part of this whole event. Make sure you vote for your favourite candidates.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, guys, for all your work down there. That's coming to the end from us in the studio as well. Thank you to everyone who's been involved. There's about a 30-person team working on this show behind the scenes, and it's absolutely incredible. Beth, what's been your favourite part of tonight?
I think it's for sure letting people know my URY News TikTok account plans.
I'm very supportive of the URY News TikTok.
Thank you very much.
I'm a big fan of the URY News TikTok, but thank you, Beth, for your help, and to everyone who's interviewed today, everyone who's been involved in the tech. Mr. Ben Allen, who's about to read the news, but has also been hard working in the back, doing some visualization for us as well. Everyone who's produced, everyone who's candidates for coming on and talking to us, and YUSU for their work on candid chats and also on the event as a whole. That is it from us. If you want to keep in touch with the YUSU elections, debate night is tomorrow in D-Bar at 7 p.m. And then on Saturday next week, we have our election results night. We are live from, I think, 7 till 10, but you can check it yourself. That is it from us. Thank you and good night.
On air, 1350 AM and online.
This is the University of York's student radio station, URY.
From the URY newsroom, I'm Ben Allen. A 9th case of coronavirus has been confirmed in the UK. A patient's been taken to hospital in London after being diagnosed. We've been told they contracted the COVID-19 in China before travelling to Britain, and the outbreak has also led to Chinese officials postponing April's Formula One Grand Prix there. A baby girl is in serious condition after being bitten by a dog. The 1-year-old was taken to hospital yesterday evening after an attack in Long Eaton in Derbyshire. A man has been charged with the murder of journalist Lyra McKee in Londonderry. The 29-year-old was shot as rioting broke out in the city in April. A woman's been jailed for 2 years after trying to open an aeroplane door during a flight from Stansted to Turkey. A judge told her that the other passengers would have been petrified as she shouted, "I'm going to kill you all." JLS are getting back together. 7 years after splitting up, the boy band are going on tour in November and December. And finally in sport, West Brom have moved 6 points clear at the top of the Championship after a 2-1 win at Reading, and Fulham missed a chance to go second following a 1-1 draw at Millwall. That's the latest. I'm Ben Allen.